Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the final part of the story of the Lost Fox. Summary. In this alternate universe, Naruto Uzumaki lost everything the day the hidden leaf turned its back on him. Banished after another successful mission, Naruto was left to rot. If it weren't for the unwilling nine-tailed passenger sealed inside him, he might have given up entirely. But Kurama refused to let his host break. Fast forward 10 years. Naruto is no longer the loud, desperate kid seeking the village's acknowledgment. He has built an incredible new life for himself alongside Shizuka and Shion, leaving the past in the dust. But peace never lasts. Now, the Hidden Leaf village has come knocking again, desperate for the hero they threw away. Konoha wants their weapon back. But in Naruto's book? They are far too late. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Episode 20. Nadeshiko Palace. The whole world was awoken first thing in the morning by a potent wave of killing intent that spread from Nadeshiko's capital. From the Arctic shelves in the north of the Land of Spring, to the Sahara-like desert of the south of the Land of Wind, and as far as the Land of Locks. None escaped this potent, brief dose of killing intent coming from the breakfast table within the palace of Nadeshiko. More accurately, one Naruto Uzumaki, first gentleman of Nadeshiko, regent of Demon Country, showed Ionakage and now currently furious Uzumaki clan head as he stared down at the report he got from his sister from another Mr. The tea he had been sipping had evaporated from the eruption of power, the shattered mug that once held it had turned to dust, then vanished into nothingness in response to his flaring chakra pressure. His normally joyful blue eyes had been replaced with a murderous vibrant orange, a single predatory slit constricted to a razor line at the absolute audacity of that soon-to-be dead man walking who dared tread upon the land of his honored forebears. The nerve. The absolute fucking nerve. Going to rip them to shreds and feed them to the bottom feeders across the ocean depths and then. A chakra chain suddenly wraps around Naruto's wrist, drawing his attention away from the very dangerous report, and it took a few seconds to break through his rage, but it did eventually. Following the chain, Naruto saw it led to Karen, Shizuka, Kushina, and ran outside the room, panting hard and almost unconscious. Karen's chain had snaked its way across the room and wrapped around his wrist. Blinking at the sight, Naruto's rage was shoved aside, his intent and chakra pulled back and swiftly, concern for them temporarily overriding everything else. As he leaps up, he cried out, "Sorry! Sorry! I just..." Sliding to his knees to check on them all, Karen and Ren were both wheezing and crying but were fine. Shizuka too was only coughing but Kushina was out like a light, drooling on the floor. His wife asked him, "What was in that?" Before she could finish, Naruto felt his rage flare but kept control long enough to place a finger over her lips. When emerald green met still glowing orange, Shizuka knew she better not ask and see for herself. As Naruto took Kushina to her room to calm down, Shizuka led Karen and Ren back into the dining hall over to where Naruto was sitting to find the offending scroll dropped on the floor. Taking it up, the new queen of Nadeshiko read the penmanship of the recon specialist. It revealed the status and location of the final battlefield of this era. The final step for peace. The spike of killing intent drew her attention to the redhead at her back, Karen Uzumaki, and caused the brunette to reread the location, and it now made sense. Yuzushigokyu no Sato, the land of eddies, raised former home of the Uzumaki clan. The only thing Shizuka Uzumaki could say was, "Well damn." Land of eddies, ruined whirlpool village. Fu jolted up awake from her bedroll, sensing the pulse of killing intent, and it took her a moment before realizing that it must be morning now. A quick look around reminds her where she is, and everything came back at once, causing her to shudder. She was right. Her brother was not happy at all, not one bit. Naruto is the bestest person ever and super kind and great and everything, but he gets really mad when things harm his family. Fu knew this and was prepared when she sent her report. It did not stop the shudder of fear up her spine at the feel of his fury from here. Reaching for her bag of honey drops, popping one in, Fu wonders what that idiot in charge was thinking about hiding out here. How stupid could you be to choose here of all places? Well, she has already done a head count last night, and accurately mapped out the entire island. Nothing really but daily updates on troop movements and… Fu blinked as a new thought comes through. If she sensed that burst, then maybe the enemy has too. Those mutant creatures would have without a doubt. Maybe a few might break free and kill a few of those blank masks that are holding them prisoner? She giggled at the thought, but now she'll get some sleep and check on them all later. She has time and will go later for another head count. So Fu laid back down and rolled over, pulling her sleeping bag close again. Her brother's seals lighting up to keep her warm, dry, and undetectable. Land of fire, hidden leaf. Tsunade was looking out of her office window, staring out across the village, and looking to the southeast where the wave of killing intent had come from. It had awoken her and many of the senior shinobi, believing a threat was on the horizon, but nothing has since been reported. It was confounding. Turning back to the jonin that had gathered for the reports to confirm her earlier thoughts. Genma Shirani was the first to speak. Lady Hokage, the reports are in and there are no threats on any of the Land of Fire's borders. We have also sending teams to Waterfall, Tea, and Noodle just in case. Tsunade nodded as she took her seat, taking up her alert stance to give nothing away as she listens to her troops list off their various reports. Nothing out of the ordinary from what she could tell, but clearly something was going on out there, and whoever released that pulse of intent is someone to watch out for, if it indeed come from beyond their borders. She was brought back from her wondering thoughts by one Iwashi Tadame, one of the special jonin and former member of the 4th's protection platoon, who raised his hand. Upon her nod, he asks, Lady Hokage, is it true about the rumors regarding an alliance between the other 4 great nations? The other 11 jonin all tense up at the audacity of Iwashi to speak that aloud and in front of the Hokage no less, considering it is supposed to be classified top-secret information. Tsunade, though, was unsurprised at the fact that such a rumor had spread among the ranks of her forces, likely the most talked about topic at current, and so she let out a heavy breath before addressing the question directly. Well, Iwashi, as much as I do not want to confirm this, the simple fact that such an alliance has formed but its current status and ability is currently unknown. The man nodded, but she continued. However, her soldiers focused in on Tsunade at that. She leans forward to address them firmly. I can say with absolute certainty that we are not under threat. We may be standing alone, well, we have Waterfall, Tea, and Noodle, but I can assure you that we are not their enemy. Then who is? Radio asked from the second line, gaining his Kaige's attention as he continued. I mean, Lady Hokage. Who is this enemy that requires such an alliance to form against? Several of the gathered nodded to that in full understanding, with Anko Mitarashi adding, They gotta be some hard hitters, right? They already took out that Orochi team and his buddies, so who else could be a threat large enough for? Tsunade cleared her throat heavily, and the room fell still. With her gaze sweeping over them for several silent moments, she eventually spoke up. From what I understand, the alliance only started out of a need to share resources. Foodstuffs and medical supplies, building infrastructure and facilities, before eventually lending shinobi between them. Huh? Is that? I spoke to a few alliance jonin. Tsunade cutting through their disbelief calmly, her gaze still flowing to the faces all around the small office before continuing. Kankuro no Sabaku, the Kazekage's older brother, has led a squad of Kirigakure's chunin in missions in the Land of Sea. Chojuro of the 7 Swordsmen has done the same with Kumo Chunin. She chuckles at their stunned disbelief and nodded again at their looks of incredulity, leaning back into her chair before adding, "That is apparently one of the core values of the Alliance, and I can say with confidence that the level of cooperation between the parties involved is terrifying. The only thing we can confirm is that Havoc-Teir has only just applied for membership. It has not been ratified by either party, but we do not know how long that will take, or if it will." Sighing hard, Tsunade offered, "But as I said before, we are not their enemy. However, we also are not their allies either. We are working on the right way to change that positively, which is why I need you all at your best." Her eyes harden, posture straighter, and the jonin all match her growing intensity, as the Kage instructed them. "We are walking a fine tightrope at current, and we cannot afford to fall. All of you need to get your subordinates to tug the line and remain professional at all times. I do not care if you're in village or out in the field, we have to show everyone that we are professionals at all times. Am I clear? Hi, Lady Hokage." Land of lightning, hidden cloud. I turns back from his staring out of the window to watch as both his brother, Killer Bee, and young charge, Yujito ni, stroll into the office with faces of absolute seriousness. This told the Raikage that this was not a social call, thus moved towards his desk and activated his office's security seals. The second the room was sealed completely, 2 puffs of smoke revealed the human form Bijou standing beside their respective containers. Matatabi looked like the younger sister of her container, shorter, standing at only 5'5", a rather sizable bust in contrast to her container, but currently wearing the same outfit. Her 2 flaming tails at her back and ears poking through the dark azure hair, mismatched feline eyes, and cute, rounder face. Gyuki rarely uses this technique, not really needing it all that much, and thus was lazy on his human form by taking his container's form just with his shoulder tattoo replaced by the kanji for Eito instead. He lacked the swords and had his 8 tails flowing calmly at his back. No horns though. He's still somewhat self-conscious about missing one. Seeing the bijou coming out too means that this was as serious as it gets, Gyuki especially, as he never really does, so I nodded and ordered. "Report." Matatabi was the fastest to speak. "That killing intent was from Naruto-kun. The location of the final battle happened to be in a place that holds significance to him on a personal level." Gyuki grunted before adding, arms folded across his chest with smoke flowing from his nostrils. "Indeed. I do not blame Naruto boy for that slight outburst. Talk about disrespectful." Shaking his head at the end, and the others nod in agreement. I folds his arms with a tight frown. This is most certainly not what he expected this morning, so looks to his kunoichi and asks, "I see. In that case, where are we going to meet him?" Yujito had a tight frown as she spoke the words they were all briefed on by Kurama, as Naruto was too mad to speak to them. "The final battle is where it all began. The last place you should ever try to fight in Uzumaki. The last place any of us thought it would be." I was wondering why she didn't just outright tell him. Then he thought on that. The last place to fight in Uzumaki would be either out at sea or in their home turf. Eyes hardening, the Raikage looks between the 4 people before him and asks, "Please tell me they aren't that stupid?" They all nodded with B speaking aloud. "They are that stupid, brother. Honestly, I don't think there is a worse place for them to pick." "There isn't," Gyuki corrects, glancing to his container briefly before adding, "Kurama is still trying to calm him down as we speak." I grunts, nodding in understanding and slightly worried. Not for his jonin, heck, not for his own sake, but rather for the fools who dared trample upon the legacy of the greatest shinobi to stroll these war-torn lands. He takes a moment to thank his luck for taking a chance with this alliance all those years ago, as Kumo has never been this strong, at the cutting edge of shinobi training and technological advancement. Well-funded and growing markets with their allies standing with them. All because he was curious as to how one shinobi was a jonin in 2 separate villages. Grinning, I looked up from his desk and matched the seriousness of his shinobi to instruct them. "Okay. Do we have a rendezvous point for this operation?" Gyuki informs the room, having just received it from Kurama before arriving. "Land of waves. We have 2 weeks." I nodded before responding. Gather the best we have and dispatch a bold squad to Frost and gather 10 of their best jonin. We are putting on a show of force and they are going to add to that. Hi, Lord Raikage. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone. Han and Rashi stand before Kuratsuchi and her grandfather Inoki, who was sitting at her side in the council chambers of the Hidden Stones Council. They had gathered upon sensing that burst of intent coming from the east, and seeing both containers in the village and Sirius has them all curious. Kuratsuchi was the first to break the siege of silence, asking them both. So, what was that intent all about? Both senior shinobi offer a side-eye to one another before looking back at the young Kage, and Rashi begins. It seems, our sister has discovered the location of those kidnapping fiends. Everyone in the chamber sat taller. The clans and families of Havoc-Teir had long since been victims of the kidnapping of their children at the hands of the only enemy they hold above that bastard Namikaze. Even Inoki's eyes hardened to gemstone upon hearing this and offered. Has she now? Rashi nodded once calmly, though it was Han who responded. She is still monitoring them as we speak. Kuratsuchi grinned maniacally, asking with a chipper tone, murderous glimmer in her violet eyes. Oh, she is? Perfect. Where are we sending our gem and explosion core then? All but the containers nod along to this, which causes Rashi to sigh lightly, but discreetly. He understands the feelings of them all and wants nothing more than to melt them to ash, but patience is necessary for this complete eradication. Eventually, he calmly informed. From what the Nine-Tails has briefed us on, its container is calling for everyone to report to the Land of Waves in 2 weeks. Many began murmuring between themselves as this seemed to be linked to an earlier meeting regarding joining the Shinobi Alliance their new Kage has been having talks with. No definitive conclusion has been reached as of yet, despite her demands to join it as soon as possible. Kuratsuchi lost her maniacal drive upon hearing that from her old friend and uncle. This means this is an alliance operation that her friend is inviting her shinobi to join. Again, that dumbass has her back even now. Right now, though, she got serious with her voice and tone reflecting it. Very well. If the alliance leader is saying that to us, no doubt he has called upon his allies already. Both containers nod firmly, and so the fourth to bear the rank and title of Tsuchikage continued firmly. Then this is our chance to show the world that Havoc-Teir stands shoulder to shoulder with any of the other international players. We will show our full might and trust you two will aid me in this endeavor. Again, both Han and Rashi nodded calmly, so Kuratsuchi stood from her seat and ordered. Gather the 50 best shinobi we have to accompany us to this operation. Time to show everyone the might of stone. The entire council stood with her with a cheer of, Hi, Lady Tsuchikage! Land of wind, hidden sand? The Kazekage's office had never been this still nor packed with jonin, for lines of 7 standing before their Kage, who was flanked by his 2 siblings with everyone looking as serious as you can get. The tension was thick enough to be seen. When the last jonin slipped into line and the room was sealed shut, Gaara leaned forward on his desk and spoke in his usual steady tone. Our alliance has located the headquarters of the final enemy that stands between us and world peace. The 28 shinobi standing before their commander all had been vetted, cleared, and briefed upon who that statement was referring to, so it need not be said aloud by accident. Gaara continued calmly. As of this morning, the endgame operation has been enacted and everyone in here has been drafted into ensuring its perfect execution. The crowd all puffed up their chests at that. This endgame was considered a rumor even among the uppermost ranks of their allies and here at home. Now the Kazekage has just confirmed that it is a thing and no doubt means that this is going to be just as mythical as an operation. History books, here they come. Smirking almost imperceptibly, Gaara knew he had their complete attention and continued. Without doubt, this will be the largest joint operation in the history of Shinobi and we, the Sand, are going to be a part of it. We will be working alongside all our allies, big and small, so I expect excellence from you all. They all harden their eyes and know they have no choice but to put their honor on the line for this. No way they will fail to live up to anything less than perfect, for the honor of their home rests on their shoulders. Gaara stood up to meet his shinobi on equal footing and continuing. For many years we have worked alongside our fellows from other villages, so I do not foresee any problems, but remember this. Everyone we will be fighting with has equal issues with our foe and has the same drive as us all. Do not trample on their honor, and they will not trample on ours. We fight for the same freedom and dream of peace. His gaze swept over the room firmly before finishing. In 2 weeks we'll be among the largest task force ever assembled in history. This is to remain top secret until we leave. I trust that you all will not let Tsunegekure no Sato down. Hi, Lord Kazakage. Land of Water, Hidden Mist. Mei was nervous. Really nervous, as she was one of the few people who recognized that intent that flooded over them in the early hours. She had served, bled, and sweated with him. Heck, he took her first kiss. Okay, it may have been CPR, but she counts it. Mei, you need to calm down, Chojuro offered calmly, leaning against the wall of the office he and his fellow swordsmen were in at current. They had all gathered, fully equipped and ready to deploy if necessary to aid their fellow swordsmen after feeling that intent earlier. When his friend and Kage turned on him with a glare, he added quickly, "Your pacing will give you blisters again, and you will find yourself feeling terrible for days instead of being useful to him." Mei's glare fell off and she huffed, folding her arms beneath her bust and leaning back on her desk before grumbling. "You know what? I think I liked you better a stuttering mess." Everyone chuckled at that, recalling Chojuro's earlier days when he lacked confidence in his ability that their 8th member had fixed during the war. The wielder of Hiramakari just sighed tiredly. Mei always gets worked up when their friend may be in trouble. Normally trouble she brought on him one way or another, but still she worries. Chojuro wasn't worried about Naruto though. His sword brother is powerful and no doubt fine. If he needed help, he would have sent for help already. He sighed again, but thankfully the door parted and Ao stood in the doorway with a scroll, moving swiftly to hand it to the now stern-faced Mizukage. It took Mei a full 2 minutes to read the scroll over, 3 times to be sure she understood what was written, despite it being in a coded format, and then closed the scroll. Chojuro, like his fellows, kicked off the walls they were leaning against or stood from the seats they were perched atop and stood before their Kage. Ao stood to Mei's side as she then states, "Okay, so here's the situation." Everyone stood to attention, eyes sharp and ears peeled as the Mizukage briefs them. Operation Endgame has been initiated and the Alliance is mobilizing. The tension spiked as they all know what this means. The final battle. Peace is one slice away. Mei nodded to their reactions and continued. As such, we have a job to do and the rendezvous point is in Wave Country, 2 weeks' time. They all nod, so she adds, I will assign you all 2 hunters each, to bolster our numbers a little bit, but we are departing in a week, so be sure to get to peak condition as the whole world is showing up for this event. They all smirk at that, with Ao stepping forward to announce. Due to the nature of this joint operation, security is to be maintained at the highest level possible. You are not permitted to speak about this even to your issued squad members. Knowing our 8th blade, he will brief us upon arrival, so that is when they too will be briefed. Mei nods to that before finishing off. This is it, everyone. The final battle to show the world what peace can be attained through cooperation. Time to rip out this last root of darkness, and put our names in the history books with all 8 swordsmen of the mist leading the charge. Said swordsmen gained bloodthirsty grins and the thought of going down in history for all time as the strongest of their respective blades. Smirking at the sight of her swordsmen being pumped up, Mei inclined her head as she stood taller and announced. Time for the hidden mist to rise again. Hi, Lady Mizukage! Land of Demon, Hidden Shrine. Utakata stood ahead of the demon shinobi force in the hidden training grounds near the shrine. It was a small force of primarily chunin with only a handful of jonin-level shinobi acting as leaders. Obviously, there are many part-timers attached to this force, so the ones here are the full-time members only. That, however, means little right now, as the container of the 6-tailed slug, Saiken, was standing before the force of 60 shinobi wearing the same headband as the one he currently donned on the arm sleeve of his jonin outfit. Armored dark purple jonin vest, black meshed undersuit, and black armored gloves. His normal lax attitude was absent, as he had received word of the final operation, requiring his utmost effort for the next few weeks and gathering their forces to end this saga once and for all. This meant his Jonin, former hunter Nin of the Mist persona, has made a very rare appearance as he glared at his new troops, Utakata commanding, "Listen up!" They all stiffened to attention, perfectly still and awaiting their orders that he provides swiftly. "As of half an hour ago, I have been granted full command of this unit until we meet up with the Regent. He has since ordered us to rendezvous with our marsh neighbors and head towards the objective point that he has given me." Utakata's glare flowed left, then right, before looking forward across them all before continuing. "Team 3 and 4 will be accompanying me on this operation. 1 and 2 will shore up our defenses here. You are to remain at full alert status until reported otherwise. Am I clear?" "Yes, sir." Utakata nodded before turning his back on them to come face to face with Shion and Hataru, his tone softened but not by much. "Lady Uzumaki, I will be sure to pass on your well wishes to your husband." Shion nodded firmly, face stern as most have ever seen her to be as she replied, "Please do. Also tell him we are waiting for his return." The man nodded stiffly, looking to his girlfriend/student, but Hataru speaks first. "Good luck, Utakata. Please return soon." Again the man nods as he walks off to the side to speak to the last person he is bringing with him personally. Stopping before the kunoichi at attention, Utakata's glare was as hard as her jutsus are known to be, and his words were not warm as he spoke. "As for you, Gyurin of the Crystal Release, I remember the agreement." Gyurin replied sharply. Some might say she had a death wish as she was still technically a prisoner, and this man before literally held her life in his palm and could very well chose to end it, but she was defiant by nature. Standing at 5'6", this kunoichi, formerly of Odogekure, has light blue hair she keeps in a high ponytail normally, but right now was in a low one instead, with bangs framing her face. Dark eyes, and lacks any makeup upon her fair skin or her normally red lipstick-covered lips. She is wearing a demon jonin outfit with a blank plate in place of her normal green dress, as she has been granted a deal to participate in the upcoming mission. If she impresses her handler enough and offers assistance in regard to containing or eliminating the Sound Village, she will be granted a suspended sentence and residency within Demon, working off her charges as a jonin within its shinobi force. Though Gyurin only agreed to it if her former charge, Yukimaru, can be located and his ultimate fate discovered. Utakata done her one better and promised her a position within the subjugation force that will hunt down the sound forces so she can do it herself with their blessing and resources. Utakata nodded slowly, his face stern and golden eyes boring into her dark ones as he responded. "That uniform suits you, but remember it is worth more than you. If you so much as look like you are going to run, I will melt you to goo before you could even think about the next step. You have my word." "Your word is worthless," he informs her tightly, and Gyurin's jaw tightens, forcing her to silence. After a tense moment, he steps away to ensure his teams have equipped their gear properly, and leaving her to wallow in her own inner turmoil. After the last checks, Utakata and his teams finish and were approaching the shrine's exit when Shiren with his team show up to watch them go. The 6 kids watch in awe as the Jonin and Chunin stroll past them when the container stops before them, Utakata asking, "Shouldn't you all be in lesson about now?" They all nod, Shiren speaking for the group. "Yeah, but we wanted to see you off, Uncle Utakata, and to wish you luck." The pale-skinned, dark-haired Jonin smiled softly at them before replying, "Thank you, nephew. I'll tell your father that you wished him luck too." The group all nod again before waving him and the troop as a whole off. Many of the shinobi departing wave back with smiles. When the last of them left the sight of the kids, they turn around to find Anoka standing there with a smirk, and they all pale. The stare down was brief, but the adult Uzumaki asked the small children, "So, care to tell me why you thought it'd be a good idea to skip my lesson?" Nadeshiko, Palace. Sitting on the railing outside the room he shares with his wife and queen, Naruto stares out over the village his family now rules over and ponders whether he went a little overboard earlier. The wind blows gently through his hair and around his loose-fitted clothes, effectively his pajamas. No doubt his wives would have a few choice words seeing him in his sleeping attire when it is already near enough to noon. Sure, he is mad, but that is no excuse for laziness of this level. Abruptly, a puff of smoke at his side, and there sat Kurama, wearing the same outfit as him no less, and emphasizing her curvy figure by hanging off said curves. The two just sat there in silence for a few minutes before she broke it. You know it is okay to be angry. I went too far, Kurama-ne. Naruto's swift response, not taking his eyes off the horizon but upon hearing her hum, he added. Not only that, Kushi got a good dose of my intent unfiltered. She's a baby, like what the hell was I thinking doing that? She snorts, glancing to her charge. You weren't clearly. We all know you never intended to actually harm her. I can assure you that she knows that too. Naruto growls lowly at the thought of allowing harm to his kids. Not wanting to let her container dwell on it too much, Kurama added. You know Shizuka and Shion felt it, right? That turned out to be able to break the growling as Naruto groaned instead, face-palming hard as he realized that basically the whole world felt how pissed off he was this morning. Shizuka is in Suna and Shion is back in Demon, literally a world away from each other. The mortified eyes of Naruto looked to his caretaker, and he asked hesitantly. Gyuki? Mada? Kurama chuckled and nodded, adding salt to the wound. Gyuki doesn't hold it against you, and Matatabi wants to let you know she is just as mad. Naruto buried his face in his hands further in embarrassment. He's supposed to be a world-renowned shinobi. How can he lose his cool like that? Kurama chuckled and grinned as she said, I knew I raised you right. I am so proud of you, Kit. You aren't helping. Naruto grumbled and she grinned wider, Kurama adding, Your rage is on par with mine. I think that is a great achievement. You really are my Kit. What do you think of Naruto no Yoko? You aren't being serious right now. He continued to grumble and Kurama continued to prod him. Figured you'd like it. I'll call the others and have them change their records to. Arg. Kurama! What the hell? Naruto snapped, glaring at the woman who had stayed at his side through this long tale that was his life from the beginning. The glare fell off upon seeing that smile she had from back then, back when everything was monochrome and dull. It was soft, assuring, and clear that nothing will harm him as long as she was there. That everything will be okay, that everything will be fine, and to trust her this time. It was a silent promise between them. Taking a deep breath, Naruto nodded once and matched her smile and whispered, Thanks, Kurama. Kurama nodded once, glad he got the message, before looking back out at the island. The two would remain like that for several more minutes before a knock on the door of the room was heard. Neither responded but heard the door part and a call of, Naruto-sama? Footsteps came closer before they both turned back and saw a woman in full French-made uniform but in a bright, eye-burning, neon orange and dark blue apron. Kurama chuckled lowly at the sight, but Naruto just glared at her as he muttered beneath a breath, Aiche, what do you want? It was Aiche, the eldest of the trio that threatened his son during the reign of the previous queen. She had a bit of a makeover since their shared time with one another in the dungeon. Her previously long, luscious blonde hair had been cut from waist length to neck length, and she has been forbidden from wearing makeup. Due to Seal's, the light, almost sky-blue eyes she always boasted about had been changed to simple black, and the blonde was far more muted. Also, if she speaks the names of any of his children, she receives a nasty jolt of electricity down her spine. He wanted to stop her from speaking entirely, but his wife forbade it. That same Seal also turns any clothes they wear into these colors, without fail and regardless of their original appearance, then back again after they take them off. This was the compromise, and they had to accept this generosity of his and thank him for his benevolence in this matter, for him to not just keep them locked up, forgetting where he left the key. The 16-year-old flinches under the frigid glare of the island's heartthrob, but bows respectfully regardless. Aiche knows she has a lot of work to do to get back into the good graces of the royal family once more after her actions and comments regarding the Nadeshiko first prince, but it's the first step in her epic legend to win her spot among the family. In her head, at least. Eventually, Standing back up, Iha spoke. Her Highness is requesting your presence in the throne room, Naruto-sama. She said it is to do with something called E.G. Grunting, Naruto looked back out at the island for several seconds before sighing again and commenting. Fine. Get out of my sight. Iha bows again, a full 90 degrees before backing up and removing herself from his sight line in all due haste. Swinging his feet back over the railing to land on the stone balcony proper, he looks to Kurama, who hadn't budged, and approached behind her casually. In a move that both will swear never happened, Naruto hugged her from behind, causing the bijou to freeze up stiff as the container whispered with a completely honest and heartfelt voice. Thank you for everything, Kurama. For everything since that time in my shitty apartment back in the Leaf, to here standing in a palace of royalty. I owe you so much for helping me reach this point, so thank you. It took Kurama a few moments to get her thoughts together before smiling genuinely, and tapping his hands currently around her stomach and replying. It was touch and go for a bit, huh? Feeling her container's nod, she continued. But you proved me wrong, Kit. I am glad you did, but this isn't over yet, so don't get all soft and mushy on me yet. Again, another nod, but no sign of letting go, so Kurama let out a sigh and let her Kit have this. It wasn't exactly uncomfortable or uncommon for them in the past, but he's grown out of it, and he is no longer plagued by those nightmares. He isn't that lost kid anymore. No, even more importantly, he isn't that lost fox anymore. A full minute later, Naruto releases his hold on his friend and parent figure, stepping back to turn to leave. Just as he reached the door back inside, Kurama informs him. I am proud of you, Naruto. This caused the blonde to freeze for a moment, allowing him to hear her say. You turned out to be different from the rest. I am convinced that you are the one whom my father, your grandfather, foretold of and I had been waiting for. Kurama had a smile on her face as the wind flowed through her long silky red-orange hair, looking out towards the horizon whilst Naruto was standing with his back to her, his tears unseen. She finished this heart-to-heart with a simple. So, I should be the one thanking you. For ridding me of my hatred. For bringing my siblings back together in a positive way. For showing us this other path. So, thank you, Naruto. Throne room. Naruto entered the throne room, returned to its original glory with sigils of the previous queens behind the throne, with the dark blue silk drapes covering the wall behind the rather simple wooden throne, compared to what most would assume of such a seat of power, and what it represented. Sitting on the throne itself was his beautiful warrior queen of a wife, Shizuka Uzumaki. Her emerald jade eyes seemed to gleam in a joy when meeting his deep blues, noticing the lack of anger as of now. A smile works its way across her lips as he approached, which turns into a beaming smile at his stepping up to her, and the two sharing a passionate kiss. When they part, somewhat reluctantly, Naruto finally acknowledged the others in the room in the form of Karen, Kushina, Ren, and Tokiwa, speaking to the latter first. It has been a while, Tokiwa. The pale blonde lady stood at 6 foot, swimmer build, narrow figure, and pale gray eyes that glistened in amusement at his nonchalant attitude. Tokiwa inclined her head in agreement before offering back. Indeed. I am glad everything has worked out between you and my former charge. Was there ever any doubt? Shizuka commented haughtily with a smile from her husband's embrace, causing the senior kunoichi to chuckle in good nature but shook her head in the negative, Tokiwa replying. After seeing and hearing of your adventures, I suppose not. The new queen nodded firmly with a growing smile, allowing Ren to comment. Yeah, considering our last conversation and the duress we were under. Naruto looked to his former captain, then down at her arm he had reattached at the end of their last mission, and asked her. How's the arm? Ren smiled lightly, flexing all her fingers and replying. Fully functional. Thank you again for back then and again rescuing me from the former queen. All in a day's work for Daddy. Kushina announced with a confident nod, arms folded, and she huffed as if it was only obvious her father could never be defeated, let alone bested. This earned chuckles from the room beside the queen and queen consort. They both knew what the bitter taste of failure was and have failed more times than records could ever really portray. Clearing her throat, Shizuka gained everyone's attention as she guided her husband to the throne, pushing him down and sitting on his lap with his arms around her waist before speaking. Now then, with everything here at home settling down, the reason I have called you all here is rather simple. Everyone nodded and watched the husband act as a seat warmer for the queen, who was acting like this was to be expected and completely unbothered by their knowing smiles. Shizuka continued. As of this morning, we are working under Operation Endgame parameters. Of those gathered, only the active Nadeshiko Kunoichi understood what that meant and grew very, very serious. Karen and Kushina are both in the dark here though, so the brashness of her youth showed through here when the latter asked, "Hand up. Operation Endgame?" The four in the know looked between the two Uzumaki, who were both clearly confused before Shizuka nodded and explained. "Ah, well, you are a bit too young to really know this, but we'll tell you anyway, Kushi." Kushina nodded, and so her mother explained further. During the reception of our wedding 7 years ago, all the world's leaders had gathered and had us sit down to discuss the world's security concerns. This was exclusive to international threats and not country on country. It was a long meeting and a plan was set out by the people there to address them all. Karen raised a hand and asked, "Then, does this mean you have managed to find them all and deal with them, considering the name of this particular operation?" Shizuka nodded before continuing. "Well, the main ones, yes. The first one was Akatsuki, the bijou collectors. Then we had similar groups of danger levels like the remnants of the Land of Sky and their fake bijou. That jolts a memory from a report Naruto had gotten from his contact in that land on his way back to Demon, and voices it. Which reminds me, the Ebony Knights are causing trouble in Sky again. We suspect that a few of those Sky shinobi might be trying to rebuild." Tokiwa frowned at the news, as did Ren, who offered, "Have you assigned anyone to look into it?" Naruto shook his head, replying, "Not yet. The network had to go into lockdown due to someone turncoating. I will be checking on the network later as we have several things that need to happen." Ren nodded at that but remained silent as Shizuka continued. "Right, well anyway, these threats have been dealt with systematically and now the last one has become vulnerable." Karen nodded, understanding and muttering beneath an angry breath. "Root!" Everyone with a double-digit age nodded to that, leaving Kushina to wonder and ask. "Root? Not important, baby girl." Naruto replied with his chin on his wife's shoulder, smiling at his oldest daughter who nodded back and allowed him to continue. "So, this is the last time we are gathering our forces together for a swift and decisive victory over our last enemy." Karen could tell this was as big as it came though was curious about a few things, thus voices. "Your forces consist of who exactly?" Again, those in the know all smirked knowingly as Naruto said simply, "Everyone." For a moment, Karen just stared back at her clan head as she registered that and the possible ramifications of the answer. Eventually, she asks, "Everyone? As in Kiri, Kumo, Suna, Iwa, all the minor shinobi villages besides Waterfall, and of course the Hidden Leaf?" Naruto lists off candidly. Shizuka was quick to add, "Obviously, we are in on this too. The only top-ranking official who wasn't was Shalia. We didn't trust her not to blabber about it to the first S-rank shinobi to show her any affection." Those who were familiar with the former queen chuckled lightly at that, though Naruto also added, "This is literally what the demon shinobi force was established for. As the overarching organization to coordinate the efforts under a single command structure, regardless of each nation's own." Karen rose a brow, so he elaborated. "Whenever any shinobi is required to operate beyond their village's reach, politically or otherwise, they are required to don their demon shinobi uniform for the duration of that mission. While in said uniform, they cannot be labeled as a missing ninja, take orders from their host village, or act in the interests of their native country. Sounds easy to abuse." Karen pointed out and the others all nodded. Shizuka responds to that. "It is and has been on a number of occasions. Only 5 times they were dealt with accordingly and we tightened the rules around them." Naruto nodded with that before getting back on subject by saying, "Regardless, the message has been sent and everyone is preparing as we speak. Now, what will Nadeshiko do?" Ren, surprisingly, was the first to respond with, "We have been training for this event since its inception, Your Highness." With a cheeky, confident smirk on her face that grew upon seeing his tick mark and bowing to add the effect. But before the lone male could respond to that jab, Takiwa added, "Most certainly, Your Grace." She was smiling knowingly at her charge's husband, and he growled back at his wife's light chuckles and daughter's giggling didn't help the irritation. Before her Naruto really lost his cool for the second time in one day, Shizuka turned back and kissed him, which was successful in dissipating his annoyance. With that powder keg disarmed, the new queen of the island spoke to her new Jonin commander. "Ren, gather up your strongest squadron. We need to show that we are a force to take note of." Ren nodded firmly, still smirking at the blonde. "With pleasure." It took a few moments before Shizuka realized that her gray-haired friend's blue eyes hadn't left her husband's sapphires. After a moment, the queen cleared her throat, snapping her Jonin commander from her light trance before vanishing in a swirl of water and heads off to her duties. Oh, that was annoying for the wife and field partner of Naruto Uzumaki, something she has had to deal with ever since news of her first pregnancy with the twins reached her home. After that, on occasions whenever they ran across their fellow Nadeshiko, and she was literally beating them off. It annoyed Shizuka to no end. Naruto's voice drew her back, her eyes refocusing. "Anyway, with this operation in effect, we have to go back to the place things began for us." Looking to Karen with a vengeful, knowing stare as she nodded back, allowing him to say, "The clan we had never known and the family we now left to represent." The following day, Naruto strolled out the palace with his daughter at his side, both in combat gear, but Kushina hadn't been told where they were going. As they strolled through the courtyard, the younger of the two asked, "Daddy, where are we going?" Naruto looks to his flower princess, who matched his mercenary attire today, showing off her tomboyish side for a change instead of the flowery princess who is borderline obsessed with the plants. Though it now occurred to him that Ino might have a thing to do with that. Clearing his mind of that troublesome blonde, he answered his baby girl. "Well, I have been super busy recently and I figured we could spend some time together." He arched a brow as she snapped to look at him with the same blues he has, her eyes wide as he asks, "Is that okay?" Kushina nodded frantically, beaming a megawatt smile that should be visible from the moon before cheering. "Yeah! It is super duper awesome! I get all day with Daddy!" She latched onto his hand with her own and began swinging it back and forth, earning a light chuckle from him and soft smiles from the guards who broke away from their ogling of the first gentleman of Nadeshiko. As they made their way out of the palace grounds, Naruto led them through the fields and down a familiar path through the town. Kushina hadn't stopped explaining why she thinks that she was ready for the next level of her kenjutsu stances, and how she'll totally be able to beat even her brother if she did in fact learn it. Her father knew that said brother had already moved to said level in his version of their family's shared style. His version relies on seals while his daughters should utilize their chains, but she doesn't really like using them for some reason. Blinking olishly at that, Naruto looks to his daughter and asks, "Kushi." This cut his daughter's explanation off as she looked to him and allowed her father to continue. "How many chains are you able to call upon?" Kushina looked down and mumbled something incoherently, earning a raised brow from her daddy. Naruto waited patiently for an answer that came when the girl finally rolled her eyes and head, and answering loud enough to be heard by him. 12. Naruto frowned lightly, tugging on her so she was pulled to face him as he kneels down to her level and asks, "What's the matter, Kushi? You know you can ask me anything, right?" Meekly, the young girl nodded but looked down at the floor before whispering, "I know, Daddy, but I am the only one who has them, and it is really unfair. I want to show I am strong without them, but I know that you are really happy when I use them, so I thought." Naruto interrupted her with a thorough hair ruffling, adding a bit more pressure than normal, causing her to look up at him this time to see his beaming smile. "Kushina, no matter how you fight, how you live, I will always be here in your corner. You will always be my flower princess. Even when we are old and gray, unable to walk, or sleeping 20 hours a day. Understand?" She nodded meekly and he stood back up before bringing her into a one-armed hug, whispering just enough to be heard by her. After all, it's a parent's job to believe in their children 100%. Kushina gained a light touch of pink to her cheeks as she walked with her daddy. He was the best after all. After the stroll, they reached the Pearl Beach, and he changed his original plan to show his princess some of her grandmother's techniques. Naruto stands opposite of his prodigy and began. Kushi, I know you say it's unfair to use your chains, and against classmates that is fine to think, however your grandmother's style, the one I have been teaching you alone, requires them to be truly terrifying. Kushina's eyes widened at that. She had thought her daddy had been teaching her the normal clan style, or maybe his own version, but to learn that she had instead been taught her grandmother's, the one she was named after, personal style. She broke into a very similar grin to that same woman, and Naruto was now slightly worried that his daughter might be a reincarnation of his mother. That would be weird, but for him, not totally out of the realms of possibility. He felt Kurama's nod of agreement at that thought, earning a silent sweat drop from the blonde, who promptly cleared his throat to get back on subject. Naruto continued. Now then, let me show you exactly what I mean. He held up a ram hand sign for a moment before he erupted into smoke and was replaced with the visage of his mother, a perfect replica of the woman the last time he saw her during the rain raid. A standard demon jonin flak jacket, black shirt-sleeved shirt and black moulins fitted pants. Her demon forehead protector was wrapped on her forehead, and red hair was in a high ponytail. Naruto took the liberty of transforming his black katana into her signature red one, a future gift to his daughter he had planned for her 16th birthday, or if she fails to fulfill the requirements, for one of the black blades. Smiling at his daughter, who was starstruck at the sight of her grandmother, only ever seeing her in photographs and paintings from when they were really small, Naruto spoke with his mother's voice as he took up her infamous stance that had sent both Kumo and Kiri packing. Okay. Kushi-chan. Are you ready? That broke Kushina out of her amazement before nodding as she took out her sword and took up this same stance as her father/grandmother, nodding with a smile. Ready, Oba-san! That caught Naruto off guard and he faltered a little bit as Kurama burst a gut in his head, coughing and wheezing. The transformed shinobi wondered if this is how Tsunade felt like whenever he called her that back then. This pause and refocusing however worked in Naruto's favor, as usual with his insane luck, as a group of patrolling Nadeshiko kunoichi spotted the princess confronting an unknown kunoichi on the beach and moved to assist. The patrol of 12 landed between both parties, swords drawn and aimed at the perceived outsider with their leader ordering, Princess Kushina, stand back! We shall deal with this outsider. Kushina looked genuinely befuddled by this turn of events, not sure what to make of it, thus asking, But that is... You think you can stop me? Naruto asks with a dangerously dark smirk upon his mother's visage, lowering her stance slightly and gripping the sword harder. The Tulev kunoichi glared at this bitch before them, who chuckled lowly as she continued. I will have that girl, Databane. Kushina face-palmed. Her daddy was getting way too into this, but then again, these kunoichi were making it too easy for him as they growled at him claiming, You will not touch our princess! She belongs to me! I will not let anyone else have her! Naruto declared boldly and with passion worthy of his mother, thus nailing the performance so well that even Kurama got a shudder at the accuracy of it. The patrol captain growled and charged. Protect the princess! Little 9-year-old, almost 10, Kushina sighed as she knew this was it. Her daddy had to push it, but she also recognized the glint in her daddy's/grandma's eyes as to not interfere with this prank and stepped back. No stopping it now. Raising a single-handed half-bird hand sign in his offhand, as he can't typically make enough chains to match his mother normally, Naruto charged as the chains peeled out, and he charged the patrol group with a grin worthy of his mother's battle junkie tendencies that his father had warned him about during training. For the next hour, Kushina watched as her daddy, transformed into her grandmother, twirled and danced around every single attack and countered effortlessly each time. Even when more showed up and an all-out brawl broke out, her daddy seemed to glide across the battleground with grace and fluidity, all while grinning stupidly. Eventually, though, her mother showed up, having received a report of an intruder beating back half the island, and as they had bright scarlet hair, she had brought Karen with her. They witnessed part of the fighting, and Shizuka had face-bombed upon recognizing both the woman and the fighting style. Of course, her idiot of a husband had to pull off a stunt like this. Karen, though, obviously recognized Chakra's signature but was watching in morbid fascination as Naruto was beating back over a dozen kunoichi so fluidly and gracefully she could only call it a dance. They came at him with swords, kunai, and even ninjutsu, but nothing worked. He twirled, deflected, or outright evaded them all. When the last kunoichi of the impromptu spar fell, the last of the 32, Naruto struck up a pose with a sword above his head and declared, "I am the strongest, Tatabane!" It was then Shizuka and Karen arrived in the middle of the battleground of knockdown or out kunoichi, both clapping dryly before the queen orders. "You can drop the transformation, oh dear idiot husband of mine!" Chuckling, Naruto did so, and in another puff of smoke he returned to normal with a grin. His sword back to its black glory too, and smiled innocently. "Hey guys, just showing Kushi here how the style I am teaching her is used when mastered." They all looked to said daughter, whose eyes had been replaced by stars, cheeks a healthy red, and looked like she was about to pass out in excitement. Shizuka sighed, rubbing her brow, and muttered beneath her breath about troublesome husbands and overeager daughters. This earned 2 pouts and amused chuckle. Random bar out near nowhere. A few days later. Stepping into the bar, a woman with twin hazel ponytails were low but kept her hair away from her cute face and equally hazel eyes. Her hourglass figure drew the attention of men across the establishment, but she had her mission, and Lord Naruto had told her that this was important. "They are of no concern." Stopping before the largest man, who was crouched over on the bar itself, she tugged on her demon Chunin vest for a confidence boost, and before long the kunoichi cleared her throat. The white-haired man glanced back over his shoulder, being careful not to knock over his large scroll, and locked his dark eyes on her hazel. After a moment, recognition flashed across his face as Jiraiya finds himself smirking before commenting. "So you are a kunoichi, huh? Should have known Gela, right?" Gela took the stall at the side of the Toad Sannin, smiling calculatedly before offering back. "That is right, Jiraiya of Toads. Yes, my name is Gela. I am a part of the intelligence department of the Demon Shinobi Force." Jiraiya nodded, though the fact she was telling him suggests that something else is going on, and thus asks, "I see, then you telling me this means—" Gela smiled at his intuition and nodded, pulling out a note from her pocket and sliding it across the worn surface. Seeing her company eye it up suspiciously, she informed, "I was personally given this by my leader to give to you whenever I find you." Jiraiya stared at the note for a moment, knowing that the man at the top was none other than his former student, and so took the note. Peeling apart the paper, breaking the wax seal, the spy master's eyes to the few words written on the pale yellow cardboard and blue brush strokes. It only read, "Land of Waves. Bring friends." Looking back at the demon Chunin, Jiraiya asks, "This is—" Gela continued to smile softly, saying, "You don't have much time," before getting up from her seat and only glanced back at him. "The world is waiting. I'm sure you do not want to miss this crescendo." She then left with confidence out the door. The Leaf Shinobi spots the 3 other demon Chunin kunoichi at the door, and they nod to one another before heading off. Downing his sake, Jiraiya stands as just as he burns the note he spots the rest of the message hidden within it. Operation Endgame begins. This is what caused the Toad Sage to suspect that this was as serious as it gets. The battle-hardened shinobi known as Jiraiya of the Sannin realizes this must be it. The last fight. The last battle. Peace is on the horizon, and he was not missing whatever this Operation Endgame is. As he lands in a clearing beyond the town's perimeter, a large puff of smoke reveals he had summoned a large toad. Jiraiya found himself wondering about everything he had discovered thus far. The truth of the demon shinobi force. Paired that with this note, and the sage can only travel faster home, a cold determination not seen since his fight against Hanzo all those years ago making a return to his jaded eyes. As Gamahiro lands once more, Leaping as far as he can go with his summoner atop his head, Jiraiya finds himself whispering. This is it. The prophecy is at hand. Land of spring, hidden snow. Stepping out onto the balcony above the courtyard filled with shinobi and kunoichi of her land, the daimyo of spring confronted her appointed forces. She had recently received the word to begin the final preparations of a plan a decade in the making. Her long black hair framed her face, that had only light lipstick and pink eyeshadow. Due to the nature of this momentous occasion, she has gone back to classics with her green blouse and pink jacket, paired with black gloves. This was none other than Koiki Kazuhana, also known as the actress Yuki Fujikaze, and right now she was about to order the men and women of her lands to participate in the world's largest mobilization for, hopefully at least, the first and last time. Her Yuki ninja, much like their demon counterparts, are not typically called upon outside their normal area of influence, but this is the one exception, the one time they are not acting as backup for a stronger force, no. They are a part of that very force. This was their time to show that they have something to offer, and they will not let it slip through their grasp. Koyuki's appearance on the balcony hushed the crowd of shinobi, all looking to their leader who had summoned them before her and listened as she spoke. Thank you all for coming. I have the news that you all have been awaiting for. This got a few murmurs, but nothing much, so the daimyo continued. A call was made for our services by the land of demon and their shinobi forces. This got the attention of many, as their demon co-workers are typically a support force, much like themselves, and they have worked with one another on more than a few occasions. They were nowhere near as stuck up as those shinobi of the Big Five, and were more like distant cousins you met after a long time when met in the field. They were the same as them. Koiki continued, knowing she can't actually tell them what exactly was going on until they get to the land of waves due to security concerns. So instead, she offered. As such, 80 of you will be drafted into our full fleet of airships and depart within the hour to back them up. Due to the nature of this mission, I will be going to, and the destination is therefore classified until after we arrive. The few jonin present nodded in understanding. There were only a handful of them, and all had been vetted extensively by external security forces and were subsequently trusted. Thus, a few of them were suspicious of the way this announcement was being made. They too had sensed that burst of intent a few days ago now, and is likely to be linked to this. The use of the airships was a dead giveaway. Koyuki finished. I will say this. Upon our return, we shall hold a celebration of our ascension to the shinobi world's middle level alongside our friends in the demon country. A national holiday for all. Cheers erupt, and now the jonins all knew exactly what wasn't said and were in a state of disbelief at the fact that Operation Endgame has been initialized. This is big. The daimyo nodded as she leaned forward on the stone railing, smiling benevolently at her shinobi forces. Koyuki too was looking forward to showing that her nation too is just as capable as the big names of the world. Ever since the banishment of her friend, the Land of Fire had been balancing themselves on a house of cards that she has recently been told has began collapsing in on itself. They still see themselves as the strongest of the Big Five, but that hadn't been true for years. None just felt it necessary to point that out to them. Never interrupt an enemy making a mistake, and all that. Perhaps she should have gone to that founding festival and not shot the soon-to-be epic new movie, The Biopsy of Her Dearest Friend, where she plays his first wife. The one that saves him from himself and traveled the world saving the regular people. Even without her support, she still wished she had known. By the way, her savior had given his all to save as many people as possible, and she had never been able to repay him. That ends now. With the determination that he had given her, Koyuki Kazuhana will not allow this endgame to fail. Thus ends with, now, prepare for immediate departure. Hi, Lady Daimyo! Land of Earth, Hidden Stone. Kuratsuchi makes her way through the ranks of the 40 selected jonin and gem operatives assigned to this mission. Everyone wanted in on this mission, but operational security was the highest priority, and thus only those who were trusted at the absolute level were chosen. There was going to have cleared all security checks and had no blemishes. The rest are being observed for now. Reaching the front of the formation, the young Kage is met by the two Jinchuriki and her predecessor. With a single nod, they all returned. She turns about and addresses her troops. Kuratsuchi grins as she bellows. Listen up! We got a bunch of people to crush and others to upstage. I expect nothing but the best from you all. You gems are our frontline forces. You explosive core are targeting any installation we come across. She gets nods from the group of elites. These were all the cream of the crop and the best the Havoc-Teir had. They won't let her or their home down. Kuratsuchi grins and finishes with, once we get to Wave, expect other nation shinobi to be there. Best behavior. She turns her back before finally ordering, move out! Alongside her, they all vanish into the plains of rock and stone, leaving their home to confront the last enemy of theirs and prove they can withstand any challenge to their reign. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud. I leads his troops of 60 jonin and 2 jinchuriki through his home village in a small parade towards the gates with the look of absolute seriousness that brokered no argument. Even before looking upon his face, the fact that he had his old jonin armor on meant that whatever they were going up against was as serious as it got. Having gone up against the likes of the Yellow Flash and the Wicked Eye in the previous war, I knew better than anyone that things can end in less than a second, and this battle was likely to be on a whole different level than any previous. Especially if this was anything like the Hidden Rain raid. He was there too. Many forget that, as he was overshadowed by the Namikes, Uzumaki, and cooperative tailed beasts. The jutsu being flung around was all S-class at minimum. The speeds in use made him look like any run-of-the-mill jonin, and subsequently reminded the Reikage that war is not to be taken lightly. He is fast, but there are people out there who are faster. He is strong, but there are people out there who are stronger. After that battle, I dove back into training like he used to, pushing himself beyond the limits he believed he had. How foolish he was back then. Limits? Only the ones he put on himself. Due to this, his strength has grown exponentially, and this armor is now required for him to go all out, and a favor-turned-gift from his fastest jonin. I grins viciously at being finally able to cut loose against someone, and finally remind everyone that he's a bolt of lightning with the strength of an island. Halfway to the gate, Karui notices that Samui is readjusting her new Kumo flak jacket again, and seemingly still uncomfortable with it. Unlike her demon-issue jacket, the blonde couldn't zip it, nor was it supportive for her rather unique figure, and thus wasn't able to get comfortable with it. Eventually, the red-haired, golden-eyed kunoichi spoke up. Just change to your demon jacket once we clear the gate. Samui glanced over at her fellow kunoichi walking beside her and thought on it for a moment before nodding, releasing her hold on the white garment, replying with, That's cool. I will do that. Won't that cause problems with the guys in Demon? Darui asks, glancing back over his shoulder at the squad behind him, but the trio of fresh jonin shook their heads with Omoi answering, Nah, they know us. They won't say anything. Upon the jonin leader's nod and turn back to the front, Omo's thoughts continued. Though, maybe they might split us up. Then maybe we'd have to fight under them instead of the Reikage. Karui smirked, mischievous glint in her eyes as she adds to his diatribe. Oh, you'd like that, right? Being paired with a certain gray-haired Uzumaki kunoichi? This halted the tumbling thoughts of the white-haired jonin, causing him to let out a tired sigh that Darui felt in his bones, and caused him to seemingly summon a pop from nowhere to pop into his mouth. Omoi decided to ignore that kind of behavior and divert the conversation, more like nudging it a bit for discretion's sake. It isn't like I am the only one. Offering what he hoped would be perceived as a knowing look, he glances to his troublesome redhead friend, who actually paused and gained a slightest hint of pink that was lightly masked by her own caramel complexion. The lack of response or rebuttal from Karui actually caused more than a few people to glance back at her, that she studiously ignored as she huffed and grumbled incoherently. Samui's side eye at the redhead was sub-zero and sharper than anything known to man or god, a slight hum from her lightning chakra simmering just beneath her skin in warning. Ahead of them, Yujuto too had to take several deep, discreet breaths as her eyes had gone full bijou at her figuring out what Samui had. Thankfully, her cloak did not appear, but that was another issue she'd have to face later on. For now, she'll put that behind her and shelve it for this mission. This is her chance to prove that she can work with the Uzumaki family in unison and not disrupt their balance. Matatabi too agreed with her host's assessment and decision on this matter, thus aided in keeping her chakra under control. I's bellowing voice dragged everyone's attention to his back as he refused to turn back and continued his calm, calculated steps forward. This is it, everyone! The final fight, the final battle, the final hurdle before us, and we shall not let the world, the nation nor Kumo down. We are going to smash and crush anything in our way and rid the world of this enemy, and come home victorious. He roared at the end, and the whole village seemed to match his enthusiasm and vigor, shaking the mountain range the village was situated within. Some would later find out that the people in the neighboring lands had heard their battle cry. Grinning murderously as they passed the gates of Kumogakyu no Sato, I roared once more. Forward! He leads the dash down the path towards the rendezvous point with the Hidden Frosts detachment before they swing around to get to the airships meeting them in Hot Spring. I really loves this alliance, and the benefits that it brings Kumo in return. Land of wind, hidden sand? Gaara no Sabaka stands among one of many dunes within the land he calls home, arms crossed, eyes closed and posture relaxed. Reviewing all his most important milestones of his life since that fateful invasion and his meeting with his brother in all but blood, gives him some greater insight into how important this operation is. Another breeze passes over his still form, the lower part of his crimson cloak bellows as it passes but does not appear to bother his contemplation. His battle against his brother changed everything. Gave him a drive for a brighter fate. Since then, he has gained his siblings back. Gained a student who slowly became far more important, and eventually showed him what love was supposed to be. His now wife gave him 2 beautiful children and a home to protect with all his might. Even more than the village as a whole, his precious people are to be defended, and even his former tormentors is among that list. Yes. Compared to his young self that only sought his own safety, he now seeks the safety of the world, his land, his village, his family, and most importantly, Gaara's teal eyes make a return to the endless desert's visual landscape when his forces arrived at his back. They were as hard as any substance known to the universe as he turned back and faced the force of 28 Jonin, Temari at their head, and 12 puppeteers of the puppet corps, Kankuro at their head. They stood at perfect attention, faces blank of any emotion and eyes that mirror their Kazakage, but heard as the redhead Kage spoke. You have all been vetted and selected for this final operation of the Alliance. Operation Endgame. None dared even acknowledge the breeze that crossed over the dunes or the sun that beams down on them, and just remained still. Gaara continued unprompted. The entire Alliance is deploying to confront the enemy this time, and we are not excluded from this. From now until we arrive, we will not stop nor will we speak to maintain absolute operation security. He turns his back and prepares to depart with his final words being, This is for our future. We shall not fail. Nadeshiko Palace. Shizuka, the new queen, steps out from the main palace building and into the courtyard she had fought Erika and Anu in to find her selected forces for the upcoming battle of Operation Endgame. She was back in her old Nadeshiko uniform with minor modifications. The form-fitting outfit was dark and showed off her still athletic but curvaceous body, despite having 3 kids. A benefit of being an active kunoichi and having a husband who is in greater shape than even she is. The normal cutout, that had previously allowed her sizable cleavage to be seen, was absent and covered with armor, hidden seals on the underside, as only her husband has the privilege to see them now. Like her chest armor, her right shoulder guard had been enhanced by her husband's seals and hold the family sigil, with her gloves now being armor-plated too, reaching halfway to her elbow. Her black headband is now on her left arm, above the demon one, and her personal kunai pouches replaced the standard-issued ones worn by her sisters of the island. At her side was none other than her husband, Naruto, who was in his demon Jonin attire with a few additions. His long roguish hair was tied back in a low ponytail, and the black headband of Nadeshiko keeps the rest from falling over his eyes. His right side, like his wife, has the Nadeshiko armor worked into his gear, and on his back was his infamous black meter and a bit long ode katana. It was secured in his specifically made chakra harness that allows him to draw it quickly, fluidly, and without any issues, unlike most long-form blades holstered there. His family's three-pronged kunai can be seen dominating both his kunai pouches. The queen and her consort stand before the group Ren had selected for this task force to work under the queen's direct command under the Operation Endgame mandate. Despite Naruto now holding a Jonin rank within Nadeshiko's Kunoichi program, things have yet to fully stabilize, so next time he takes the field he can lead in her stead. Then again, he is already super busy most times, so it's a moot point. Scanning the crowd showed plenty of familiar faces with the likes of the Grey Fortress Commander Akagi, a handful of her subordinates alongside her, and even Erika with Anu at her side. Both looking as serious as the rest and totally not ogling up their newest Jonin. The ones standing out the most are none other than Aichi, Kata, and Tashiro, as their uniforms were all blinding orange and neon blue. Naruto hasn't taken off that seal and is tempted to leave it active until the very last moment before they strike. He'll see, but right now he tunes in to listen to his wife, Shizuka, speaking to the crowd. You have no doubt already been briefed already. We can't spare any more than this, as our borders are still being probed on occasion, so we have prioritized quality over quantity. Naturally, chests were puffed up at that declaration, and it was purposefully done as the queen continued. We are one of the closest to the rally point, and so we may end up having to wait a bit, but it should not be an issue. We depart to the south, so do one final check before meeting on the southern beach. Dismissed. Hi, Lady Shizuka. As they all go over the final checks as ordered, the royal couple is approached by Karen, Kushina, and Tokiwa. Shizuka was the first to speak, looking to her guardian. Tokiwa, I will be leaving Kushina in your capable hands. Please protect her as you did me all those years ago. Tokiwa smiled softly, nodding as she replied. You can count on me, Your Highness. Naruto, though, kneels down before his flower princess to meet her eye to eye, clearly seeing her nervousness at this situation, and spoke calmly. Kushi. Once this is over, and before everything gets too crazy, I promise to take you out on a daddy-daughter day. Just the two of us, okay? Kushina nodded once, sniffling as she hugged her daddy, a daddy that was leaving her again. Over the last year and a bit, they had been apart all the time. Sure, he sent a clone on her birthday, but it wasn't the same as having the real daddy, and now he is going again. Sniffling again, she whispered. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. Naruto replied instantly, as they break apart, and he smiles softly at her while lifting his pinky finger. The 9-year-old did not waste time and hooked her own with it. Suddenly her mother hooked hers too, drawing the new princess of Nadeshiko's attention to the emeralds of Shizuka, who whispers. We both pinky promise, baby. Okay? Kushina's blues glisten in relief as she nods, whispering back. Okay, mama. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Episode 21. Land of Earth, Waterfall Border. At the head of the formation of Hidden Stone Shinobi was Kuratsuchi, who suddenly heard something unusual on the wind. She was soon joined by Han, who ran up on her side and commented. Kuro, incoming from the north. Looking northward, the Kage-level Kunoichi's eyes widened in disbelief as 6 flying craft were heading towards them. Upon closer inspection, she notices a very familiar sigil upon the side of the large flying constructs before they all abruptly come about and head directly towards her forces. After signing a halt and coming to a stop in an open plain, the Havoc-Teir shinobi watch as they all descended calmly and in a clearly controlled manner. As they land in a line ahead of the force, at a respectable distance, the front ramps lower and out steps none other than the daimyo of Spring Country, Koiki Kazahana. A few of her Yuki shinobi stepping out afterwards, Kuratsuchi stepped forward alone and meeting the actress in the middle, asking immediately, What are you? Koyuki raised a hand, bringing the Earth resident to silence as she gazed across the forest silently for a few moments, then looking to the Kage and stating, "You are taking part in Operation Endgame, right?" Upon the Kage's nod, she continued swiftly. "Then mount up. We need to meet up with the Suna group and we can give you a lift directly to Wave after that." "You can't be serious?" Kuratsuchi asked, but the light blue-violet eyes of the daimyo did not flicker or falter under the Kage's scrutiny. After a moment, the kunoichi asks, "Is it safe?" "Naturally," Koyuki replied, snipped, not liking her people's pride and joy being questioned by people still not aligned with them. She's doing them a favor and this is how they repay it. Twirling on her heels, the daimyo returns to the vessel from whence she came as she added, "This is Alliance technology given form. Accept the ride or not, we cannot and will not wait forever." Kuratsuchi watched this civilian stroll back into the vessel and thought on it for a moment. This is Alliance technology. If it's good enough for them, then why the heck not? Turning back to her shinobi, she grins and nods before ordering, "Split up! Spread yourselves among these Alliance transports." "Hi, Lady Tsuchikage." There was plenty of hesitation about this, but again, none would ever dare say that those of the stone were wimps. As the 6 craft were loaded and began to take off, Kuratsuchi arrived at the bridge of the lead vessel that had Koyuki sitting in the center and listened as she commanded. "Location! Their beacon is reporting from the border with rain." The actress nodded stoically before ordering, "Set course through Claw and around the land of rain." "Yes, ma'am." "What is the position of craft 7 and 8? Koyuki asked, looking to the comm officer again, and after a moment he reports back. "They report that they have the Lightning and Frost groups in sight." "Good. We are slightly behind, but we can make up the time," Koyuki commented before looking to the helmsman and ordering, "Full ahead. The Kazekage is not one to be late to meet with." "By your word, ma'am." The vessel's cruising speed increases noticeably as the actress looks to her new arrival, who looks back and was slightly wobbly in the knees, like most on their first few flights, and so Koyuki asks, "Can I help you?" "Kuratsuchi." "Fourth Tsuchikage," Kuratsuchi informed, and the dark-haired woman chuckled lightly, before replying, "Oh, I know who you are, Lady Tsuchikage. My little maelstrom has mentioned you on occasion." For some reason, Kuratsuchi felt like she should whack the brat for that, but she plastered on a diplomatic mask and replied, "Nothing too flattering, I hope." Koyuki snorted, but like the lady she was, while leaning back into her captain's chair and watched as the clouds passed by for a few moments, then replying as if distracted, "If we are speaking of the same guy, you know the answer to that." Kuratsuchi growled in irritation, grumbling, "I'll kill him." "I'd prefer you did after I get what I want from him first," Koyuki commented airily as she leaned her cheek against her extended fingers while observing the bridge of her flagship calmly. Curiosity won out in Kuratsuchi's brief mental battle and thus asked, just as the daimyo knew she would, "Which is?" "A bun in my oven," Koyuki said casually. That caused the kunoichi to face plant. The actress smirked. Oh, she was going to enjoy messing with this stone ninja. Land of hot springs, eastern coastline. Ida looks over the small gathering of shinobi. It is getting rather late, but doesn't want to unpack their camping gear as their rides should be here momentarily, and it would be a waste to order it now. B was off rapping with a few of the frost shinobi, Darui was cloud watching, and Yujito was meditating by the looks of it. Yujito, makes sense actually. She is likely more on edge than the rest of them after what she has been going through since the festival. The Land of Demon Founding Festival. How could he have forgotten about it? Regardless, it seems she's accepted her feelings for her fellow blonde, which is an opportunity but also a curse. Letting out a discreet sigh, I knows full well that his jonin will not be receptive towards any kind of relationship with her, and that could only lead to pain on Yujito's end. Something needs to be done. Maybe after this operation is over he could challenge the punk to an all-out spar for a favor. Grunting with a nod, that sounds like a plan. The rakage catches the glint in the clouds that draws his gaze up to the 2 airships closing in on them, and a quick glance at the sun indicates they are on time. Good. Things are going to schedule that the Alliance has given. Thus, I takes a breath before bellowing. Prepare for boarding! The ninja all around collect up their gear and the relaxation is done with, gathering up anything that lay around, and the rakeage watches the flying craft descend over the land, passing over them before touching down on the edge of the clearing and hanging over the sea. I makes his way over, strolling calmly towards the two vessels, B quickly arriving at his side, so he orders. Take the other one, B. Wordlessly, Killer B inclined his head and moves towards the second one, and the forces of cloud and frost intermix between the two ships with little fuss. I was glad that everyone was taking this as seriously as the situation demanded of them. Even his brother isn't rapping consistently, but only during these down times. It's a welcome change, but they are effectively at war, so it is to be expected. As the last shinobi board the ship, I nods to B, who returns it, and both climb aboard their respective transports that promptly take off and head towards the objective. At this rate, they may launch earlier than originally planned and in line with the original plan in case of an intel leak. A final level of security that only the Kages and the daimyo of Spring know of. Paranoid? Maybe. Dealing with the likes of Root, Akatsuki, and the like requires numerous redundancy and countless contingency plans and measures. Security is never guaranteed nor bulletproof after all. Though, as the craft return to the sky, I just hopes things are going to plan elsewhere. Land of Wind, border with Land of Rain. Garo arrives on the bridge of the flagship Spring airship, finding an annoyed Kuratsuchi and a smirking daimyo of Spring sitting in her centralized chair with a general sense of accomplishment around her. He breaks the silence with his, "Thank you for the collection, Lady Daimyo." Koiki looks to him with a smile, the glint the Kazekage knew too well from his brother-in-arms fading as she spoke. "Not at all, Lord Kazekage. I am sorry for the delay, though as you can see, Iwagakure was rather out of the way and not so cooperative at first." Gara nodded before looking to Kuratsuchi, who kicked off the wall she was leaning against, and she spoke first. "This woman is nothing but a pervert." The Kazekage rose a brow at that announcement, but the daimyo chuckled softly, elegantly, and replied, "I am no pervert, Lady Tsukikage. Just a lady who knows what and who she wants. Is that wrong?" Another smirk on her face that tells Gara that he suddenly had stuff to deal with elsewhere. Thus, before Kuratsuchi could respond, he did. "Well, I will ensure our forces are not getting into a fight down below. Please let me know when we arrive." Before promptly removing himself from this cat fight. Nothing good ever comes from trying to interject, or even try and negate the damages between such. Honestly, his one wife was enough of a headache to deal with. How in the sage does Naruto deal with two? The last thing he heard from the bridge was the frustrated yell of Kuratsuchi and a demure giggle from the Spring daimyo. Yep, definitely not getting involved with whatever those two are up to. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. Jiraiya's hard landing directly beside the Kage office surprised many, with the thundering crash shaking the entire village and startling more than a few of the residents nearby. It also drew the attention of his teammate, who snapped back to find the telltale signs of the summon dispersing, which was unusual for her oldest friend, as he never normally rides his summons directly into the village like that. Appearing through the window, as serious as ever, Tsunade was about to ask when Jiraiya did first. "How fast can you put together a full combat battalion?" The Hokage took a few moments to digest, then contemplate that question, before offering her own. "Depends on who the target is?" "In truth," Jiraiya began with a slight frown, before continuing. "I only have an idea and it isn't certain, but I have a reasonable expectation that it is Root." Tsunade's eyes hardened at that, asking for more information. "Then why ask for a battalion so suddenly?" Jiraiya knew he'd likely have to start from the beginning, but then again, in order to get who he wants for this, he will push his luck and look to the corner. "Get your Umbu to grab that brat Shikaku and maybe the other clan heads." The Umbu the Toad Hermit was staring at only reacted when their leader nodded and vanished, alongside their squad, to gather the clan heads. The veteran shinobi and sage looks back to his Hokage. Jiraiya continued. "I was contacted by the Demon Shinobi Intelligence Department." Tsunade rose a blonde brow at that, urging him to continue. "I don't know the details, but somehow they had been tracking me and gave me a note. That is why I am here." Where is this note? Burned it. Jiraiya informed with a lazy shrug, causing Tsunade to frown, so he continued. It is pretty standard procedure for intelligence officers to do so. He then grinned as he added. That is why there was a second note that reacted to the flames and told me the rest. We don't have much time, which is why. Jiraiya turned to the room at large where all the clan heads had body flickered in, their heirs with them, but the old toad hermit didn't care about that right now, so he began his explanation. To speed this up, I will speak candidly. Everyone nodded and the Anbu commander abruptly stepped out from the shadows, their dragon mask standing out against the numerous jonin present. After taking a deep breath, Jiraiya announced. The Alliance is mobilizing for war. Gasps from the room as a whole, Tsunade going pale as she spoke. But they said that. We are not their target. Jiraiya was quick to rectify his statement, allowing everyone to exit Defcon 1 and pay attention as he continued. I haven't had time to look too deep into this, but from what I have gathered, the Demon Shinobi Force is actually an international force that targets groups of similar types. He paused for a moment, deciding to explain it differently, and after a nod he adds. Think of the Demon Shinobi Force as the hidden leaf. The Shinobi villages are clans, and just like how you have village missions, they also have clan missions too. Eyes widened in shock at that, understanding in a few, and narrowed eyes by the Hokage as she asks. So when they said that the Demon Shinobi program doesn't exist? Right, it is a very unique program that doesn't train their own. Jiraiya confirms with a nod, before continuing. Rather, whenever shinobi operate beyond their own nation's treaties and the like, they can don their Demon Shinobi headband and go on as they please. A stunned state of mind fell upon the room at that, but Jiraiya had no time for that, clearing his throat as he continued. That is for later. Right now we need to prepare a military assault force. This snapped Shikaku and Dragon's attention to him, the Nara asking. For what purpose, Lord Jiraiya? Operation Endgame. Jiraiya informed, earning raised brows room wide, but it was Dragon who responded. Lord Jiraiya, we do not have. No, we don't. Jiraiya cut the masked commander off, knowing that already, so he presses. The Alliance does though. None spoke for a second before Shikaku fielding. That has what to do with us? Simple. The Toad Sage states blandly, arms folding across his chest as he continued. We have been invited to participate. The tactical geniuses of the Nara both rose brows at that, in unison, so Jiraiya elaborated. A member of the Demon Intel Network contacted me. Gave me a note that stated simply, Land of Waves, bring friends. Shibi was the one to voice the question. You believe this operation is in the Land of Wave? Jiraiya nodded before explaining. Yes. The operative who gave it to me said we did not have a lot of time. Funny enough, I had met her before and had no idea she was a fellow spy like me. Not with a killer body like. He found a paperweight smack into his face, knocking him into the wall, and Tsunade growling, irritated. Not now, pervert. Chuckling nervously as he stands, Jiraiya rubs his cheek that took the blow before getting back on subject after clearing his throat. Well, when I burnt the note, a second message appeared briefly with the words, Operation Endgame begins. Everyone nodded, easily putting things together after that, and so Tsunade looks to Shikaku and asks, How long before we can get a full combat unit ready? Shikaku responded immediately. If we take from the Q-Ref and not the Anbu? Maybe 2 hours at the earliest. Should we not send my Anbu? Dragon asks out of curiosity, but it was another who answered. Unwise. All eyes looked to the window where 3 cats sat. One had clean white fur, golden eyes, and elegance in her posture as she stared at the dragon-masked Anbu with clear intelligence. This feline was flanked by 2 more, both house cats, and one had a pink ribbon on its right ear. The Fire Daimyo wife's cat, Tora, the bane of Genin Shinobi, the leaf over for decades. The final one had a coat of deep gray fur that was short, brilliantly blue eyes that betrayed its hidden intelligence and cunning. Despite its feline appearance, Tsunade swore it was smirking like a fox at her for some reason, though as it began to lick its paw, she shook it off. The status was broken by Hayashi, who narrowed his eyes at the 2 summons, asking coldly, You are Isabel. Personal summons of Yujito ni of Kumo. The cat nodded simply, confirming. Yes, that is I. The great Isabel and future head cat of the Hellcats. She puffed up her chest, but the rolled eyes from her companions took a bit away from that performance, and Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she asked curtly. So you are the ones causing havoc within our village as of late. The two male cats both looked smug, lifting their heads in pride at the absolute anarchy they had inflicted on civilians, genin and chunin alike. None were spared, not even the daimyo's wife, who had to return to the capital for specialist treatment for mental trauma. After the blue-furred Tora had been freed from her crushing grasp, he had joined his newest friend who only went by Cow, and the two hunted down genin teams to sabotage their missions. Added laxatives onto the chunin's food pills and even stole about a quarter of all chunin vests the village had. They still haven't been located. Their crowning achievement would have been the catification of the Hokage monument, but Umbu had caught them gathering supplies and they had to abandon the plan. In revenge, the Umbu had been consistently caught up in accidents when patrolling the village. They had to call a code orange for the first time in a long time and secured every exit to the Umbu quarters and living areas. They had dealt with one prankster before, they knew what the signs of retaliation were and knew it was only a matter of time. Isabel waved that accusation off before claiming, I would never do something so unsightly. Though as she spoke there was a massive eruption of pink smoke off on the east side of the village, large enough to be seen from this distance. The Hokage raised a brow at the sight while maintaining her deadpan. Isabel professionally ignored it, along with the following green plume and the following blue by the front gate. Cow and Tora looked to one another before nodding in unison, telling all who was responsible for the misfortune of those in the blast wave of their recent. It wasn't them, and you couldn't prove it. As I was saying, Isabel continued, firmly ignoring the piercing stares before adding, your masked shinobi would be ill-advised to take. It took a few moments before Shikaka finally replied. And why would you say? Meow. Cow cut in and all looked to him for a moment, before realizing he is just a cat. Then Isabel nodded to him before looking back at the pigtailed blonde and elaborating. As my colleague was saying, the humans all deadpanned and a few caught the explosion of feathers in the near distance, in the market district, in the corner of their eyes and chose to ignore it as the summon continued. Our enemy wear masks. So it is rude then. Tsunade commented, earning a nod from two of the three felines, causing all to look to the Hokage, and she looked to Dragon while saying, Keep your troops here and raise the alert level to full. Dragon nodded before fading into the darkness, allowing the Kage to look to Shikaku and his son and adding, Rally a quick reaction force. We leave in an hour. The two Nara nod, the older of the two body flickering away to begin, whereas Shikamaru asks, I want to take a part in. Gather the rookies. Tsunade instructs, earning a nod from them all before they all body flicker out too, and she turns to her teammate then continued. Did you learn anything else? Jiraiya shook his head before answering. Did not have time. I rushed back after I got that note. But maybe. He looked to the window, but the three cats were already gone and he frowned. Tsunade had followed his gaze and noticed the same thing, thus commented. Those cats. The sound of a scream can be heard and a chicken squawk came in through the window, managed to earn a sigh from the sitting Kage. Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi were both sitting outside their usual haunt, the Dango's shop, when a chunin covered in feathers ran past, followed by a bunch of civilian women screaming at him. This caused both interrogators to follow the commotion with their eyes for a few moments before Anko commented. Another victim. The imposing man opposite her glanced to his fellow jonin and asked. This is a common occurrence? Anko shrugged as she pulled out the stick from her dango, chewing then swallowing before replying. Yeah. Somewhat. For the past few days someone been pranking the village constantly. Ibiki rose a brow before asking. Is it not that grandson of the third? Anko waved that off, dismissing it as she finishes the stick she had and aimed it at the fence on her right. Nah, they are way too discreet and elaborate for that runt. They have caught Umbu. Ibiki nodded as he lifted his tea to his mouth. hearing the thud from the thrown dango stick into the wall, but what he didn't expect was Anko suddenly whispering, "Oh, that makes sense now." He looked at his coworker, whose gaze was looking past him, and he followed it to see a pair of cats walking across the wooden wall Anko had been throwing her sticks at. The second one was Tora, the fire daimyo's cat, but the leading one he didn't recognize, and so Ibiki asks, "You know that cat?" Anko chuckled with a grin, replying lowly, "Not personally, no. Though, from what the Hyuga has said about him, he's a house cat that has been trained by the Kitsune summoning clan, their boss and summoner in espionage." Ibiki nodded, understanding that now, and so asks, "So, a prankster then? Of the highest caliber?" Anko confirmed lowly, not taking her eyes off the gray-furred saboteur. Even Ibiki had to admit, even he would never have suspected such a thing possible from a mere house cat. A perfect infiltrator. Hats off to Naruto for that. He listened as Anko whispered, "His name, though, may surprise you." "Oh, yeah. His name is Agent Calmarino," Anko informed her boss, expecting something from his family name being used by the secret agent of the Kitsune, but all she got was a light grunt, then a smirk. It was then the cat caught the senior interrogation expert's gaze, black staring into blue for a full 10 seconds with no movement shared. Surprisingly, the cat bowed to the man first, and Ibiki just nodded back in understanding, ordering, "Get moving, agent. You are on mission." Immediately the cats both vanish as instructed, causing Anko to gawk at that. Ibiki though wondered if he should contact Naruto or not. If he can train a house cat as a saboteur, what would it take to train an Umbu team in that same art? Land of Waves. Stepping into the beach from the island hopping, the Nadeshiko group are panting and somewhat exhausted, but Naruto and Shizuka seem fine. The others take a moment to catch their breath, though Ren was the one to mutter, "How can you have so much stamina?" Both the S-class shinobi smirked at the sight, with their queen replying calmly, "We are S-ranked for a reason, Ren. It is not just for show." Kyoto recovered the fastest, Karen shortly after, and the others were soon able to manage to get back to their feet and followed after the two who had already moved off. This is not the place or time to lag behind. It took a few minutes before they reached a familiar house to Kyoto, the place her daughter was born, and the married couple knocked on the door promptly. It did not take long for the occupants to open it, revealing Inari, who went wide-eyed and smiled brightly as he claimed, "Nisan." Naruto smirked and nodded, replying, "Inari. Your mother home?" "I am, Naruto-kun." Tsunami appearing beside her son and smiling softly, then, upon recognizing his company, continued seamlessly, "Oh, and you brought Shuchan. It's been too long, young lady." Shizuka smiled as the two embrace and whispering back, "It has been, Tsunami. Sorry for being out of contact for so long." As they break apart, the civilian waved a hand at her as if to dismiss that statement, then Tsunami added, "It is no problem. You two are very busy people. I am glad you all could visit me this often." Shizuka nodded and allowed the two family members to see the gathering of shinobi, spotting Kyoto, who waved at them, and Tsunami added, Kyoto-chan. How's Koki-chan?" "Well, she and her sister are inseparable these days," Kyoto replied with a sense of longing, earning a nod from her fellow mothers, but Naruto retook the conversation. "Inari, I need you to spread word that an international task force will be arriving here any hour now." Both locals blinked olishly at that for a moment before mother looks to her son, Inari asking hesitantly, "International task force?" The group all nod, with Shizuka adding, "Yes, this is the meeting point for our final mission. Everyone is coming here." Inari swallowed hard but nodded, stepping out beside them and replying, "I will get to it right away. No need to be discreet this time, Inari." Naruto informed as the man nodded, the younger man replying, "Take care of my mom, wife and daughter, please." Again, the group of Nadeshiko Kunoichi all nod to him as he ran off to spread the word. Naruto looked back to his oldest friend and asked, "Do you mind if we set up our base camp out back? Next to the lake?" Tsunami shook her head, smiling widely as she replied, "Not at all. Can I expect you for dinner too? Shizuka nodded and smiled in her response. We would like that. It would be nice to catch up. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. Tsunade stood at the main gate of the village, fully armed and equipped for war in her Jonin armor gear and headband, having gotten them out of storage for this mission. Jiraiya too was looking like he was about to go to war at her side as the two veterans looked over the gathering of shinobi before them. All the big clans have come out in force, the clan heads and the heirs are all present and accounted for. Teams 7 through to 15 are in attendance, again, equipped for all-out war, and even Shizen with a medical group fully loaded and prepared for the worst. The tension was unrecordable as they had just been ordered to gather in a wartime loadout. As such, the Yamanaka had their mental devices with them. Medical tents and the like were being carried by the 4 squads of medical ninjas. Even the Inuzuka dogs had backpacks of supplies. The young were all nervous but determined. The veterans knew better than their children that the Hokage would only order this if it was absolutely required, and one look at her tells them all they need to know. Despite the crowd of civilians at the gate, watching this display from a distance, Tsunade began firmly. We have reason to believe that the Shinobi Alliance is currently undergoing a full mobilization for an imminent strike. Many swallowed at that declaration. Are they about to fight against? We are not the target. Tsunade explained swiftly, sensing their thoughts and putting them to rest, then adding. However, we have been invited to fight alongside them. We have since decided that, due to the nature of this conflict, and its proximity to us, we have to be a part of it. Earning nods from the group at large, Jiraiya speaks next, serious as anyone has ever seen him. We are meeting up with the assault force currently gathering in the Land of Waves. Just then, the noise of chopping wind drew all eyes up to witness 6 flying craft passing them by in the near distance, the insignias of Land of Spring and Demon Shinobi clearly visible on the sides and were clearly heading in the direction of Wave. Tsunade looks to Jiraiya, who nodded, and they looked back to their gathered shinobi, who were all shocked as they watched them pass by. The Hokage bellowed. As you can see, things are already happening and we cannot fall behind. It is time for our will of fire to burn away the last enemies of the shinobi world. That snapped everyone back on task and salute her while chanting. Hi, Lady Hokage. Tsunade nodded firmly as she turned her back and called out. Move forward! Charging down the path, her shinobi following after and rapidly disappearing into the distance. Those still active of the Konoha 12 all had the same thought. We are coming, Naruto. Choji slumped down in his seat in the break room of one of his family restaurants, having just got back from seeing off his former teammates. A part of him was upset that he couldn't go with them, looking to the prosthetic arm of his that doesn't work with the clan jutsu he uses. He let out a sigh of defeat before a sudden meow caught his attention, and looking up from his hand was a cat, gray fur and bright blue eyes. Yakimichi rose a hazel brow at that before it dropped a scroll it was holding in its mouth, then nudged it towards him. Curious, Choji took the offered scroll and inspected the outside for traps that earned a roll eye from the cat that in turn caused the big-boned former shinobi to sweat drop. Upon opening it, 2 things happened. A puff of smoke from the scroll revealed a note, and Choji dropped the scroll down in shock. The paper floated down in front of the teen, who grabbed it and read over its contents. Dear Choji Akimichi, I know you probably wasn't expecting me to send you this letter, and honestly I am nervous about it too. That being as it may, I spoke to your father the day before last, and he thanked me for allowing you to get home. It was weird because I thought he would be super mad, but I was wrong. I am sorry, Choji. I still see you as a friend. Though, as your dad said, and no doubt Shikamaru and you have figured out, I did what I did to protect my family from the village elders and clan politics. I wanted to show you what it is I was fighting for and to give you context for my actions. I am trusting you with this and a gift too. Naruto Uzumaki. P.S. The seal will only react to the first chakra to flow into it. It is a secure seal for you only. Choji nodded, ignoring the tears gathering in his eyes, before then looking to the scroll and the square on it. Without much preamble, he pumped his chakra in it, and out popped 2 things. First, was a full plate of Shino's infamous pulled pork that smelled absolutely divine to the Akimichi, and his stomach was demanding to be sated. Through pure willpower, Choji dragged his eyes to the small papers beneath it, and pulled it out to reveal a photograph that caused the big-boned Akimichi to smile truthfully and nod to what he originally thought about his friend. It was a photograph of Naruto, two ladies, a younger teen, and a bunch of kids all smiling at the camera. Beneath it read, "My family." That is when he noticed a second slip of paper, and parting the two showed Naruto with two red heads, his arms around them both with smiles, one he recognized from the wave fight. Beneath it read, "My clansmen." Again, Choji nodded so that his deduction was accurate as he wiped his tears. Naruto was fighting for them all and not actually fighting to fight them. That put him at ease, and the loss was far more bearable now. His stomach growled again, and his eyes locked on to the still steaming dish ahead of him, gleaming in interest. Recovering a fork from the kitchen, Choji delicately prodded and pulled some of the meat roll apart, and watched as it merely fell apart on contact. It was that tender. Upon the first bite, his world went white. This, by the log. As Choji was having his out-of-body experience, he missed the cat erupting into smoke. His super-secret mission had been completed, so it was now time for Agent Cal Marino to report back to command. This report is going to be very interesting. Land of Waves. The sound of whirling winds drew eyes up from the Nadeshiko campground to witness one of the flying ships followed by another shortly after, and the two do a wide circuit around the island and catching everyone's attention. Naruto stands from his seat at the fireplace, watching them before calling out, "Ren, with me." Said Kunoichi stands too and joins his side as he strolls off away from the town, as no doubt they are planning to land at the docks unless instructed otherwise. The two leap through trees for a quick journey to a random clearing which looked big enough for both craft. A quick inspection before Naruto looks to his former captain and orders, "I need a fireball, straight up." She rose an eyebrow but nodded and went through the hand signs before aiming up and breathing out a decent-sized blast. She noticed immediately that Naruto had breathed out a wind blast to strengthen her jutsu, causing it to bloom brighter and wider, clearly gaining attention far and wide. The second the flames died down, the craft appeared above them and gently moving into a landing approach. A few minutes of their maneuvering, both crafts set down calmly, and the winds finally died down as the engines are shut down. The ramps drop and out comes the Kumogakure/Frost group led by none other than I himself. Smirking, Naruto unfolded his arms and stepped forward, Ren at his side dutifully, to greet the hulk of a man. When the two got close they bumped fists and had matching grins, I speaking first. "Been a while, brat." "It has, old man." Naruto's swift response as their fists drop, looking over the force brought forward and nodding as he met the familiar visages of Team Yujito when Killer Bee stepped up with a grin and presented his fist. Another bump and nod before Naruto gestured to follow. "Come! Have your troops set up a camp. We have a few days before the deadline. The headquarters is this way." I nodded and signaled to the group leaders before following after his Jonin, B and Yujito following in his wake. As they traveled I asked, "So, who else is here?" "Just the Nadeshiko squadron currently. I expect my own forces late evening or tomorrow morning at the latest," Naruto informed calmly, getting a nod from the rakeage, so he added, "The Kiri group will be any hour now. Iwagakure and Sunagakure before sundown. Sounds like everything is going to plan," I commented as they breached the tree line to see the small Lake Team 7 train beside during their first C-rank mission. That turned A rank, and Naruto nodded as he stepped seamlessly onto the water surface. "Hopefully it stays that way." They reached the headquarters in the back of Tsunami's home, meeting with Shizuka, who offered them all stiff nods, and the arrivals returned it back, all looking down at the marked-out map. I, B, and Naruto were swift to orient themselves with the mapping and current outline. Though Yujito had followed Shizuka, who had signaled her to do so, and once they were very clearly far enough away from even the male blonde's advanced hearing, the new queen looked to the container and spoke lowly. "You're in love with him, right?" "That is not." "I hope not." Shizuka commented, blank-faced, and noticed the suppressed emotions in her eyes but listened as Yujito's response. Listen, Shizuka. I get that you are unhappy with the fact that myself and others have seen the same things you have within Naruto. I understand that. Taking a deep breath, Yujito continued. But you need to back off a bit. I have respect for both of you, I honestly do, and we have been friends and comrades for long enough for you to know I would never betray you like that. Shizuka knew this too. Maybe it was being back home with literally every single woman on that island eyeing up her husband constantly just made her assume the worst of any woman close to her husband. Even if in this case, the feelings might be there but the intent isn't, that she can tell. Sighing, the new queen folded her arms as she comments. Okay. I will trust you. Yujito nodded, satisfied with the answer, then perked up and looked to the northeast. Idly noticing Naruto in the distance did the same thing. Curious, Shizuka asked. What is it? My kitten's back with the intel. Yujito reported, and the other woman nodded before they both returned to the headquarters. As they arrived, the Kumo Jonin met Naruto's eyes directly, and they both nodded before biting their thumbs. Summoning. In two small puffs of smoke, both Isabel and Kao appeared among the gathering. They both had scrolls in mouth. Naruto was the one to order. Kao, Isabel. Report. Both cats hop onto the command table, drop their packages, and for the benefit of the non-feline speak present, Isabel reported. All mission objectives are accomplished. We infiltrated and ensured that the enemy forces were routed by the Leafumbu. Took out their commanders and the document recovery teams. Gathered their recent reports and locations of operations we have yet to find. Yujito spread the scroll her familiar had dropped, seeing the numerous filled storage seals numbering over 20, as she listened to the mission report. Isabel continued her recounting of her objectives. We witnessed the beheading of the one named Danzo Shimura, but something was off about it. Everyone's eyes narrowed on that last statement. Naruto muttering beneath a breath as he asks. Off about it. Both house cat-sized operatives nodded, Isabel reporting. He did not resist it but kept crying about his work benefiting the masses and stuff, but, just as his chakra signature was fading, it kind of flicked off to the east. Following the retreating forces. She tilts her head in thought, commenting airily. It was strange and we couldn't get a good read on it. It moved too quickly for us to. Everyone got a bad feeling in their guts at the news, their expressions darkening, and the possibilities were wide-reaching. The command staff were all silently contemplating this for a long few minutes before Kao let out a low meow. All eyes locked on the small kitsune-lined house cat, breaking them from their trails of thoughts, and Naruto nodded as he replied. Thanks, Kao. It shouldn't be a problem. He looks back to the golden eyes of his sister's familiar with an intense gaze as he asks. The other objectives? The Land of Fire Daimyo has ordered your removal from their bingo books. Isabel reports promptly, and everyone nodded to that with eye grunting out. They better. If they had tried to collect on that. Get in line. Shizuka commented with a very dangerous glare at the man, though Yujito added. You should have seen how they paled when their Hokage was confronted by Temari and I in the meeting during the festival. I chuckled as he could easily picture the shock at the gentle shrine priestess getting serious. She may come off as calm and compassionate in public, but privately, she had a razor tongue and a stubborn streak that makes her adopted clan proud. After a grinning nod, he also adds. Sounds about right. How is little Shion-chan doing these days? Exasperated. Shizuka commented flatly, earning chuckles from all those not married, though Naruto brought them back on subject, surprising all. Not the time. What about the rest? Aimed the last part at the white-furred cat, who nodded, Isabel continuing. It seems that he wanted to offer his daughter to Lil Shiren. Everyone frowned at the news, even if it was expected, none more than the boy's parents, with Shizuka growling threateningly. He dares. He will not live to see. Naruto murmured with a dangerous glint in his eyes before Isabel added quickly. The Hokage shut it down. Gaining all eyes on her small form, Naruto's gaze was intense and searching her own for a few moments before nodding, then looking to Kao and saying, Looks like we have your next target. The glint in the gray-furred, blue-eyed cat's eyes could have been seen from orbit at the prospect of pranking a daimyo with the level of free rein that he was suspecting of getting. Ianbi kept silent, knowing that speaking would be detrimental to their mental well-being when Naruto's family is threatened. Though, the fact he was sending his agent of chaos was far better than sending any of his kitsune. They would actually assassinate the guy without leaving a trace just to watch the nation fall into chaos. Just for the shits and giggles of the downfall. Yujito cleared her throat carefully, successfully pulling the attention of both very vengeful parents out of their scheming and back on topic by saying, I am sure Izzy has more to report. Blinking blankly at that for a moment, both Naruto and Shizuka look back to the cat, who nods. Isabel reports. They have since taken a semi-passive stance, relying on those in neutral standing to build up trust to build a rapport for them. Though, I spied on the stupid dogs and they are not very happy with the slow pace. Tough shit. Naruto snorted, arms crossed, before the cat continued. However, the important thing is that they too are on their way to help. I watched them leave before returning and signaling to Lady Yujito. Naruto nodded, but I grunted, asking, How long before they get here then? Assuming a full war loadout? Naruto asked, and upon the Raikage's nod, he mulled over what he could recall from his time in the Leaf paired with his experience in the Water Civil War. He offered hesitantly. A day or so. Scoffs from the Kumo of the gathering was amusing to Naruto, who himself nodded along with his wife as they had made a longer journey in less time than that. I declared. Slow fools. Do they not know how important this is? Speed is of the essence. Everyone nodded when Icebell spoke up. They spotted the other flying ships as they were setting off. Blinking at that, Naruto asked. 6 of them, right? The cat nodded, causing the male blonde to look the bulkiest container present and ask. Be any word from? Horsey is not being naughty. B raps casually, earning sweat drops from everyone as he continued throwing his hands around. Ape is chilling, on the wings they fishing. Gotcha. Naruto nodded as he looked back to the cat and asked. Anything else? Isabel nods and asks with a head tilted to the right. What is Anbu Code Orange? Everyone blinked at that, and it took Naruto a few moments to recall what that might mean before bursting out in light giggles, grinning from ear to ear as he looked between the two cats and asked. You guys set off a Code Orange? Upon their nods, Naruto cackled lowly, earning sweat drops from everyone else, with Shizuka asking. What's with that reaction? Naruto looks to his wife, a gleam in his eyes she knows all too well, and explained. In my younger days, whenever I got a bit cranky or frustrated at the village, I had to burn off some energy. I chuckled alongside B while Yujito grinned, all seeing where this was going, but Shizuka cut in. You went on a pranking spree, right? Naruto nodded proudly as he announced. That is when the Anbu would declare Code Orange and lock down the personal property of their operatives, their mess halls, and laundry facilities. Post extra patrols in the torture and interrogation secured areas and the Kage's vault. His grin fell dark as he added. Didn't save them though. Karen appeared from the house, drawing eyes to her as she announced. I can sense the Mizukage approaching. About 10 minutes away. Everyone nodded before Naruto asks. What about Gaara? Karen closes her eyes for a few moments before replying. About an hour. Naruto nodded, but she continued. At their current speed, Utakata will be here in about 10 hours. Lady Hokage is also moving this way, should be about 12 hours at current speed. Yujito frowned as she commented. There is no way they can maintain that speed. No, they can't. Naruto confirms with a nod, but it was Shizuka who offered. Probably about 16 hours in that case. I'd put it closer to 18. I comments thoughtfully, having the most experience in leading large squadrons of troops of those gathered. They need to rest enough to make it here and not be dead tired. Then, what about this Utakata? Isabel asks, but Naruto shook his head and responded with, he's aboard a ship. Our nation's flagship, no less. Doubt even pirates would be foolish enough to try. Beachfront. Mei spots her Jonin as they were arriving at their landing location and smiles when their eyes meet. He returns it, and nods as his arms folded, standing with that red head from the party. His clanswoman, if she recalls properly, Karen was her name. Just as the 7 swordsmen, their 2 guards each, and the Mizukage reached the sand of the beach, neither the Kage nor the awaiting group were the first to speak. Instead it was the graceful, live-framed and pale-skinned Kunoichi. Her mellow brown eyes glistened in restrained excitement as her smile grew, speaking softly. Naruto-kun. Naruto sighed visibly this time upon seeing this particular Kunoichi, but this was not the time for catching up, and he instead replied firmly. This is neither the time nor the place to have this conversation, Relay-san. Relay Yuki, the last known member of the Yuki clan that Naruto and Chojuro ran into on a mission during their time in the Hunter Corps. She was in the company of one of their targets and battled against Naruto directly, but was beaten back, then surrendered to them. As a carrier of one of the thought-lost bloodlines of Kirigakure, her return was celebrated and a major morale boost to the rebel forces at the time. She was quick to rise through the ranks of the rebel forces thanks to training with, then serving under, Naruto for a time. However, as the missions grew in danger and difficulty, Relay was ill-suited for them and thus left behind more often than not. This strained their relationship to the point where it was barely friends down from occasional lovers by the time the rebels stormed Isle Beach. The introduction of the Nadeshiko Kunoichi turned things bitter, and there was a general consensus among the rebel and later Kirigakure forces as a whole that the 2 Kunoichi should never be allowed within the same territory without at least 2 Kage-level shinobi, for a swordsman, or a certain blonde. Relay has not given up on Naruto though, even if it has been such a long time that he honestly had wished she had moved on by now. Obviously, that has not happened, and now here they are, nearly 9 years later, and she is still the same. Her short black hair secured in a ponytail, fair skin and perfectly toned physique which looks just as flexible as he remembered. Though, her soft brown eyes are just so. Clearing his thoughts and throat, Naruto looks back at Mei before saying, "You guys are second here. We have new intelligence, so follow me." Mei nods seriously, before looking at her Yuki shinobi and ordering firmly, "You better be on your best behavior." Said Kunoichi reluctantly looks to her Kage and offered a very stiff nod before moving off into the island, falling back to be beside Chojuro as she was meant to be. Relay's thoughts were along the lines of, "I will never give up on my maelstrom." As they walked through the town, the people waved and smiled at Naruto, who nodded and waved back before parting. Seeing this, Mei glances to her little brother figure and comments, "I don't recall giving you a mission here." Naruto smirks as he looks back at his Kage, responding casually, "I was already a shinobi when we met after all. My shinobi journey actually started here." He looked forward before commenting, "This is where the original executioner's blade still lays." That was enough for the others to realize the gravity of this place, and that it truly is the place everything began. At least, for Naruto. Mei simply nodded with a tight smile before offering, "I recall that particular story." This earned the Mizukage a light chuckle from the blonde man at her side. She stepped closer too, before continuing, "The Battle of the Bridge, right? The beginning of your Nindo." "Yeah, the very same," Naruto confirmed as they reached the growing base of the Allied Task Force, Tsunami's house, and upon them passing by the rear into the back, the Kirigakure group saw the Nadeshiko and Kumo groups. The blonde commented, "Welcome to Endgame. Only Kumo and Frost have arrived thus far." The new arrivals all nod before following after the 2 Uzumaki towards the command tent of sorts. Sounds of the approaching footsteps draw the eyes of those within up to the Kirigakure group, and an expected tension spiked when Emerald Green met Mellow Brown. Only the Mist group were unaffected from the following explosion of killing intent between the 2 Kunoichi, the Queen of Nadeshiko against the Queen of Ice. It was an impressive display. Collectively, Shizuka and Relay's combined intent was clashing at mid-Sannin level. All the non-Kage level shinobi were all coughing and wheezing, hands holding them up from face-palming in the ground. The only exception to this was Karen, due to her proximity to Naruto, who had his face in his hands. In embarrassment or indignation, none knew. Eye and B gazes were flowing from one lady to the other, interested in this history, and no doubt a very nasty one. A cat fight looked like it was about to start, and both were ready. The climbing intent to Lokage finally got Naruto out of his exasperation, and finally moved between them with a glare so cold, it could extinguish the sun. With no effect, his intent flashed to Midkage, and a low growl from his throat broke their stare down with both looking to him. His glare making both flinch and his ice-cold words that he spoke. "I am only going to say this once." The swallows of all echoed from his tone. Many held their breaths as they awaited the man to continue. As the two women being addressed were sweating slightly and pale-faced, Naruto growled, "We are on mission." His eyes narrowed dangerously for the first time in years on his own as he continued. "You two are both top-level kunoichi. Two of the best we have. Starting now you will act like it or Sage help you, as I will not be pleased. Am I clear?" "Clear!" Naruto nodded at their unified response before letting off his intent and strolling calmly towards the table, none daring to speak after that. Land of Eddies, Root Northern Firebase. Fu couldn't believe what she saw. How the hell was she spotted? No. It made sense. She has to escape to warn her brother of the danger that Kage-level chakra is and the fact that he has the eyes of their grandfather. How did he survive? No, that is the wrong question. He is far too young to be the same guy, yet he is changed and still commanding the blank masks. Those eyes are not supposed to be there though. He isn't supposed to have them. This made no sense. Hopping over another fireball, ducking beneath the shuriken barrage, twirling through the branches and escaping the second fireball's destructive force. Landing on another branch, Fu then catapults herself further ahead of her pursuers by a healthy margin and manages to clear her mind enough to sense this direction was away from the safety of the village. They were blocking her from it. That did not matter though, as Fu had decided that she should report the latest news and meet up with the others. She's done her job, perfectly too, and now her reward will be that lovely amber treats. 12 masks appeared in front of the fleeing Jinchuriki, yet she did not even hesitate, nor slow down, as her hunting knives appeared in hand and were already parting the soft flesh of the throats of the 4 enemies. She twirled with her arms outstretched, winds extended out a full 2 meters and cut clean through 3 more, injured 2 more. Those that remained leap after her, trying to keep pace whilst going through hand signs, but failed to keep pace. That did not matter as the ocean was nearby and their target would be boxed in. No escaping from that point. Just as said ocean came in view and the trap set, yet the specter known as Fu did not even slow down or show any intent on doing so, and confused the root shinobi, not that they showed it. Reaching the cliff's edge, the kunoichi leaped off it with no hesitation at all, and the operatives watched on blankly. After a few moments, 6 shimmering glassy wings erupted from her back and immediately began flapping. With little delay the woman was picked up by the winds well before the ocean's waves and massive whirlpools could consume her, as she sped off towards the distance. It seems they had underestimated their target, and had failed their mission of capturing her. Lord Danzo will not be pleased. Fu only offered a single glance back and saw those drones vanish back in the forests. She didn't care though, as now things are likely going to get extremely busy in the next 24 hours or so. She'll be back and with the whole family at her back. This was not over, not by a long shot. Land of Waves. When Fu arrived back at Wave Country, the familiar sight of the Isabu song in the dock was well received, but what surprised her was the presence of the 2 chakra carriers anchored just offshore. Her eyes darkened as she recalls exactly who they belonged to, and the flags they were flying were unmistakable. Instead of losing her shit to rage, Fu decided to speak to her brother and find out why the fuck these fuckers are here. Gliding over the village swiftly and silently, unnoticed by the civilians but spotted by the shopping and relaxing shinobi and kunoichi scattered throughout the town, she finally reached the house on the outskirts, where there was a large number of tents pitched and shinobi gathered and talking calmly. The atmosphere was serious but not tense, as the Alliance shinobi were socializing calmly and clearly in casual discussions about their roles in the upcoming battle. Her landing beside the lake was missed by none, acknowledged by a few, and watched by her brother, Naruto, asking seriously, "Good, you're here. Thank you for everything thus far, Fu, despite everything." Fu smiled softly as she approached her brother, and the two hugged each other briefly as she replied, You aren't angry anymore, right? All the upper members of the alliance snorted at that, with Naruto smiling back at her as Kuratsuchi spoke in his place. He's so furious that he looks calm. I'm impressed. Everyone nodded, with Inoki adding, Indeed. For a Namikaze, that is truly impressive. I thought we went over this, old man. Naruto replied as he led Fu back to the large table holding a detailed map of the land of eddies, marked out with the last intel reports the scout had sent back, along with the plans for each of the allied forces and their current assignments. Inoki grinned at the boy before nodding, then waving off as he stated, We have Boyo. Just let this old man be. We have more important matters to deal with right now, no? Everyone nodded before watching as Fu updated the map with the new information regarding the enemy's locations, numbers, and weapons. When she was finished, she turned to her brother and informed him. Naru, the enemy, he was supposed to have been executed, but he was executed. Naruto interjects his sister calmly, looking over the table, and without looking back to her, he added, Our familiars confirmed it directly. He then looks to her intensely, meeting her gaze firmly as he continued. However, they both said something about his chakra seemingly flicking off him that has given us several theories that lead us to believe something akin to a mind-body transfer was in place. I grunts with arms crossed as he asks. Only thing that makes sense is a technique of the Leaf's Yamanaka clan. Aniki too grunts his response. Indeed. Those mind walkers have been a pain in our side for many decades. Shizuka looks to Karen and asks, Can you sense the location of the Leaf group? Upon Karen's nod, the Queen of Nadeshiko continued her inquiry. Are there any Yamanaka present? Karen nodded and explained. A full squad, if their signature is like that one we met during the festival. Her father seems to be in the lead. Naruto smirked at that as he offers. If Inoichi Yamanaka is coming, then that means more than likely the Nara and Akimichi are coming too. Inoki adds with a serious expression and nod. He looks to the blonde before continuing. With the help from the Nara and communications of the Yamanaka. I too nodded as he interjected. This is likely to be an unparalleled success. Mei spoke next, arms crossed as she argued. Let us not be too hasty here. Drawing eyes to the auburn-haired Mizukage, who continued smoothly. The Alliance has plenty of experience with working with one another and limited experience working with the Wagakure shinobi, but we and they have no experience working with either party. Good point. Rashi commented from his seat on the edge of the gathering, rubbing his chin slowly, and Han nods before adding. They will not know of our united strength. They'll adapt. Yudakata said calmly, scanning over the table to memorize the entire thing's new details before looking to his brother and fellow commander. Right, Naruto? Yeah. Naruto nodding as he met those golden eyes of his friend, before adding. Without a doubt. He then looks over the gathering of leaders and continued. Their carefully constructed false power base has already began tumbling, and they now realize just how much their supports had eroded. The Land of Fire and subsequently the Hidden Leaf are only now realizing just how bad of a position they are in. He chuckled along with the others. Grins on the faces of Ai, Kuratsuchi, and Inoki were smug at this fact, while Mei was smirking in mirth. Gaara nodded before finishing the statement. They are no doubt desperate for a good showing in this operation. Aren't we all? Kuratsuchi offered back, earning nods the table over, and Naruto comments, looking to Mei. This piece all started with you, Mei-chan. After all, you gave me a chance back then when I had nothing but the clothes on my back and a handful of kunai. Mei smiled genuinely at that and nodded, recalling the rage-filled teenager glaring at her in defiance of her rebel forces with no fear of the repercussions that could have constituted. Naruto continued before looking around at everyone else. This operation is just an ongoing mission for us all. From gaining peace in Water Country, to the secondary continent, to you three on the main continent, and the minor nations. Everyone nodded in agreement, so the blonde commander-in-chief continued. Now, with the completion of this operation, the final troublemakers will be put to rest, and we together will finally be able to prosper as one. All smiled at that before Kuratsuchi snipped. Beside the leaf. Another round of chuckles at that, with Naruto shaking his head in mirth, though eventually getting serious and replying. Eventually, after they atone for their mistakes and hubristic behavior, they will have the chance to join us. Same with Waterfall. He glanced at the tensing Fu, whose face grew dark at the mention of the people who threw her out, but was broken from her darkening thoughts by the gentle hand on her shoulder, drawing eyes to the warm smile of her brother. Naruto whispered, "In time, okay?" Fu nodded stiffly, arms crossed tightly as she whispered, "In time." "Sure. Lady Fu." A new voice to the mint-haired woman, who looked to the young brown-haired man standing on the opposite side of her brother with light, sky-blue eyes and thin frame. She rose an eyebrow before he continued with a formal bow. "My name is Nikita Teisho, Air Marshal of the Reformed Sky Shinobi Force." Nikita found himself under her glare and potent killing intent. That was expected, as he nodded before bowing profoundly again and stating, "As the new leader of the Shinobi Air Force, I wish to officially declare our sincerest apologies for the disrespect my predecessor had given you and officially request for your cooperation moving forward in our training regime, Queen of the Sky." The killing intent fell off slightly before Naruto cleared his throat, and Fu dropped it entirely but maintained her narrowed-eyed glare at the man for several moments. Eventually, with a tight breath, she replied, "I will think about it." Nikita rose up and nodded with a soft smile as he said, "I thank you, Lady Fu. We shall await your response." She nodded stiffly and Naruto spoke up. "This unexpected addition has actually made dealing with the flying creatures you already reported on in your earlier reports less of a headache than previously planned." The Kages all nod, with Inoki commenting, "As one of the few able to fly to confront them directly, I have to agree." Koiki Kazuhana, who had remained silently in the background until this time, stepped into the inner circle this time and spoke up. "As much as I hate to admit it, our airships are not really geared to combat and are more focused towards transporting cargo and personnel. With so few threats, we never imagined needing defenses against airborne threats until now." Everyone nodded to that, as this was only now being considered an emerging concept with the return of the Sky Shinobi and their carriers offshore. Their small number of flight-capable shinobi providing proof of concept alongside the well-known abilities of both Fu and Inoki, though both are very rare exceptions to the traditional. Nikita speaks up now, visage firm as he looks to the actress turned daimyo, and offered, "We had only heard rumors regarding your airships before today, but perhaps moving forward we could further refine this concept of air forces moving forward?" Looking to the man, Koyuki nodded and replied, "It would be interesting for our research teams back home. Perhaps we can come to an agreement on that afterwards. For now then," Shizuka commented, drawing eyes away from the possible airborne superpower forming between spring and sky, as she continued, "We rest up and prepare our forces for action the day after next." Everyone nods before Naruto adds, "The Water Country's naval force, the 3rd Squadron, will be arriving in the early hours. So inform the sentries and patrols to keep vigilant for them. Them paired with both the Isabu's Song and the Sky Carriers will be our naval force for the blockade. Our favorite turtle himself will remain submerged and on alert for infiltrations coming from the whirlpool." Everyone nods as he explained, "The Leaf contingent will likely come from the bridge, so I want a joint group to be there to greet them. One member from each of our respective groups." He grinned and all of them matched it and nodded easily enough. Kuratsuchi's open palm met her clenched fist as she chuckled. "Another show of solidarity with the benefit on showing what they're missing out on. I knew there was a reason we were friends, Whiskers." Naruto rolled his eyes, before snipping back. "Sorry, didn't see you down there, Kuro." The two glared at one another without any heat, but their banter helped loosen the tension of the conversation, and many smiled at that. Just then Tsunami stepped out of her back door with a beaming smile that evaporated the remaining tension as she was carrying food and announced, "I have cooked dinner for you commanders, as no doubt Naruto has kept you all busy." At once the entire command group's stomachs growl in unison, gaining the attention of the entire island and nervous chuckles from them all. Tsunami shook her head in faux exasperation before commenting, "As I expected." Behind her came her son, daughter-in-law, Kurama and Matatabi all bringing out a bunch of food for them all gathered. It was at this moment that Tsunami became the most protected civilian on the planet and earned the favor the world over. Her family considered by many in the underworld as a strategic power and asset, as for some reason the Alliance kept a close eye on them for some reason. It kept many people in influential positions confounded as to how this woman was important enough that 4 of the 5 nations and the demon shinobi force, that she warranted around the cloak guards and visits from their leadership on occasion. Naturally, none knew that I showed up for salmon casserole he enjoyed. Anoki found that her potato salad was amazing, not that he ever said it aloud, and justified his repeated visits as him being bored during his retirement. Kuratsuchi states she was looking for her grandfather, despite sometimes knowing full well he was back home. Koyuki for tips in regards to Naruto's favorite meals or just to chat with the older woman. Shizuka and Naruto already had a habit of dropping by their normal vacation location, made to escape her paperwork in order to check on their allies' condition, but again, enjoyed the ladies' company. Long story short, Tsunami's home could indeed be considered a strategic location in the sense that most the leadership would use it as an escape from their duties and a safe harbor location for them all. This obviously meant that Tsunami herself would be the most knowledgeable person within the Alliance despite not knowing she was even a member. Naruto had pushed the paperwork through and inducted her a full year prior, and she hadn't asked about the reason for the demon shinobi flag that is waving from the tree in her backyard. Just after midnight, a new weight settling on his kata woke Naruto, his eyes snapping open to see the scarlet ones of Karen meeting his gaze firmly, and that is when his nose picked up the distinct smell of their Uzumaki coffee. This silently tells him that he needs to get up, and it was non-negotiable, which meant only one thing, so taking the mug and sitting up, Naruto whispered, "They got here quick." "That they did," Karen whispered with a nod, sipping her own coffee, before offering back. "They're just crossing the bridge now and about to confront our welcoming committee." The others, annoyed, Karen supplied before sipping again, and Naruto grunted, like I is known to do, but after swallowing his sip he replied lowly, "No doubt. They should have just gotten here without rushing and arrived mid-morning or something." She nodded along with her friend and sipped her coffee silently at his side. As Naruto got halfway through his cup, Karen then asked something that has been bugging her. "Say, Naruto?" He looks to her, recognizing that careful tone from his daughter, and nods to confirm he's listening, and so she continued, "I know our plans for the clan revival is still on the drawing board and stuff." Naruto nods along, so she didn't stop. "But I have been wondering if, possibly, that we could still deepen our relationship a bit." Karen looks into his blues directly, and smiled lightly before offering, "I know we probably won't marry or anything, but I also don't want to just feel like a breeding mare, pumping out kids constantly without any real affection between us." Naruto smiled and shook his head in disbelief, confusing her for a moment before he clarified, "I would never do something so crass, Karen-chan." She blinked owlishly at the language he used, pushing up her glasses before replying dryly, "Since when do you use language like crass in your vocabulary?" Naruto's eyebrow twitched, speaking with a tightened jaw. "I'm not stupid, Karen. You're just overly smart, Databale." She chuckled lightly, sipping her coffee again before offering, "Ah, right. I forgot." The tick mark was amusing for her, but it did break the strange mood as Naruto took a steadying breath for a moment before replying, "Karen-chan," gaining her attention, and saw him staring back at her with all due seriousness as he replied, "As you said, it is still early days and stuff. But even now you and Anoka are both precious family to me. I would never do something like that to either of you. I protect my family from everything, even from myself. So, please be assured that you two are not just breeding mares, as you say." Satisfied, Karen nodded with that warm feeling in her chest pulsing hard throughout her body, which reassured her and confirmed that she was actually just overthinking things. Ever since she saw Naruto spending a full day with his daughter, Kushina, she had wondered what it would feel like to have him fully focused on her for a few hours too. Yes, she had never felt left out in this rather large family at all, and she isn't feeling neglected either. It was just a thought. A rogue, random thought about having Naruto's sole attention for an elongated time, and then what? She was brought out of her thoughts when the object of them got up from the camp bed, Naruto saying, "We should get to the command tent. Greet our guests properly." He helped Karen up to her feet. It was unnecessary, but he was a gentleman, and she smiled because of it, saw it as a plus for him. She nodded and replied, "Yes, we should. The lighting has already been set up." Naruto nods as they stroll out of one of the many large tents set up before commenting, "The ones from the land of spring?" "The very same, yes." Karen's swift reply, and he grins before offering, "I love this alliance. It is rather convenient." Her response as she nodded with the sentiment. Honestly, over this last year Karen's entire life has done a full 180 in every way, shape and form. There are times she has to pinch herself or flare her chakra to make sure she wasn't in a very elaborate and complex genjutsu, as things were way too good to be true. With the Leaf Squadron. As the mist clears from ahead of them, Tsunade slows to a stop as at the end of the bridge was a squad of Alliance shinobi all standing there with blank faces. Half of them were in demon shinobi attire, but their headbands were different. "Frost, Star, Kumo, and even a..." Tsunade murmured. "A sky shinobi?" Said shinobi nodded once, but it was the Kiri shinobi, a jonin, who stepped forward and spoke. "You are earlier than we predicted you'd be, Lady Hokage." Tsunade nodded and smirked, replying, "Well, we happened to be nearby, so we came to show our support." The woman nodded, looking over the clearly exhausted rear lines behind the lead squad before commenting, "So I see." Eventually the mellow brown eyes land back on the honey browns of the Hokage, and continued, "Well, either way, we are here to guide you to the command center. Your forces will have a day to rest and recover. Please follow us. Naruto is awaiting you there." Tsunade nodded before following after their welcoming party. As they moved through the town, the Leaf group were surprised at the number and variety of shinobi present, in numbers that were surprising. The relaxed state most were in did not fool any of the veterans present, nor their seemingly harmless gazes from the bulk of them in attendance. Halfway through the town, a familiar duo appeared from two body flickers ahead of them, causing the group to stop. The senior member of the welcoming committee spoke first. "Commander Udakata." Udakata nodded at her before replying in kind. "Relay-san. I'll take their command squad from here. Your unit will take the others to their staging ground on the western side." Relay nodded calmly before looking back at the Leaf group briefly before stepping aside, with Udakata meeting the gaze of their Hokage, arching a brow but not saying anything. Tsunade was staring at the demon shinobi at his side before a throat clearing from the commander drew her attention. She was quick to order, "Clan heads Kakashi and Jiraiya with me. Everyone else head to the staging ground." "Hi, Lady Hokage." As Relay began to lead the others, Udakata spots the medical teams and swiftly informs them, "All medical personnel are to report to the docks for assignments." That caused the Leaf Squadron as a whole to pause in their steps, unsure of what to do before looking to their Hokage, who stared hard into the golden eyes of the demon commander and asks, "Why is that?" Udakata met her gaze unflinchingly, eyes sharper and speaking with a tone that brokered no argument. "All of our medical teams are there sorting and preparing the Alliance medical response supplies brought in from across said Alliance. The warehouses there have been sterilized to ensure that the medical equipment is not contaminated before deployment." Tsunade was surprised that the Alliance as a whole had such a medical facility in place already, not that she showed it, but then again maybe they are jumping to conclusions again. Instead, she turned to look at Shizen and nodded. Without further prompting, the four medical squads and Hana Inuzuka with her Niken followed another demon shinobi in the opposite direction. Tsunade and the Leaf clan heads followed after Udakata, and his attaché Guren, further down the road heading towards the meeting of the top officials. Tsunade would be lying if she said she wasn't a little nervous about this reunion. She wasn't the only one either. All those with her from the Leaf were, though Jiraiya was likely the most apprehensive about this confrontation. On the path towards the Leaf's assigned staging point, it was Kiba who tried his luck first, stepping up towards their guide, who, in his mind, was a fine piece of ass. She had a fair complexion similar to that of Hinata that stood out against her black hair, that was in a short ponytail. Despite the Kirigakure blue flak jacket, denoting her rank as a jonin, he noticed her dark blue crop top that showed off her toned stomach. Sure, her bust had nothing on the hyuga but her perfectly sized ass made up for that along with her entire lively figure. Kiba figured he should shoot his shot, if they are going to be allies soon anyway. That guy called you Relay, right? Glancing over, Relay's blank face met the Inuzuka's firm grin with cold eyes as she responded just as coolly as he knew his sensei does. Yes. My name is Relay Yuki, Inuzuka-san. She returned her gaze forward, in an attempt of shutting the conversation down. She's seen those roaming eyes of his plenty of times before, and this guy wasn't even close to strong enough in her mind to be granted access to her. However, her wish was not to be granted as another of the former classmates of her beloved spoke up. This time it was the platinum blonde who remembered the name being mentioned at the informal get-together back in Demon. Relay Yuki, you're Naruto's ex-girlfriend. That statement from the Yamanaka heiress caused a strange tension to settle over them all despite them all moving forward. It seemed to cling to the group with the other Alliance shinobi knowing better than to mention that to her. It was evident a few moments later as a very cold front suddenly settled in from seemingly nowhere. A cold shudder up the Leaf Squad when Relay's cold brown eyes looked back at the speaker and spoke with enough ice in her breath that you could catch frostbite. You should not bring up things you do not know of, Leaf Shinobi. Am I clear? They all nod vigorously, and for a while her frigid glare remained before finally looking forward and continuing on. The air abruptly returned to normal, and the shivering fell off in response. Many shared glances were had before one of the escorting Kumo shinobi offered. I wouldn't mention that subject around her, like ever. Ino nodded once as it was clear she still isn't over it. Shikamaru moved forward first while commenting. I wouldn't try that again, Kiba. She'll likely freeze you solid before allowing you to touch her if that tattoo is anything to go by. Confused, Kiba steps after the Nara before asking. What tattoo? Yet it was his teammate Hinata who informed him. On her right hip, she has a tattoo for 9 in orange ink. It is probably a tribute to Naruto-kun. Kiba tuts as he realizes that babe is probably trying to get into the pack of Naruto. Another hot babe in the pocket of the kitsune. Perhaps he could show her that dogs are better than foxes though. Finally get one up on the stupid kitsune. Then again, if Shikamaru said not to try it, then he probably shouldn't. Tsunami's house, Alliance headquarters of Wave. The Leaf team were surprised to find a civilian house ahead of them, though the amount of shinobi guards out, even for an early morning hour, was impressive. Kakashi though recognized this place from the first C rank, turned A rank, mission with his genin team, and no doubt this was not by accident. This truly is where it all began, Naruto. Though as Yudakata led them behind the house, they came across an extensive collection of people, analysts, tents, and coffee, within the large garden area and around the large pond or small lake. It was all lit up by warm yellow lights set up in from all angles. It took a few moments for their eyes to adjust, but they managed to follow their guide to the gathered leaders, sitting at the big table in temporary chairs. As they approached, all the Leaf Shinobi took notice of those gathered. Naturally, Naruto was at the head of the table with coffee in hand, and on his left was his wife Shizuka, wearing what can only be assumed is the Nadeshiko suit. Might mean something. The Reikage and his brother were there in undersuit of some kind. Mei was in civilian wear, though was wearing a demon flak jacket, also drinking tea as she sat elegantly in her garden chair for a seat. Anoki and Kuratsuchi were both enjoying light refreshments with a hot chocolate and coffee respectively. Though the younger of the duo also had a tuna sandwich. Koyuki had a coffee while in casual wear herself, but was definitely wearing one of Naruto's gray hoodies as it had the Uzumaki spiral on the sleeve, and the actress was perfectly ignoring the death glare from Shizuka and jealous look from Mei, who had forgotten her stolen, discreetly acquired Naruto comfort hoodie back home. Gaara was the only one in shinobi wear, but his normally closed red jacket was clearly lazily put on, and he didn't have the armor he normally wore on. He had a tea as he calmly leaned back in his seat. The Leaf did not know the others but assumed them to be leaders of the Alliance in one way or another. Utakata moved to stand with Naruto, who hands him a hot chocolate, before speaking to the newly arrived. You have terrible timing, Hidden Leaf. You had no reason to rush here like madmen, you know? Tsunade and Jiraiya stepped forward as Naruto had stood up as he spoke and moved to lean on the high table while clasping his coffee. Jiraiya was the one to reply. Well, you didn't exactly give us a time frame to work with, Gaki. Naruto just shrugged, uncaring as he reasoned. Would I have sent such an encrypted message if I didn't take into account of the time required for you to get back, and then to get here? Why would I have bothered if you didn't have time? But before the toad could respond, Naruto waved that whole conversation off with a wave of his half-full coffee mug, stating, Forget it. Not important right now. We have hashed out the assault on Route's final base of operation, even taking your current forces into account. Take a look. The blonde gestured to the large map table and the Leaf group moves to inspect it with the Nara especially curious. Yet it did not take them long to realize what, or rather where this assault was taking place with gasps from the two eldest of the group. A potent blast of intent from the Senju and Naruto nodded to that, glad he wasn't the only one to find this to be a sick twisted joke. After a few moments, they all looked to Naruto, besides Shikaku, Inoichi, and Shibi who were still going over the map with a fine-toothed pick, with Tsunade growling at him. Is this accurate? Naruto remained blank-faced as a certain mint-haired Kunoichi who just arrived snorted at his back, drawing eyes to her as she stepped forward into the circle, Fu stating harshly. I am the best scout and reconnaissance Kunoichi in the world. The Leaf team looked at her dubiously, but when literally everyone nodded, Kaiges, commanders, and daimyo alike, that changed to shock as she continued. Ever since your attack on Route in your village, I have been mapping out their forces, numbers, and locations. I only got back a few hours ago. Again Tsunade and Jiraiya were confused for a moment, so Naruto filled them in. When she delivered your pervert to you, her other mission was to tail you guys back. She never left your ship, along with the two cats. Fu stalked you back and followed the rats back to the nest. Even Hayashi was floored by that revelation. They had no idea, none of the Leaf team knew. Tsum and Shibi felt annoyed at that fact as heads of tracker-focused clans. Though the others all chuckled knowingly, knowing full well what they were feeling. Eventually, Tsunade just nodded, responding. So, they really are in the land of eddies. Yet it was Utakata who responded in place of Naruto. Did you not feel that killing intent a few days ago? All the Leaf team snapped to Naruto at that, who nodded, taking a sip of his coffee again before responding. I had just gotten Fu's first report during breakfast the night before, but she told me to read it in the morning. Glad I trusted her judgment. Out of curiosity. Tsum asked, stepping back from the table and looking to the head pup of this gathering, drawing his eyes as she continued. Where were you? Far side of land of water from here. Naruto informed cryptically, earning chuckles from everyone who already knew this and gasps from the newcomers. He then shrugged casually, adding, What? I was pissed. Furious more like. Shizuka added from behind, and there were a few snickers from around the gathering before Naruto looked over at Shikaku and Inoichi asking, So, thoughts? Both men look up from the map, Shikaku speaking first. Gonna need a bit of time to familiarize ourselves with unit strengths and capabilities. Inoichi nodded before looking to the Uzumaki and adding, Not to mention these so-called air forces. They aren't so-called. Koyuki snipped harshly, drawing eyes to her glare at the long-haired blonde. She continued, Our airships are capable transports, and the land of sky carriers have been proven to work. Fu then added, Paired with my knowledge and proven track record in aerial combat, our air force is a fighting force. Both Leaf shinobi just nod, not wanting to make their bad impression worse. Sensing the tension growing, Naruto cleared his throat and drew the attention to him once more so he could say, Well, yeah, anyway, everyone here is an ally or member of the Demon Shinobi Alliance. Obviously you know Mei and Gaara. He gestured from the Mizukage, who waves daintily, then to Gaara, who offer a single stiff nod before sipping his hot chocolate. Tsunade and Jiraiya just nodded as Naruto continued. Then you got the big guys, either Raikage and our brother Killer Bee. Again pointing his near-empty mug of coffee at them, and both just nodded, before Naruto continued. Then you got Lady Kazuhana, who still hasn't returned my hoodie. This is my hoodie, Naruto-kun. I don't know what you are talking about. Koyuki complained in a faux exasperated tone and an exaggerated huff. Naruto just rolled his eyes, before gesturing to the IWA group. You got old man Inoki, far less cranky now he hasn't got the paperwork to battle against. Much to everyone's surprise, besides those from Stone, Inoki snorted and bellowed out in a laugh before nodding repeatedly while replying. Best part of my retirement. You should have warned me, old man. Kuratsuchi grumbled loudly, earning snickers from the other Kages. Naruto proceeded to introduce everyone else gathered just as his coffee ran out. Before ending with one of their newest members, not that the Leaf needed to know that. And finally, we have Air Chief Marshal Nikita Teisho of the Land of Sky Airborne Carrier Unit. Well met, Hidden Leaf. Nikita says with a swift nod, earning hesitant nods from the Leaf group in return before he continued. I hope we can put our past behind us and work to eliminate this threat to our future generations once and for all. Let us hope. Tsunade replies blankly, which is when Naruto finishes. With that all said, we're going back to sleep. Feel free to study the battle plan. We will reconvene in the morning at 08:30. Our chief personnel officer will likely be up at that time too. Earning chuckles from the Alliance, knowing exactly who he was referring to as he pushes off the table, the others also get up from their positions all around and began to disperse. Naruto added, Don't be late, as she is not the forgiving type. Look who's talking. I heard that, Yugi. Naruto snipped back and the Kumo Jonin grinned as she left too, replying loud enough to be heard. You were supposed to. Sticking her tongue out as she looks back at him, and he returns the favor as they head in opposite directions. Killer Bee and Utakata chuckle before they too head off, the latter offering the Leaf parting words. I recommend you inform your squad leaders to be here for the briefing at 1000 hours sharp. We'll be briefing the others then too. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shikaku nod to that as they watch everyone else disperse. The Hokage sighs before looking back at the map that the Nara was studying intently, and she asks him, How does it look? Well thought out. Shikaku commented as he was taking notes on the whole theater, though Kakashi speaks next. I think we should come back in the morning. Maybe a bit earlier than the squad briefing. Jiraiya nodded before offering. Perhaps for 8:30. We should be able to get a better idea of the whole picture then. With clearer heads too. Inoichi added on to as he muffled his yawn. Shikaku looked at the map then his notes before nodding once and replying. You're right. I'll bring Shika too. He'll need to get to grips with these new, developing strategies for the future. They all nod with Shibi adding. I shall bring Shino too. This logic will be required for his future too. May as well bring all our heirs. Hayashi stated blankly and the Hokage nodded, Tsunade replying to them all. Very well. Let's go get some food and sleep. I doubt we need any patrols, but we'll have the Inuzuka partners on lookout for tonight. She looks at Tsum then asks. That okay? Tsum nodded calmly, replying. Should be fine. Though I am wondering if any of those Kitsune Hana, Kelsey, and Kiba reported are here. We can ask about them tomorrow. Kakashi offered and everyone nodded before they too returned to their designated staging ground. They had a lot to do and even more to catch up on. Episode 22. Tailed Beast Realm. Fu was the last to arrive in the circle, despite being the one to call her siblings there for this piece of information that was of the utmost importance, and critical for them all to know. All 9 bijou were sitting behind their sitting containers as the mint-haired woman moved to the center of the gathering. Her partner appeared from the gap between the 8 and 6 tails. All eyes followed the only one walking at the moment. Her siblings watching her stroll and come to a stop in the center. All remained quiet as she stared back at them, her beady orange compound eyes moving from one sibling to the next and taking note of the seriousness upon their faces. After an undisclosed amount of time, their oldest member sighed. Rashi asks, "You called us here, little Fu girl. What is this important to call this secretive meeting?" The mint-haired woman turned to him, fixing him with her own stone stare before Fu replied. "The enemy leader has the eyes of our grandfather." Tension spiked. The eyes of all the Bija seem to harden at the statement before Kurama asks, "Are you certain of that, Fu girl?" The spectre looked back over her shoulder to the oldest of her father figure's siblings, offered a single, stiff nod before clicking her fingers. At her side an aberration flickered into view of every one of the man she saw, with Chomei speaking now. "I too struggled to believe it myself, Kurama. I had hoped I was hallucinating, but it was undeniable." But none looked away from the visage of the teenager that looked no older than 16, stood about 5'6", on the pale side of things, well built in his black and gray loose-fitted robes that cover Anbu-style armor. Black shaggy hair sat above the most troubling development of the pale purple ring dojutsu that most had never heard or seen of. Yet, it is Naruto who growled its name like an insult. Rinnegan. His snarl at it was felt by all, the sentiment felt by beast and host alike, sneers or similar snarls and a hiss from the pair of felines. Yujito managed to propose the question. "How is that possible? It shouldn't be." Han grunts with arms crossed. "You could be forgiven for thinking he was the calmest present, but you'd be deceived, as even Aisabu, who lacked a host at present, had his tails slashing around in his rage." Fu waved her hand around and all the sensory information she had on him began appearing around her, as if holograms. They all scanned this information she was handing them, and it was Saiken who offered, based off the limited information on the biological side. Do we have a genetic workup of his original body?" This time it was Naruto who waved a hand in the air. More information appeared and he spoke. "This is what records we have been able to uncover thus far on his body. This is my half too," Yujito hissed out, flicking her wrist, and more information passed to the beasts for him. It only took moments before Gaara spoke up. "This is most troubling. Understatement of the year." Shikaka grumbled, folding his arms and glaring at the information presented before looking to his elder sibling and asked, "Chomei, how much of its abilities?" "Limited." The seven-tailed clicked, before adding as he shifted his gaze to Kurama and added, "We did not get to witness it for long, but—" Kurama nodded before Gyuki added, "We will have to strike hard and hope he hasn't learnt any of father's techniques." Naruto spoke next, somewhat distractedly. "Based off this chakra signature." A few of the screens show said signature as Fu sensed it expand, and then samples pulled from it as the blonde continued. "From the looks of it, do you see anything familiar about it?" Kurama noticed it first and snarled out first. "The base sequence, it belongs to the granddaughter." All the other Bijou realized what that meant and growled along with it, confusing all their hosts beside Naruto, who nodded and explained. "Exactly. This being was grown from one of her eggs from the looks of it. However, it has been paired with—" Another section was highlighted and pulled up to the side of the first waveform, marking out similar parts, then linking it with two more that appeared. Naruto explained. "These two signatures belong to Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha, and Koki, that I recall. By crossing them together and pairing them with this, a Senju Uchiha hybrid." Yudakata commented thoughtfully, causing Naruto to nod grimly, but again, Fu commented, "No, that isn't all," gaining everyone's attention as she waves her hand briefly before returning it to its folded position. Next, another set of signals appeared, similar to what the male blonde did with the Uchiha, but instead it was with the Uzumaki. The displays showed Karen, Anoka, Naruto, and his mother Kushina's signals. They highlighted several markers and jaws dropped. Naruto's feral growl was threatening enough to draw even his caretaker's eyes. Kirabi spoke next, foregoing his normal rapping due to the seriousness of this all. "This dude's a chimera. A freak of the highest order." "Indeed." Gaara nodded with a glare at the holographic figure beside his mint-haired sister, but he and the others all look to Naruto, who gets to his feet and waves his hand, expanding more data as he growls. "You have no idea! The chakra signature is expanded fully and all the points are lit up before being linked to various clan symbols, all from the leaf, and he continued. I can see half a dozen different resonance patterns with clans of the leaf. Senju is the base. This oscillation frequency is Uchiha without a doubt, but these peaks here and here are Uzumaki. But these irregularities can be found in the Yamanaka clan. This second half is Kurama clan, but this final half signal is his own. Shimura. None really knew how to speak after that, as they all just stared at the same thing presented to them all. Naruto's pacing back and forth was halted when Fu let out a tight sigh, drawing his eyes to her, as she clicked her finger again, and several far less potent signatures appeared as she explained. Then, you aren't going to like this. Rashi let out a deep, heavy-weighted yet slow breath out before commenting on what he was seeing. Indeed. We do not. Lee staging point. Shika, you up? Earned a sigh from the Nara heir as he sat up from his bedroll and moved lazily to get up. After a yawning, the shinobi known as Shikamaru exited his tent and found his father standing there with a serious expression on his face. This looked troublesome already and let out a tired sigh, the young heir. Shikaku commented. This is going to troublesome, right? Without a doubt. Shikaku commented as his son get out of the tent and noticed the sun was barely above the horizon. He then noticed the others of his fellow heirs and heiresses also being awoken by their parents. This made things interest him somewhat as his father pulled him to his feet and then spoke. We got a busy day in the command tent. You're gonna wanna see this for yourself. Shikamaru just nodded to his father before following the man towards the freshly lit fire on the center of the staging area. Choza already had the rations boiling and meat cooking. Yawning again, the younger Nara watches as Kibatu strolls over and looks around for a moment. As everyone eats, Shikamaru saw the Hokage and her apprentices talking rather animatedly about the medical facilities of the Alliance. From the looks of it, they were better than they had expected by a large margin, and the cleanliness was on par or better than theirs. Sakura hasn't stopped gushing though. Shizen has been nodding along like an excited little girl with a new toy. No doubt the Alliance was putting their best foot forward to impress. Sounds like something that troublesome Naruto would do. Stepping out of their staging area, the Leaf Group finally spotted the substantial naval presence anchored off just offshore with numerous warships parked around. The Land of Water naval flag was the most numerous, with smaller ships dotted about. There was a larger ship in the docks waving the flag of Demon Country, beside a similarly larger vessel with the Water Daimyo's insignia. But what caught the bulk of the attention, however, were the largest ships afloat out there, long iron-clad vessels and loaded with kunai launchers by the looks of it. They had flat decks on both the fore and aft. The forward ramp had a lip upward though. They were waving flags that only the older Leaf shinobi knew of and never thought they'd see again. Again, the heirs only caught the name of these people by listening to the murmurs of their parents, when Jiraiya's whisper was overheard. Seems the Land of Sky really are on the up and coming if they have ships of that size. Did you not know about them, Jiraiya? Tsunade questioned just as lowly, but Jiraiya sighed with a shake of his head, earning a frown from the Hokage. Seems that even their intelligence is lagging behind the Alliance too. How troubling. Just then they watched 4 small, single-person craft launch from one of the vessels and take to the sky, successfully stunning the Leaf Group. Inoichi was the one to comment on that first. Seems that I was wrong to dismiss the supposed Air Force. Pair them with those airborne transports we spotted when leaving. Shikaku commented carefully, sharing glances with his fellow veterans who all nod in agreement to the unspoken, but Shikamaru could put the pieces together, and certainly wasn't liking the current situation in the Leaf. They were clearly outgunned, heavily outmanned, and woefully underinformed. The stalling economy was just the icing on the cake at this point. Making their way through the awakening town, shinobi were everywhere and were diligently keeping their eyes out on their surroundings. There was tension, but it wasn't nerve-fraying, just a constant state of alertness. A quiet fortress of sorts. Shikamaru noticed the closer they got to the outskirts, the heavier the area as enforced, and guards lined the area. Just before they left the town proper, a group of kitsune dashed across the rooftops ahead, catching the Inuzuka clan's attention as their leader was familiar to them, with Hana calling out. Hugo! Is that you? Landing on the rooftop he was aiming for, the four-tailed kitsune of muted white and orange markings. Hugo glances over to see the dog handlers from the kit defense. He nodded at them, his patrol squad of fellow four-tails sticking with him as he turned back to face them and saying, "Dog folk." Hana nodded, and Sum too was intrigued at the size of this canine. The clan head had heard detailed reports from her kids, Kelsey, and their canine companions in regards to the kitsune. This Hugo was a part of the Hunter Pack, who were a selection of 200 four-tails that serve as a strike group for Naruto. They were directly responsible for the Black Fong incident, or, as Hana and Kelsey had described it, the Fong hunting grounds. Sum tuned back in to hear her daughter speak with the kitsune who had laid to speak with said daughter. Hana continued speaking, what the canine consider broken dog tongue. "Yeah. We here to hunt." Hugo nodded, but his three companions were clearly confused, trying to understand what was being said, but the leader of the squad replied, "Are the triplets here?" It took Hana a moment to figure out the response before nodding and replying, "We hunt always." Hugo nodded again before a bark from his current second drew his eye briefly, and he nodded before getting back to his feet. "Need to patrol. Good hunting." Hana nodded and replied in kind, "Good hunting." The four kitsune turn their backs and leap off in chakra leaps to return to their patrol, leaving Sum to ask, "They were hunters?" Kiba and Hana both nod, with the latter replying back in human tongue, "His name is Hugo. Third in command of the Hunter Pack after Yui and Naruto." Kiba then adds, "He's pretty cool too, according to Akamaru at least. Unless you piss him off by not following orders." Sum nodded. That was expected within a pack, and no doubt he has the strength to back his position. She then asks, "Then, does that mean this Yui is here?" "Probably." Both Hana and Kiba commented in unison, though Kakashi added, "She's the one who battled Choji." That caught Chozo's attention as he glanced back at them and added, "Choji told me she honored him." Hana nodded and explained, "From what I had heard from Hugo, she had to put everything she had along with her lieutenants and littermates, or siblings to us, to bring him down. It was still close though." Chozo smiled at that, but again Kakashi added, "Considering that they are as fast as me and far more agile than even my Sharingan could track, that is a considerable achievement. Which is why she honored him," Hana stated firmly, looking to her mother, and continued, "We've seen her fight and lead her hunters. Work alongside the 5 tails and under a 7 tails. Yui is respected among all their cast members for her swiftness and firepower." Sum nodded to that, understanding now why she is Naruto's familiar in that case despite her subjectivity middle of the pack status as a 4 tails. If she is understanding the dynamics of the Kitsune pack correctly. So, to clear this up, she asks, "So, the more tails, the higher the standing and strength?" Hana frowns tightly before offering, "It isn't completely linear, but more like a general rule, yes. We haven't seen any single tails at all. I have seen a handful of 2 tails, mainly during our rescue mission we aided in the forests." Kiba nodded at that as he added, "Yeah. Those pups all had 2 or 3 and were slightly bigger than our own pups but could breathe fire." "Even so young?" Sum was surprised and her 2 kids nod, Hana continuing, "Yeah. We know the 4 tails are all part of the hunters. Not much is known about the 5 tails beside that one we glimpsed during the defense, same with the 6 and 7 tails. No information on their positions." Upon her mother's nod, clear signs of interest visible, Hana explained further, "The 8s though, we know about them." Those who went to the ball in Oni no Kuni's ball shuddered, recalling the 2 towering behemoths of canine strength guarding the final checkpoint into the shrine. Those who didn't rose brows at that, though Sum hadn't read all the reports fully yet, and was interested even more so and listened to her daughter explain the reaction. Yet it was Kiba who spoke first. "They were huge, radiating power and war armor. What did they call them again?" It is Shikamaru who informed the group. "The Guardian Corps. At least 20 meters tall, muscular frames and large amounts of dense chakra." Hana informs with a distant gaze as she recalls those forms of pinnacle canine prowess. goosebumps appearing on her exposed arms, recalling the feeling of being next to them. A new voice brought her back from the memory. I will pass on your kind words to Katriana-chan and Tadanana-chan. Drawing all eyes to the side where one Temari no Sabaku approached with Kari at her side, both with faces of impassiveness on their faces as they come face to face with the outsiders of the alliance. Both kunoichi work within. The tense silence is broken by Tsunade, who stepped forward and smiled diplomatically while saying, Temari-san. It's good to see you again. Not wanting to be rude, Temari inclined her head before replying. Lady Hokage. She looked over the gathering and could guess what they are here for, and so asked. I am to assume you are here to get caught up to speed on the plan ahead of the briefing scheduled for later? Tsunade nodded once, confirming before replying. Yes, we are. We got in this morning and didn't really get to understand the details of the plan at our greeting. Karui smirked at that and commented. Yeah, we were briefed by the night patrols. We predicted you guys would arrive around this time, not thinking you'd have the stamina to maintain that speed. Boy, your timing is really lousy. She chuckled at the end as many of the Leaf group shared looks, though Shikamaru asked Temari. So, this plan of the alliance? Temari cut him off, stating clearly. Has been very thoroughly planned out by the best tacticians of the alliance. This earned frowns from the older shinobi, but she continued. However, Naruto is curious to see if there are any improvements that can be made and is willing to take advantage of your experience. Kari was quick to add, now with a tight frown too. Lord Raikage too, unfortunately. I don't really know what the boss or the old man thinks you'd see that they haven't already, but... She shrugged before turning about, Temari a moment later with the Suna Kunoichi ordering. Follow us. The others are awaiting your arrival. Sighing, the Leaf team all head after them and were quickly moved through the remaining soft guard posts and checkpoints. They weren't really security measures or set in place, just genuinely accepted identification positions where the nearby relaxing ninja double-checked for hinges and transformations. Nothing official, but everyone is being diligent. Tsunami's house, Alliance headquarters. The Leaf group were led into the back of the civilian homestead to find all the Alliance leaders standing around the map table, still eating from plates, as they update the map with the latest intelligence from the airborne shinobi running reconnaissance over the island. They hear I comment. See, they lost a few members here on the eastern firebase. Before grabbing another sausage from his plate with a fork, stopping at that as he points at the northeastern garrison, and continuing. No doubt they'll reinforce from the northeast to fill that gap. May nodded along with that before swallowing her mouthful of eggs Benedict, then commenting. That sounds like the best option. But because it is the best option, I think they'll reinforce from the central position to catch us in our flank if we push too hard too fast. Gaara swallows his tea before asking. What if we deploy the Iwa's explosion core in the forest near there and set traps? If we back them up with a few puppeteers with disposable puppets to lure them in? Anoki grinned at that, swallowing his own sausage before offering. That is not a bad idea. Naruto then asks. If we do that, it'll cut off the cross support from the central attack force to that flank though. Nikita Teisho countered with. That is where my shinobi come into the picture. Between our air support and the naval bombardment, we should be able to handle that flank. That'll weaken the western flank. I commented with a frown, reaching for his coffee before adding. You guys are suitable for that as you will be out of range of the seals on the ground. Nikita couldn't dispute that and the reason for their presence on that flank as opposed to the blanket approach. They lacked numbers, and he commented carefully back as he swirled his own coffee, staring at the map. You are not wrong. Though I think we could manage it. Gaara spoke next. This is your first combined arms battle. Do not stretch yourselves too thin. Everyone nods to that, Shizuka adding. His point is valid. We know you are eager to showcase your return, but do not push your limited numbers too hard. Mistakes are made in that case. It is why my own are concentrated here, with the 8 swordsmen. This is when the Leaf group finally show up. A few brows arched at the casual outfits again like last night, but this time most had plates or bowls of food with them, drinks aplenty as they gathered around the table with Jiraiya offering. Hope we aren't interrupting? Only Kuratsuchi glanced up at first, frowning before Mei, then Gaara looked away from the map with the Mizukage replying. You are, but I think we need fresh eyes anyway. Maybe some time to finish our breakfasts too. The others let out tight breaths as they too back away from the table, though eyes remained fixed on it as they contemplate the plan, with Naruto adding. Yeah, perhaps, still think we need to do something about the Western approach. Seems lacking something. Kuratsuchi looked at him incredulously and replied. Whiskers, the village is there. Last time we checked, the defensive barriers are still there, right? They are. Fu adds from Naruto's normal seat, eating casually and completely unbothered by the planning meeting ahead, but her blonde brother ignores the taunting and looks to the Leaf Group, Naruto offering. Hope you slept well and all that. Upon getting their nods, he points to the desk and instructs them. Go ahead. Septuple check our work. Earning a snort from both Nara, a raised brow from the Senju, and the hermit, with the rest looking confused. Though Naruto noted the side-eye from Gaara and Fu at his use of such an unused term. Mei, though, knew where he learned it, chuckled lowly, sinking back into her garden chair and snuggling into the demon Jonin vest she, aggressively acquired, from her Jonin. It had comfort seals that made it the most comfortable thing in the world to snuggle into too. As the Alliance group finished their breakfasts, got refills of various drinks, they watched as the Hidden Leaf attempted to make heads and tails of things. They answered questions to clear things up and clarified terminology. Gave basic rundowns of unit strengths and surface level and abilities, enough for the Nara to work with. Tsunade is interested in the terms regarding the medevac. In regards to the closer of the two carriers, that was assigned a half-load of fighters to it, and when explained by Nikita, she approved but also suggested a closer triage unit. A discussion on the southern tip, after the landfall of the clearing of the area after the battle, pushed forward. With only 4 light transports, the Sky Shinobi possess for transportation of the injured to the carrier for treatment, they will likely become high-priority targets for route counterattacks. The Hokage argued that the spring transports could be mobile hospitals behind the advancing line. I and B proved their brotherly bond, responding by reminding them of the breakthrough beasts of the Summoning Creature Project. They couldn't stop one in time if it charges the transport directly. Not without causing friendly fire. As the Nara read up on the description of these monsters of route, they had to agree too. Even more with the flying groups. If one dive-bombed the hospital ship, a lot of lives are wasted. The Akimichi requested to be part of the central charging force alongside the Swordsmen of the Mist. Some wanted to be a part of the eastern flanking push, having noticed the fox icons there along with the Nine Tails. The thought of running rampant with the Vixen as her commander was exhilarating. Shibi volunteered for the western approach, and after the 10-minute discussion, Fu also agreed to keep an eye on them. When Shino referred to her as High Queen, it confused his father until Fu took control of the man's hives and summoned them forth with little effort. Shibi could only watch dumbfounded as his own hives refused his commands until she released them back to him. After that, Shibi too referred to her as such, having never seen that before. The hive of the Abarim must be informed of this. Fu pointedly ignored her stupid brother's side eyes at her, as she looked annoyed by the 2 Abarim men flanking her from that point on. When the Nara asked both Yamanaka about the communications equipment, and using them for the entire task force, there was a bit of hesitation for several reasons. 1. Root might have Yamanaka among them. 2. Identifying friend from foe will be difficult due to the various shinobi in attendance. 3. The shifting battle space could be risky to be carrying around the equipment without dedicated squads. Karen came up with the solution to friend and foe they had already, in the form of identification seals that all registered demon shinobi have. It doubles as a storage seal for their gear, but in this instance, they could pair it with the Yamanaka's transmission jutsu, and it would seal the communications between allied forces. Added benefit by splitting up the channels by units, squadrons, and battalions. Heck, they'd be able to pick individual ships if they wanted, or just the Air Force. Inoichi wanted to get this underway immediately, as this seal would help them greatly, but when Naruto casually mentioned her sensory abilities pairing with the Yamanaka mind switching, it caused a slight bewilderment as the clan had connected with the sensory ability of Karen. To say Inoichi was astounded was like saying the sky was blue. He was able to determine the enemy compositions, recognizing and distinguishing the clan members of root via Karen's ability to perceive difference in chakra and Inoichi's knowledge on them. The Nara wrote down everything and everyone gaped at Karen's chakra sensitivity. Immediately after scanning the entirety of the Whirlpool Nation, even picking up their weird combination of chakra within the Kage level signature, Inoichi offered a marriage contract for the Kunoichi immediately. He wanted that level of chakra sensing in his clan. Hayashi was a breath behind, and Sim, going with the flow, offered Kiba immediately. Karen was saved when a very stern, serious cough from Naruto drew their attention to his razor-sharp, icy blue glare of, "Try me! I dare you!" which forced them all to take a step back. The fact that the visage of the nine tails behind him may have helped too. Inoichi then asked if he could do the same thing. Naruto offered a non-answer of, "Who's to say? I don't know how my clanswoman sees things." Though his smirk might have given him away, but again, none dared try it on him due to his condition. From that point on, Karen remained at Naruto's side or on his seat as they covered all the plans and contingencies they had in place. As things progressed, the team refined the plan with only minor adjustments. The group were joined by Koike and the other leaders to hash out any finer details of their own, correcting any errors that presented themselves. This was broken by the arrival of the Alliance's chief personnel officer, not that she knew or suspected that title, in the form of Tsunami, who called out, "Lunchtime!" The bulk of the staff all glanced to her, blinking olishly at how long they had been working. All but Naruto, Shikaku, Shikamaru, and Inoki, who were talking about the final assignments on the Western Front to ensure their enemy has no escape. It was an intense conversation, and the Nara were truly enjoying this moment. These five were brought out of their discussion over the table by food being placed in front of them, drawing their eyes to a civilian woman armed with a smile that set off all their shinobi warnings, Tsunami speaking calmly. "It is time for you to eat. Do not make me repeat myself." The 3 Kage-level shinobi and the 2 Jonin commanders gulped nervously and nodded. For some reason they felt themselves in danger from their very being before this woman if they do not heed her orders. Everyone had put the work down and gathered in the seats dotted about to enjoy the cooking of their host. This is when Shikamaru, who was sitting beside Naruto as they ate, switched gears and asked his former classmate, "Say, Naruto." Naruto glanced to the Nara while chewing on his rice and listened as he spoke again. "This alliance of yours, there is no country that could ever hope to counter it. Why don't you just attack the leaf?" "Simple." Naruto responds after swallowing his mouthful, looking to his company and continued. "We could crush the land of fire completely and without much effort. Even with just the forces here, however, that would create a whole new batch of future threats that we'd have to track and trace." Shikamaru could see that, and why that was the case, easily enough. In fact, most those listening could understand that thought, and could only agree with the blonde. Naruto explained further, looking down at his food. "That costs resources. Resources that could be better used to make someone else smile. To cure an incurable disease or illness. To save someone else from going hungry." He sighs before adding, "Since my banishment from the leaf, Shikamaru, I have seen the horrors of wars, genocides of the innocents, and the depravity of mankind the world over." Naruto shook his head in displeasure before continuing. "It is not something I wish to ever witness again." Looking to his former friend with the utmost seriousness, he presses, "Peace is not easy. Anyone who claims so is either delusional or just plain stupid. My allies and I have all made a concerted effort to make it work. It has taken years. Years of uneasy tension, tentative steps, and more than a few. Fuck it, let's goes. But only now has it bore fruit." Gesturing to the group that surrounds the table and beyond, Naruto added, "We have the 5 Kages, numerous minor nations and shinobi villages currently here sharing a lunch in casual attire. We are unified under the same dream for the future we have all aimed for, but in different ways before this moment." Looking back to his food, he finishes with, "With that in mind, why would I deny the people of the Land of Fire that same chance? It defies the purpose of it all." Shikamaru looks around at the gathering and could see the approving nods from the others, gentle smiles and knowing smirks of more than a few, and now he understands. His home was really idiotic in its dealings with his friend. They should have just asked him in the beginning. After a moment, the Nara heir chuckles with a sly grin as he glances at Naruto and offered. You really are the most troublesome blonde I know. And proud of it. Naruto commented swiftly without even breaking stride in his food. Suddenly, his wife appeared at his back and hugged him, placing a kiss on his cheek. Shizuka then smiled as she offered. Thank you, Naruto-koi. Smirking, Naruto glances back at her and replies. And thank you, Shizuka-hime. This is all thanks to you. I rumbling chuckle drew eyes to him as he grins while adding. You really aren't the lost fox anymore, huh, Naruto? Naruto snaps to him with a glare and a growl. I wasn't lost. He sighs long and hard for a moment before meeting the guy's face again with a true smile. I was just looking for something. Jiraiya blinked owlishly for a moment before speaking his thoughts aloud, perfectly ruining the mood. Wait, lost fox. That was Naruto? Earning a snort from the Kumo group, Yujito commented. It was our original moniker for Naruto that I gave him upon our first meeting. She chuckled despite the death glare she was getting from her adorable little man and added. It was rather fitting at the time. Karen, who was sitting opposite Shikamaru, had to ask. When was this exactly? About 8 years ago, I believe. Koyuki commented casually, earning all eyes on her in surprise. She smirked, a gleam in her eyes that Naruto did not like as she explained. What? I know that as I play Shizuka-chan in my upcoming biopic. Both Naruto and Shizuka paled at that, the others widened their eyes in shock at the implications. It was Tsunade who broke the silence when she asked. Does that mean? Koyuki nodded frantically before replying. Production has already begun of the next sensation of stories of the Alliance. First in the series will be called Maelstrom of the Tides. Mei rose a brow at that, putting the pieces together easily enough, and asks. Let me guess. Yep. Naruto's time during the Water War. Koyuki confirmed before looking to Gaara and adding. Then it is, Fox upon the Dunes. Gaara nodded, expecting that, so the actress looks to eye on her right and added. Then it's the Clouded Storm. The Reikage rose a brow but nothing more than that, allowing Koyuki to look back to Naruto and finishing. The others haven't been decided yet. Finding an actress from Meeting of the World arc to play Shion-chan is proving difficult. Earning snorts from those that know the woman, though the actress continued as if it hadn't happened. Koyuki's smile at her friend was the softest most had ever seen, as genuine as the sun above as she spoke. But it all falls under the overarching name of The Story of the Lost Fox. After lunch, Naruto looks over the gathering, catching the eyes of his siblings of circumstance, and seeing their nods he clears his throat, drawing all eyes to him as he stares at Ino, then flowing to Inoichi before asking. Inoichi-san, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me here. Sensing the seriousness of the statement, Inoichi looks to his Hokage first, receiving a nod. He then looks back at Naruto and nods, so the leader of the alliance asks. Can you create a mental space with everyone here? We have since discovered information that absolutely cannot be overheard. We have mindscapes you can use if it is needed. Thinking on that for a moment, none daring to disturb it, Inoichi looks around and counts the number of people before replying. Having a centralized place would help, but yes, I can. Naruto nodded and moved to sit on the map table, calling him. Then use me. You all need to know this. Acting swiftly, Inoichi moves before Naruto and takes a deep breath as he prepares his chakra. After several seconds he went through several hand signs before stopping on the last. The Yamanaka paused before asking. What about? They have already been briefed. Naruto cut the man off swiftly, knowing he was concerned about the beasts within some of them, before he added. Besides, they are not going to eat you. They might even help. Hesitating for a moment longer, Inoichi slowly inclined his head before calling out. Yamanaka art, mindscape intrusion. He then places a hand on either side of Naruto's head, over his temples before the world went black. Naruto's Mindscape. On a forest white sand beachfront clearing, the leaders of the task force find the ocean behind them along with a pier that led across the bay and to other parts of Naruto's mind. The water a vibrant blue, the sun above was out but offered no warmth, and a small seafront house sat further down the shore of the bay. Those from the Alliance find themselves staring out across the ocean in wonder, before Shizuka broke them from that by saying, "Still think your head's too clean." Naruto snorted, drawing eyes to him as he quipped back, "You really don't want me to answer you back." As he strolls past his wife, who falls into step beside him, but Karen also asks, "This is inside your head?" Yet it was Ino who answered, "Yeah. I was stuck in here for a few weeks." She too had began to guide the crowd who were walking after them, and Noichi, who was looking around, comments on it too. "This is a rather interesting vista. I had heard about it but seeing it myself." Tsunade also adds, "It is really beautiful. Compared to its previous incarnation." A new voice drew eyes to the front of the building where the female form of Kurama stood, leaning against the building in the buff, her hair covering up her sensitive parts and her tails acting as a belt to cover her lower side as she finished. "I have to agree." Everyone gawked at the figure and mental representation of the nine tails with Naruto yelling in embarrassment, "Kurama nay!" Kurama grinned foxily at her kit's reaction, watching as Shizuka turned on him with a glare so fierce while the others were still gawking and flush-cheeked at the sight of the naked goddess before them. The queen hissed, "You pervert! I swear I have nothing to do with that." Naruto pleaded, and thankfully, his wife was distracted by perverted giggling from Jiraiya and Kakashi. Before they knew anything, steel anvils dropped on both their heads, smashing them face first into the suddenly not-so-soft sand and burying them head first. Everyone looked back at them, then to Naruto, who was glaring at the duo as he growled, "This is my head, assholes! Keep that shit to your own." Getting nods from everyone before they looked back and saw that Kurama was now in a low-cut scarlet battle kimono, far more serious looking while holding open the door. "With that prank over, you all better get in here. You aren't going to like this." Swallowing nervously, the group followed after Naruto as he headed into the building. They witnessed a small interaction between the Kyuubi and Naruto, her grasping his arm and whispering softly. He nods and replies just the same before continuing inside. As they all begin stepping in, they find a very comfortable villa, an open-plan kitchen into this living area, and comfortable-looking sofas surrounding a tea table. The unused fireplace had been removed for a large flat-screen television. There were family photos decorating the sky-blue painted walls, wooden railings leading up to a second floor, and a trophy shelf covering up the opposite wall. Ino chirped happily, "Oh, you redecorated." That shelf had 9 statues upon it. The first being the Konoha 12, standing together back during the Chunin exams, the second being the swordsman, the third being the Suna siblings, Temari riding a 6-tailed fox with Gaara and Kankuro at her sides. The fourth depicted Naruto standing shoulder to shoulder with Yujuto and her team. The fifth had Naruto standing holding his wife, sword drawn in a protective manner, and a number of Nadeshiko Kunoichi alongside them. The sixth showed the 5 Kages, Mei, Minato, Gaara with Inoki hovering behind them rushing after Naruto, and Shizuka in a shinobi dash. The seventh had Naruto standing front and center, arms crossed with all the other Jinchuriki surrounding him with smiles. The eighth had the tailed beasts together. The ninth and largest was Naruto's entire family. His kids, both biological and adopted, his little sister, his wives, his parents, and both male and female forms of Kurama. These were all inspected, studied and admired by both Yamanaka, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shikamaru, and Koiki. They could easily disconcert the meanings of their presence here, key milestones and points of significance for the blonde. Even more so as the first and second were both grayscale, the former barely recognizable and seemingly poorly maintained. The third and fourth has basic coloring, fifth had detailing. Sixth onward were lifelike miniatures. A throat clearing drew the wanderer's attention to the gathering on the seats, Naruto and his fellow containers all staring at them as they stood ahead of the television. The 6 shinobi were quick to return to the group and take their seats, leaving the daimyo to do her own thing. Naruto nodded at them, ignoring the snooping Koyuki, before the screens all lit up. Firstly, we have to state this. Danzo Shimura is alive! Fu stated firmly, causing all eyes to narrow on her before the television switched on to show the visuals from Fu's point of view of the man standing before his root umbu from a distance. Those of the leaf jumped up, Tsunade growling. Impossible! We saw him die! Jiraiya declared, but the containers all shook their head, B stating. Just a puppet, you muppet! Naruto couldn't completely suppress his upturned lips at that jab. Jiraiya's tick mark was amusing, but they had to get back on subject, and so the blonde looks to the Yamanaka again before asking. Inoichi-san, we have a theory that involves your clan's techniques. The man nodded, clearly latching on to what they were theorizing and knew of a jutsu within the forbidden archives that had come to mind. Inoichi then voices his suspicions. Yes, Naruto. There is one that I think fits your theory perfectly. Nodding, Naruto then looks to Fu, who clicked her finger, and the image was overlaid by the chakra signature she had observed, with Yujito clarifying. This is the signature of that man. Look familiar? They all study it before Karen offered. That's the weird signature Inoichi-san and I picked up during our combination jutsu. The containers nod again, understanding before Naruto clicked his finger. Wasn't needed as this was his mind, but seeing as Fu did it, mimicking adds gravitas to the moment perfectly. The signal then taken apart, and split up with the container's notes and connotations added. Everyone's eyes widened at what they were seeing, with the containers all nodding, Naruto commenting. What about now? That's but this baseline. Tsunade was barely holding back tears at this point, with everyone sympathetic to her plight, with Jiraiya bringing her into a hug. Karen adjusted her glasses before offering. So, this being is some kind of special clone of something? A crime against mankind. Yujito griped, and none could really say anything against that opinion. Inoichi looked at this seriously and added. This just adds to his crimes. He stands and gets a closer look at the frequencies within the chakra, more accurately the one marked with Yamanaka origin, and nods to confirm. This is definitely ours, without doubt. Shikaku scanned each one carefully before nodding and saying, This is seriously disturbing. Brilliant but disturbing. My thoughts exactly. Karen says, staring at the Uzumaki signatures, clearly seeing the similarities between the evidence presented, and nodding before looking to her blonde clansman. There's more, right? This drew everyone's eyes to her, then to Naruto, who let out a deep breath. Fu looked to him, then back at the gathering, and speaking on his behalf. We believe it is by sheer chance. Dumb luck, more like. Kurama quipped, arms folded and scowling. It was clear whatever the more is was angering the strongest tailed beast, something fierce which could only be bad news. Yujito stepped in here by clarifying. Do you remember what Naruto-kun said about the original 5 shinobi clans? That caused a lump to drop in those who were there, with Hayashi answering the important question. The Hyuga, Senju, Uchiha, Kaigaya, and Uzumaki clans were the original 5 clans with a direct line to the sage. The containers all nodded, with Naruto clarifying. Well, technically speaking, the Sage of 6 Paths is the precursor of only the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans. His brother is responsible for the Hyuga and Kaguya clans. The two Nara narrowed their eyes and, putting the pieces together, then widened their eyes in disbelief. Seeing that, the containers all nod in unison, with Fu informing the class. This thing has the eyes of the sage. Otherwise known as... Naruto speaking immediately after his sister, but it was Killer Bee who finished. The Rinnegan. The ultimate dojutsu. The state of stunned silence was broken by the growling and angry tail flickering of the vixen, Kurama snarling. He doesn't deserve them, our father's eyes. He is a disgrace and a thief. I shall have his soul for this insult. What can we expect from this? May asked seriously. Her temper was barely being restrained right now, and outside this mental construction, the floor beneath her had long since turned to lava. Fu was the one to explain. Full basic elemental chakra alignment. Possible gravity control. Perfect and constant unobstructable vision. It can also see chakra in all its forms. That was already a tall order, but Naruto adds. Thankfully, we don't believe he has had time or the knowledge in how to make full use of it yet. Based off the signature we have observed, he lacks the power to fully utilize it, so the only unique ability he may have any use of is the gravity control and maybe potent genjutsu, potent enough to capture the tailed beasts in. Troublesome. Shikamaru muttered, getting a nod from the rest, though Naruto continued. Precisely, which is why whenever he takes the field during the assault, we will need to confront him in a single coordinated assault. He will be limited to 1 or 2 controlling genjutsu at a time at most. Just hit him constantly then. Kuratsuchi asked flatly, bouncing her knee to bleed off her nervousness at all these discoveries and the strength of their enemy. She smirked. That is something we can do easily enough. Nothing about the Rinnegan is easy. Yujuto hissed, drawing all eyes to her, as she explained further. The last time we went up against one, we had to tear through half of AIM to beat him. Eyes widened at that, with Jiraiya asking. Was that why the Hidden Rain was all but destroyed? Pain was a tough opponent. I grunted, recalling that fight, as he too was more than a little unnerved about this all. He never thought he'd fight another one with those damned eyes. He growls. This is all the more reason to head in as soon as possible, before he unlocks more of its abilities. For once, I agree with the musclehead. Inoki commented with all the seriousness of his countless battles and meeting the blonde's gaze directly before adding. We have to crush him in totality. That's the plan, oil man. Naruto quipped back swiftly before looking to Fu again. Another click and a dozen other figures appeared, and the hearts dropped before Naruto explained again. These are nowhere near as powerful as Danzo is. We suspect that they are similar as Crimea's but failed to mesh well, but they are all at least Jonin level. Everyone nodded, though Tsunade looked like she was about to kill the first thing that breathed funny in her direction. Naruto finished this meeting on the following. These are all high-value targets. Engage them with full prejudice. Leave nothing, not even the ash, to remain afterwards. Everyone nods before he looks to Inoichi, who nodded and released the jutsu. Land of Waves, deployment. The following morning, Naruto exits his tent to find everyone else geared up for war just as he was. Standing in his demon Jonin attire with a few additions. His right side has the Nadeshiko armor worked into his gear, and on his back was his infamous black meter and a bit long Ode katana. The specifically made chakra harness holds his infamous Ode katana. His family's 3-pronged kunai can be seen dominating both his kunai pouches. His long roguish hair was tied back in a low ponytail, and the black forehead protector of Nadeshiko keeps the rest from falling over his eyes. His right arm had the demon shinobi plate visible as he strode with purpose through the camp, and those who saw him knew that it was time. The squad leaders followed him. Their subordinates begin to double-check their gear. Just in case. Naruto is soon joined by both Karen on his left and Utakata on his right, with Guren on his right, all matching the seriousness. As they enter the lake area behind Tsunami's home, Naruto caught a glimpse of phantoms from a memory from a time so long ago. Team 7 all trying to climb those 3 trees, the slash marks healing but visible still. He did not break his stride as those ghosts vanish again, and around the table where the 5 Kages and the many alliance leaders await his arrival. Before them now stood all the squad leaders from across the alliance and their allies in full. Naruto spoke calmly yet with a firm resolve. Everyone. This is it. Operation Endgame Phase 3. The briefing would take an hour, and the leadership would explain the roles of each squad with basic overview of the larger tactical reason for their respective actions. Leave staging point. An hour later. The sound of ship horns could be heard as the flagships of both the Water Navy and Demon Country leave port, their escorting flotilla raising anchors in response, and the carriers too falling into formation. Naruto watches this all as he strolls towards the entrance of the leaf staging point, Karen on his right and Yui on his left. As they reach the path towards the camp, Naruto stops and looks over the town in the near distance with the bridge visible in the distance. After a moment he lets out a tired sigh, asking himself, "This really is it, huh?" To his surprise, Karen placed her hand on his arm and drew his gaze to hers as she spoke. This is culmination of everything, right? The peaceful world you had been striving for, no? A wary smile was offered in response to those words before a nod preceding his response. It is, yeah? Naruto looks back towards the horizon before continuing. So much blood has been spilled on this path. But even more have been saved. Karen argued that point, seeing as she was one such life spared, drawing his gaze to her once more, so she elaborated further. You fight for family, friends, and a future that is far brighter than this current broken world. In the short time that I have spent with you, even I can tell you that. She smiled softly and nodded in a self-confirmation way that her male counterpart couldn't really refute, so Karen added. So, even if this is personal to us both, we have to do this one last time. Fight for everything we want. So that our family, both past and present, can look forward to the future together. Another heavy sigh before Naruto nodded and smiled back at her as he offered. Remind me again who's the leader of this alliance? Karen smirked knowingly, pushing up her glasses upon her nose, then offering back. Well, you know what they say about every great man? That there is a greater woman supporting him. Earning chuckles from Naruto and the newly arrived Leaf contingent as they approached him, though there was a collective mention of troublesome. That caused the 3 demon shinobi to turn back to them to witness the glares at the 4 Naras in attendance. Tsunade and Jiraiya were at the front of the group, though again, it was Naruto who spoke first after his once-over. Your medic teams? Aboard the carrier as per the plan. Tsunade informed, firmly, earning 2 nods from the Uzumaki when Hana steps up and speaks to Yui. It is good to be working with you, Yui-chan. Yui, at her full size that was slightly larger than Akamaru, let out a single chirp that earned a side-eye from Naruto, who understood that rather childish remark but chose not to comment on it. Instead, the leader of the Demon Shinobi program looked back to the Leaf group and spoke. Our transportation has been prepared. Are you? The close to 70 shinobi of the Land of Fire's hidden Leaf Shinobi village all nod firmly, determination gleaming in their eyes and a resolve unseen behind their entire frames. Hayashi spoke first. This is our duty, to see our enemy is defeated in totality. We, the Hyuga, shall be sure to see to it that is the case. His fellow Hyuga all nod in agreement. Shibi Abarim commented next. As the High Queen has informed us, we are doing this for the future of the hive. We shall not allow failure this day. His 6 clansmen, including Shino, nod calmly to his statement. Next was Choza, who spoke. Leave those monsters to us. As a Kimichi, we will not be bested in the strength of assault. His 12 clansmen all grin, some banging on their chakra armor-plated chests. A sigh Naruto felt in his bones came from the Naras present with Shikamaru speaking for them. The others thought it was too much of a hassle. This is troublesome, with all the work we already put in, but we have your back. Dad's with Anoichi aboard the carrier, so don't worry about it. As one of only 2 from the 15 Yamanakas who came, Ino spoke on her clan's behalf. Yeah, Naruto, we got this. Thanks to your identification seals, this should be a walk in the park. Her fellow blonde nodded as some spoke up, approaching the large fox. This should be a worthy hunt for us too. We're looking forward to it. The other 12 Inuzuka members nod along to their leader's words, their partners barking in agreement. It was Kakashi speaking for the other Jonin in attendance by announcing. We have your back, Naruto. Lead the way. Naruto nodded to the man who failed him and his family, not offering words as he turns his back and spoke before running off. Good, then follow me. Our airship's waiting for us. The others were on his heel immediately. At the landing zone, the various airships were being loaded up by the different platoons of shinobi in accordance with the battle plan set out by the command team previously. Gaara was standing at the entrance of his transport, watching as the final members of his unit were undergoing final checks, when he spotted his brother arriving with the Hidden Leaf group. The 2 caught one another's eyes and share a discreet nod as everyone began to split up to their transports. Naruto stands at the door of his unit's drop-ship air transport, watching as everyone boarded ahead of him. With Ino winking at him as she passed ahead of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shikamaru being up the rear. Yui followed him, and just as Naruto was about to follow in, Karen gently pulled him back. This naturally drew his attention to his clanswoman, despite the growing volume of the whines from the rotating propellers of the airships and spiraling winds. Meeting Ruby with his sapphire, Naruto listened as Karen spoke softly. After this, he smiles and nods with his gentle reply. We go home. Put this behind us and look towards the peace we spoke of. She nodded before being rather bold by stepping forward into his personal space and bringing him into a hug. A firm, warm, and affectionate hug that he returned promptly. The winds flowed around them for the few moments they were embraced, the other craft already lifting off before long, and forcing the air through the cloak of the male Uzumaki. After a few moments, they parted and Karen smiled while saying, Thank you for everything. This last year, my life has been greatly improved since you pulled me from that base. Chuckling, the blonde realized that it has only just been a year since then. Well, a bit longer than that, but yeah, it sounded better saying it was a year. Naruto then replied. Only a year, huh? It has been rather eventful, I would admit. The two chuckled before moving into the transport just as it too began to lift up. Reaching the top of said ramp, the two were greeted to the sight of the fitted seating in the cargo hold of the transport filled with the shinobi of their assault force. All were smirking at the two, but they both ignored the insinuations in their gazes and instead turned back out to the still closing ramp. They watched as the transports maneuver into formation, joined by their sky shinobi escort fighters, 2 per airship, and then the door sealed shut. With chakra in their feet keeping them stable, Naruto and Karen look to one another. She nods so he returns it before tapping a green seal on his lower left forearm, just beneath the armor of his gloves 4 times. This sent a request to the communications department, ran by the Yamanaka clan scattered about the important transports and capital ships of the naval forces for full coverage over the battle space. Karen watched her watch, that was on a similar place, but her own tattooed seal was beside it, and she spotted Naruto's turn purple and golden, indicating it went from squad level to battalion level, and now was on entire battle space. Seeing this change too, Naruto looks to Karen as he raises his arm before his face and announces to the whole force. This is Demon Commander Naruto Uzumaki, calling all forces. All the allies of the force could hear him in their minds as Karen holds up 2 fingers without looking away from her watch. Beyond their transport, the entire Alliance task force closes in on the theater of this final confrontation and final double checks carried out by the nervous and the studious alike. Naruto continued his address. In 2 minutes, the final phase of Operation Endgame will begin, and we will engage enemy forces in direct action in a single, overwhelming strike. This is to ensure that everything we have all been working towards, the future we all desire, the peaceful, prosperous future of our dreams is realized. He takes a breath then adds. We all have put in a lot of work over the past 7 years, a concerted effort and dedication to achieve what we have now. Our dreams are possible, the evidence is at our sides, beneath our fingertips, and in some cases, staring right back at us. The airships finally clear the island and began to descend as they encroach upon their seafaring counterparts that were closing in on the defense line of the kilometer-wide whirlpools surrounding the ruined, but now occupied, home island of the Uzumaki clan. The head of said clan continued. This task force is proof of the budding effect of that work. We now stand shoulder to shoulder with our friends, allies, and family in these trying times. Taking a deep breath, Naruto finishes with. This peace is tentative and new, we all know this. However, this is proof we are heading towards a far brighter future than what our predecessors could have ever envisioned. So, together with our fellow shinobi, kunoichi, samurai and crewmen, we will fight against this final stain of the previous regime of darkness and move forward together. As one and the same. He locks eyes with Karen, who was smirking still, and ends with, I wish everyone luck and pray the sage watches out for us all. Out. The line dropped as his arm fell back to his side. Naruto let out a tired sigh, but the clapping from the others present caused him to glance back to see the beaming smiles from the teams of shinobi at his back. An excited yip from the laying down Yui drew his eye next and allowed him to spot Karen's smirk. Though as he focuses on it, she just nodded and he sighed again. This leader stuff is getting rather tiresome, He would rather be at home spoiling the kids or training his kitsune. Oh right, that reminds him, he should call upon the Guardian Corps and let them have a go at things this time around. It would be good to get Katriana and Tatanana out in the thick of things. Land of Eddies, Southern Landing Zone. The Alliance Navy slow as they creep towards the active artificial, self-sustaining recreated whirlpools that block access to the island known as Yuzushiogakure no Sato, or the Land of Eddies. The place of the raised home of the Uzumaki clan. Thankfully to the Alliance, 2 of the 3 adult members of said clan are in attendance, and happen to know the passcode to shut them down. As the airships pass over the warships, ramps deploying and allowing said Uzumaki to see the swirling rapids, both go through the required hand signs just as they pass over them. The roar of the water dies down, telling everyone that they were successful in shutting down the external defense line and the naval ships will get underway as soon as the water dies down a bit more. In the meantime, Naruto looks to Karen then to Yui, nodding to both before looking forward and stepping to the edge of the ramp, matched by his fellow containers upon the other transports. On the final approach, all the transports, equally spaced apart, pull back to aid in their rapid braking and essentially flick the Jinchuriki forward and clear of their frames. Like the others, Naruto was perfectly calm as he traveled through the sky while talking with his tenant. So, ready Kurama? For this final battle. Kit, this is going to be fun. Ready when you are. Got it, here we go. Naruto replies to his parent figure and goes through the rehearsed hand signs in sync with his brothers and sisters, all calling out in unison. Jinchuriki art, summoning! Just like that, all 8-tailed beasts appeared upon the hallowed grounds of the Uzumaki clan. Kurama lands just as gracefully as his siblings and let out an earth-shuddering roar to announce their arrival. The numerous mutant summoning creatures created by Root to combat them are released towards them, and the children of the sage waste no time in their counter-attacks. Their Jinchuriki, however, hop off immediately after the summoning and rendezvous with their respective units. Naruto, after splitting from Kurama, body flickered onto the calming sea and gathers natural chakra using his Leviathan Sage mode. This causes his hair to gain a multicolored shimmer to it, and float around as if in water, bluish-green markings around his eyes and running down his face from the edges and joining into his whiskers that had thinned and lengthened. After gathering enough chakra within his coils, Naruto goes through the hand signs for Sage Art Summoning, Masters of the Seas. He slammed his hand into the water beneath him, and hears Karen call out from behind him, to the left. Uzumaki Style, Summoning! All the sensory officers among both forces suddenly detected 4 very large creatures appearing within the sea, and they immediately rushed towards the already embattled 3-tailed Aisabu. The other creatures of Root keeping him from joining his siblings until now. They have their orders. Both Uzumaki body flicker back to their meeting point to find their group there awaiting their arrival with Temari at the head. She had half of the Sans deployed forces at her back, all fan wielders. She was standing beside all the Inuzuka deployed by the Leaf in this operation with some at the head. Shikamaru and Ino were at her side as communications and rapid retasking for this group. The final members were 2 Explosion Corps shinobi for the heavy demo work they may come across. Their escorts consist of a single squad from both Star and Snow. Another gathering of natural chakra, this time. As he was on land, Naruto's Fox Sage mode exploded forth as he went through the hand signs, then slamming his hand on the ground, whispering, Sage Art Summoning, Hunter Squad. In several puffs of smoke, 12 4-tailed kitsune appear, all similar in appearance to that of Yui with muted white fur and various shades of orange markings. Without standing again, Naruto addresses them all in his commander voice, that brokered no argument or tolerance to insubordination of his words. You will all pair with one of the fan wielders. They are your responsibility for this hunt, and will boost the strength of your flames with winds. Understood? The kitsune all knew a statement if they knew one, despite it being phrased as a question, thus all 12 hunters barked sharply once, as if at attention. Naruto nods once before going through a short sequence of hand signs and stopping on the kitsune before looking to Yui, who was standing beside Karen, before saying, Keep my family safe, Yui. Kitsune Art, Transformation. He erupts in smoke before being replaced with a similar-sized kitsune to the rest, a little larger than Akamaru, but with dull red fur, black fur around his paws and 7 tail tips, with brilliant blue eyes. His sage markings made him look more like a miniature version of his tenant, but with a jacket on, and normal fox ears in place of the rabbit ears, and a normally proportional fox upper half. Kiba had done a lot of research into his clan scrolls after his return from the Demon Festival of Founding. The stories of his friend leading a pack in Fang and in the southern region of the Land of Wind, where Naruto himself became another member of the pack, informed too, and had Kiba thinking. Most of the paired techniques he knows with Akamaru, with a limited few exceptions, involved his partner becoming human alongside him to double their damage output. Seeing how close Naruto and his foxes work together, and the fact that he can transform into one, made Kiba consider that he should think about his own friendship with his companion. This led him to a very rarely used, if the dust on the scroll was anything to go by, technique within his clan that does just that. So, when Kiba Inuzuka, son of Tsum Inuzuka, and heir apparent to the clan, saw Naruto transform and the subsequent mounting by the Suna shinobi, he decided it was time for his own resolve to improve to be put on the line. Stepping clear of his clansmen, catching their eye, Kiba goes through hand signs and calls out. Inuzuka secret art, beast transformation, one-headed dog. In a plume of smoke, standing beside Naruto was, what most would call, an inverted colored Akamaru with brown fur and white ears. His eyes, though, showed of his human status as he stared at Kitsune Naruto, who seemed to smirk at the similarities in the techniques. Kiba says in Broken Dog that the others could understand somewhat. If you foxes can, we dogs can. A snort from the Kitsune did not take from his resolve, though Naruto's chuckles were felt by his rider, Temari, who shook her head at that declaration before looking over the gathering. Time to... But she paused upon seeing every single canine in the landing zone snap towards the tree line, and surely enough, 2 massive crab-like beasts came rushing out at high speed. Without panic or delay, Temari opened her fan to full and ordered, Takaki Uesada. Slow them down. Kitsune on my mark. Hi! The 2 Explosion Corps members thrown 2 birds of explosive clay each, both aiming for 1 each, and the Kitsune all charged their flames, their riders the winds. 2 direct hits forcing both mutants to trip over themselves, sliding to a stop when Temari orders. Fire blasts. As one, all 14 Kitsune let off blasts of flames, and the Suna riders all fanned those flames with their wind assist fan swipes. The pain screeches caused most to wince and close their hands over their ears, the Kitsune and dogs flicking them flat and back. Yet, even with molten melting shells, the creatures tried advancing still, which is when Kiba barked and charged with Akamaru on his tail, and both pulled off a piercing fang, smashing the 2 hulks of mutated science back into rocks and trees, putting an end to their torment. Kiba strolled unsteadily back towards the group, shaking off the drowsiness after a moment as the others smirk at him, with his mother chuckling. Not bad, pup. Indeed. Temari commented with a nod, before looking over and watching Son Goku throw another, much larger version of those 2 monsters at the giant form Choza, who slams it down with his bow staff with a thundering crash. She then looked up, only to watch a bird-like creature snap at one of the sky shinobi gliders, that ducked down to avoid it, forcing the bird to try and turn back, only to get hit in the back by a lightning blast, then a bomb from another, blowing off its right wing. Foo's speeding past and flashing another bird creature, then for another bomb to blow its head off as another sky shinobi flew past. The flash reminded the mounted Suna wind mistress that her own job is left to do, looking down at the forest ahead and ordering, "We better get flanking. We can't miss our rendezvous with the main assault unit at the northeastern garrison. Land of Eddies, Central Fortress Siege." Just within the trees before the root fortress, the Alliance assault force is engaged in a surprise rear-action counterattack. They had been preparing to charge the fort when a sudden strike from the rear was spotted by the Hyuga, and they had been first to engage the attempted encirclement. At the same time, 4 of the crustacean mutants came from the left with 4 mutant dogs charging ahead of them. Jiraiya intercepted the 8 creatures with a large toad swamp trap, slowing their advance to a crawl but not completely stopping them. Root suddenly launched a two-pronged frontal assault, forcing Mei to lead a detachment of Alliance shinobi to tackle the flanking group, and Kuratsuchi to lead the defense against their main defenders. Tsunade managed to explode two more crab mutants with her super punch. Kakashi and Asuma double-teamed a mutant dog. The front line fell into chaos. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt that it was time to call in reinforcements, and despite his hands being busy he began preparing to summon Ma and Pa whilst maintaining the swamp trap holding back the mutants. Due to this, he missed the small squad of Root rushing him and noticed them when the dual cry of "Dynamic entry!" Guy and Lee smashing through the group, forcing them to scatter and allowing the final active member of Team 9 a chance to pick them off with her long-range fire. Tenten lands at Jiraiya's back, throwing lightning-coated kunai at speeds before commenting back at the Toad summoner. "We'll watch your back, Lord Jiraiya." The white-haired man smirked, nodding before biting his thumb and calling out, "Summoning." Out of a puff of smoke came the two elder toads, who took one look around and realized just how serious this was turning into. Ma cried out, "Jiraiya boy! What in the world have you summoned us into?" "That seems obvious, Ma," Pa comments grimly, looking around at the carnage of the area before whispering, "This is a war zone, seems like." "Explain later. I need Sage Mode to summon the others," Jiraiya stresses as he continued holding back the creatures. Before they could argue, the form of the two-tailed flaming cat slides into view behind the trees on the far side of the clearing, stunning them as it unleashed a torrent of azure flames on its enemy. The cat then leaps back as the large crab lunges at her, before the seven tails swooped down and crushed it before returning to the sky. This is when Ma and Pa could sense the fact that every single bijou was present. Their shock was short-lived, as with a giant plume of smoke, Katsuyu appeared with Tsunade atop her head. Hopping atop Jiraiya's shoulders, both elder toads realized that it was most definitely not the time and began to channel nature energy, which is when they then discovered the other sages, with Ma calling out, "There are other sages here. Naruto and his clones most likely." Jiraiya informed curtly as he senses his own Sage Mode activate as he goes through another chain of signs before calling out, "Sage Art, Food Cart Destroyer." From the sky fell the three massive combat toads, Gamabunta, Gamahiro, and Gamakin, crushing the mutants in the process. After blinking several times, the three looked shocked at their surroundings, and before they could call out, Jiraiya landed atop Gamabunta's head and spoke briskly. "Listen up, Bunta. Hiro Ken. We are in the middle of Operation Endgame, an operation of the Shinobi Alliance, Leaf, and Stone to crush Root once and for all." They all listened and nod along, so their summoner continued. "As you can see and sense, the tailed beasts are all here and on our side. We need to wipe out those mutant monsters and support the allies. Any questions?" "Just one." Gamabunta grunts, drawing his blade as the others collect their weapons before he continued. "Why didn't you call sooner? This seems like a real riot." Chuckling at the end as Jiraiya's shoulders slumped while responding. "We didn't even know about this 24 hours ago. We got lucky." With another perfectly executed 64 palm strike, killing two more Root operatives, Hayashi spins around in another flawless rotation and blocked 6 attackers, knocking them around. As if precognitively gifted, Hinata appeared behind 2 and with swiftness, struck out at each with her twin lion palms. They were dead before they hit the ground. Spotting the incoming fire dragon, Hinata leaps back with unintended grace and out of the blast radius, only to be set upon by a kunai barrage. Yet her father appeared between both parties to perfectly defend his daughter, just as 2 main branch Hyuga charged past and performed twin air palms in retaliation. Just as the squad of 6 were about to leap in to confront the Hyuga clan directly, they were abruptly cut down by the arrival of the 8 ninja swordsmen and Mei, who then dropped down into view. The Hyuga were surprised, as Naruto was supposed to be on the eastern flank of the battle leading a flanking strike. Yet here he was. Though it was Hayashi who spoke first. "Thank you for the assistance. They were the last of the rear strike." Mei nodded firmly, glancing around with her hard emerald eyes before commenting. We took care of the flanking action and chased the last few south to here. I believe I should have broken through. A loud explosion, that sounded like a thunderclap, ran over the clearing and confirmed what the Mizukage was saying, earning a nod from the Hyuga. Mei continued. It's time to do a two-pronged assault of our own. Care to join us? Hayashi nodded firmly, stating clearly. Lead the way. The two groups returned to the north, around the main engagement zone to pincer strike the main fortress. As Hayashi reaches Mei's side, he asks, Shouldn't Naruto be? He is. Mei cut off the Hyuga clan leader, knowing that was going to be brought up, and thus explained. It's one of his super shadow clones. A Jonin-level enhanced shadow clone of him with seals to buff its durability and longevity. She glances at the man, whose dojutsu is actively scanning the area really quickly, and states. He can only make and maintain less than a handful of them at a time, and the chakra cost is insane as a result. They come across a clearing, but spot a few root umbu midway through changing into regular leaf Jonin outfits. Probably to try blend into the forces to cause chaos or slip away. Mei looks to Hayashi, who looks back at her, and they both nod. Kurama shoulder barges another one of the weird winged wolves, snapping one of those pesky appendages, only for one of those bird mutants to screech in its dive down on the 9 tails. Growling, flames lit up the Biju's maul before a blinding flash of orange incinerate the affront to nature in the form of a man's attempted replacements for him and his kin. A growl from the thing he had knocked down, its head hanging off the cliff side of the island as it tried to get up despite the torn upper thigh, burned hindquarters and broken wing. Kurama stares at it dispassionately for several moments before kicking it off the edge and watches it as it crashes into the sea, mumbling about his lazy brother needs the workout. A plume of smoke drew the fox's attention to the gigantic dark orange elephantine chimera appearing nearby, roaring out, which exposed its fairer skin beneath the predominant orange. Just as it lifts its armored trunk, Kurama blasts the thing with a powerful shot of orange Biju flames. One and done. For large plumes of smoke draw his eyes and the elegant, yet armored forms of Kartriana, Tadanana, Varvara and Sasha. Kurama finds himself chuckling lowly, observing these very, very fine vixens. He has only ever met Kartriana and Tadanana before. They are the usual suspects when the kit's den needs a guard and they get on well enough. Varvana, though, near enough never shows up. She has a thicker coat than most, a dark navy blue with a silver undercoat, paws, tail tips and eyes. Her ice breath is just as potent as the other's fire breath that makes her unique. Kitsune are normally fire breathers, thus as the sole ice breather, she had faced challenges and scorn by the others, but she persevered. She is now one of the strongest, and sought after, Kitsune with 8 tails. The only mark on her record as of current is the fact that Yui doesn't like her, like most lower vixens, as they perceive her as snob and too prideful, as she has turned down every male who had attempted to court her. Sasha, on the other hand, has a stunning auburn primary coat, gray undercoat, paws and tail tips. Her olive green eyes are sharp and don't miss a thing. Some think she has eyes in the back of her head, that is how detail-oriented she is. Kurama considers the fact that the kid has summoned them has turned this into a slaughterhouse. Sure, summoning him takes very little chakra these days, but abusing the 7th tail's ability to maintain nature chakra gathering, which gives him permanent sage mode, is a bit much. He snorts. Who is he kidding? This is just getting good. His world suddenly went blank. Episode 23. Land of Eddies, Northern Firebase. A little earlier. A flash of blue light passes through the base twice from east to west and west to east. The resulting sonic eruption blasted many into the remaining compacted, reinforced mud squares lining the perimeter and marking the base's outer wall. Splattered outlines of root operatives, their masks shattered to dust as the joint Kumo and Nadeshiko forces rush in. The few scattered survivors struggled to their feet only to be cut down by the rushing swordsmen of Kumo or picked off by the ranged strikes from the Nadeshiko Kunoichi. 2 new squads appeared from seemingly nowhere, led by 2 unmasked shinobi that Shizuka suspects are from the high-value target list, and pulled her explosive knives. The first 2 sent flying were deflected by the root umbu, only for them to detonate a millisecond after contact and blowing apart the front line as the Queen declared. Those two unmasked are to be prioritized. Hold nothing back. Hi! Immediately, beams of water-enhanced lightning blast forward, launched by Samui, only to be blocked by rock walls that shattered under the power of her assault, but they did their job in absorbing the attacks. One of the captains duck aside through the dust cloud and throw off a barrage of kunai. One hand sign turns the 12 into 120. Yet, another surprise came in the form of Omoi, who lifts his katana above his head in focus as he gathers black lightning sparking across it before slashing down. The small beam of black cut through the barrage, reducing it to 12. He hasn't perfected it yet. Thankfully for him, the kunoichi of Nadeshiko had his back, and those remaining 12 were intercepted by Saban perfectly, Erika appearing at his side with a sultry giggle, saying, "Oh, big boy! You free after this?" Before he could respond, Akagi sped past and shouted, "Not now, Erika! Back me up!" Erika pouted but replied, "Fine, you brute," throwing her needles at the two umbu that escaped Akagi's opening heavy slash from her two-handed katana. Omu chuckled nervously as he followed after Akagi, wondering if this is what the boss has to deal with on a regular basis. Carry blocks, ducks, then twirls around one root before parrying and kicking out against another, just as Kyoto slides in with a horizontal slash to the first enemy she blocked, then moves in sync with the redhead as she ducks and allows the Kumo Kunoichi to roll over her back to cut down the kicked enemy. Kyoto's black blade sliced through the ground on its way up and splits the last enemy in half right up. Just as Karui looks back at the silver-haired adopted Uzumaki Nadeshiko to thank her, Kyoto pulls her clear of a fireball, then blocks the water blast with her katana and then cuts through an explosive note, clean through the kunai and paper in a single slash. Both enemies were immediately filled with kunai or throwing knives. The one with the knives is fried by lightning. With their immediate vicinity clear, Kyoto glances back at the flushed-faced Karui and smiled lightly. "My brother always tells me to not get distracted with idle chatter when in a fight." The golden-eyed woman just nodded once, Karui replying, "Good advice." "Yeah, he's my idol, so I take it seriously," Kyoto replied whilst taking stock of their situation and finding her next target, so asks, "Back me up?" "On your 6. Karui states as the two rush towards one of the maskless captains. Samui deflects another lunge from the captain, ducking his immediate elbow thrust, and responds with a low kick to the knee that buckled him briefly, as she then slashes up, but the rude captain hops back, only to deflect a thrown dagger from Shizuka, electrifying him on contact. The busted blonde stepped forward, Tanto leading the way only for arm to be caught, but that did not faze Samui as she reversed heel kicked him in a very rare display of her flexibility. Slightly stunned, the captain released her as he stumbled back and missed the 3 knives punching through his armored chest. Leaping back, Samui watches as the man was electrocuted, then engulfed in bright blue flames, and then take another 2 more knives, of the wind persuasion, from Shizuka that caused the flames to explode in temperature, and as promised nothing was left when that flame died down. Glancing to her side, Samui looked to Shizuka, who looked back, and the two nodded before watching as Anu, Kyoto, and Karui deal with the second captain. Both kunoichi prepare their ranged options, just in case. Kyoto is deflected, Anu is barged back, and Karui's strike is parried by the captain's offhand Tanto. The redhead twists and ducks to launch a high kick. At the same time, Kyoto blocks off the likely escape with a wide slash. The root captain blocks, then flips over Kyoto's slash to evade Karui's high kick and narrowly avoids the downward slash of Anu's black katana. Without any hand signs, the Black Ops experiment breaths out a fire dragon at point-blank range, only for Anu to slice through it. Karui and Kyoto moving to flank him on the next breath. Seeing the two kunoichi moving to cut off his flanks, the captain darts forward trying to catch Anu off guard, and was partially successful as she could only block the double slash of the dual tantos. Not allowing himself to be boxed in, the captain substituted himself with a log that was trisected by the 3 immediately following the jutsu's activation. A twin fire dragon is launched at them, only for Omoi to slide in and slice through the one on the left, Ren cutting through the other. A flash of blue and the laser fired from Samui had punched a hole through his chest. Right where his heart should be. Before the captain's body could hit the floor, it was hit with 6 kunai, lit ablaze before said flames erupt and incinerate the entire body swiftly. The next moment Kurama's roar could be heard, drawing all eyes up to see the giant fox glaring at them with a man, who wasn't Naruto, atop his head while smirking at them. It was Oma who broke through the stunned silence by commenting, "That does not look good." No, it doesn't," Shizuka added as she notices the normally scarlet eyes are instead replaced by that all-too-familiar ripple pattern. She watched as flames gather in his mouth, that part, and revealed the simmering flames when Karui mentioned, "We should probably." "It's fine," Shizuka commented, cutting the woman off, and everyone looks to her to see the smirk she donned. Feeling the eyes on her, the queen added, "It's being handled. Look." They all look back to see the fox forced to abandon its attack as 4 8-tailed vixens charge him, clashing and barging him. Omoy again broke the stunned silence with his muttering of, "Tiresome," before pulling out a lollipop and placing it in his mouth, shaking his head at this change of events, but it was Shizuka who rallied them all. "We need to get to the next target. Rendezvous with the Fox unit. Shizuka-sama, that will require us to bypass that." Erika commented only for Akagi to snort, adding, "Wuss." Before they could argue further, Kyoto speaks. "If that is what Anai-sama had ordered, or did you forget his station?" Glaring at the two who bite back their retorts. Shizuka nodded before glancing around and ordering, "Stick with me and we should be fine. Let's go, Star Battalion." Land of Eddies, Eastern Firebase. A few minutes before the Northern Firebase strike, Naruto leads the pack of Kitsune, Temari on his back and leading the other Suna shinobi, and the canine cavalry bringing up the rear. As they clear the tree line, the enemy base in view, the Wind Mistress of Suna orders, "Now! Piercing Fong!" Some roared. She led the barrage of spinning canine and human death tornadoes through the base's external defenses. Walls of reinforced mud and metal were shredded with little in the way to prevent the follow-up by the cavalry kitsunes. Wind-boosted, fire blasts to destroy the numerous pens and barracks. Naruto lands atop an unfortunate root operative, his claws tearing through their armor and flesh with little trouble. Kiba mauls the root's partner with Akamaru landing on the third. Temari's Tezsen wind/killed the last of the 4-man squad. She then orders, "Takaki Osada! Blow the underground entrance. We'll handle the grunts." Both the Wagakure shinobi were already heading towards their assigned target, their escorts cutting through the 2 root attempting to intercept them, with Takaki calling back, "Already on it." Takaki is considered a wiry man within a Wagakure, slims framed yet tall at 6'4", dull blonde hair, black eyes and tan skin. He is prodigal in regards of his explosion release, and even he would be forgiven for the awe he is feeling in the presence of the overwhelming destruction the Kitsune are bringing to the table. Yui slides to a stop, crunching the arm she had in her jaws, then throwing the root's body into the path of a Getsuga of 1 Hana Inuzuka, shredding it to body parts, and then the Kitsune looks up to see 2 more hung up by chains of her rider. With a brief flare, Yui turns them both to ash before watching one of the barracks erupt by twin twisters, Sum and her partner Kuramaru appearing whilst spinning back to witness the building begin collapsing. Before it fully crushed those within, a supercharged blue fireball slipped in and together the crushed, charred bodies were clearly destroyed. Both Inuzuka were satisfied. As they slide to a stop, Yui and Naruto leap over them and releasing flames on the last of the group of root umbu. The clan head whistled at the destruction, before a loud, ground-shuddering explosion drew their attention. The plume of dirt, flames, and smoke reached far and tall. Grinning, Sum nodded her approval as she hears the cheers from the explosion corps and, like them, she made her way towards the 2 mounted kitsune. She noticed how Naruto had stiffened and looking towards the place of the Kyuubi. As she arrives at his side, he let out a deep growl and watched as Temari's eyes hardened. Abruptly, his chakra spiked hard, and then he leaped clear of them before 4 of his tails shot out. The second they smashed into the ground, Naruto let out a loud roar and summoning circles expanded from the tails before erupting into massive columns of white smoke. As the smoke is forced apart, 4 stunning vixens appeared, all with 8 tails each. 2 of which had regal purple and black fur, muscular yet armored frames, and no shinobi could miss the sheer amount of chakra they were passively releasing as they shook themselves off lightly. Some and most the Inuzuka were gawking at the sight of these overwhelmingly powerful canines before them. Hana, Kiba, and their partners recognized too, the former announcing, "Catriona and Tadanana, members of the Guardian Corps. Something must have happened." Some glanced back at her daughter and asks, "You know these ladies?" Hana and her partners nodded sharply before starting. Met the 2 purple ones back in Demon Country. They are the Kitsune's last line of defense, and as members of the Guardian Corps, they all have 8 tails at minimum. She met her mother's gaze before adding, "If they are here, then something big is going on." Some nodded seriously, looking to listen to the foxes, but frowned as they were all speaking fox slang, and that reminds her about the conversation she had with her children upon their return. How their dog tongue was, by the other canine species, broken and inaccurate. Something they need to work on. Naruto and Temari had briefed Catriona, Tadanana, Sasha, and the rare sight of Varvana, who was always eager to help her summoner, way too eager if you asked Yui. Thankfully, Catriona responded, "Very well, Naruto-sama. We shall handle Lord Kurama." "I will be there in a moment too," Naruto commented as he focused on the sensory ability for a few moments, seeing as the Kage level signature has just reached Kurama, and so added, "Hold his attention until then and avoid looking into that man's eyes. He has the sages, so he will try to control you all too." For the first time since she arrived, Varvana spoke up, lowering down as her voice as soft as a child's touch. "Fear not, Naruto-kun. We shall not be so easily swayed." Naruto smiled at her as he nodded, then ordered, "I have no doubt in any of you. However, you should hurry as my mate is nearby and I don't want any of you to get injured too much." He got a cacophony of giggles from the audience of 4 8-tailed vixens, with Catriona adding softly, "As caring as ever, Naruto-sama, and looking so handsome." Temari swore Naruto's fur darkened as his heckles raised and a quick check showed his tails fluffed slightly, like seriously. What were they saying to earn such a reaction? Naruto's suddenly snapping to the direction of his parent figure, paired with the growl, caused all the kitsune nearby to do the same, with the 8-tailed vixen's growl reverberating through the present human skin, and they barked before leaping off, determined to keep the bijou in check until their summoner arrives. Land of Eddies, Central Firebase. Gamakin is knocked forward by a winged canine and stumbles forward just in time to escape Gamabunta's smashing down on his aggressor. With the swiftness of a master swordsman, the old toad drew his blade and decapitating the mutant dog whilst declaring, "Now sit, you stupid mutt." So focused he missed the crab lunching from his side, until it was nearly too late, but thankfully he was saved by a blast of hypercorrosive acid that pushed the crustacean back and melted it to goo, while he clicked and chattered. The toad boss followed the stream's direction, expecting to find Katsuyu, but instead found the form of Saiken, the 6-tailed slug. Blinking owlishly, Gamabunta was unsure what to say, but thankfully, Saiken did not have this issue. "Gamabunta, please pay attention. Our victory is near and would be a great shame for us to begin losing members at this delicate stage." Without his normal boastfulness, Gamabunta nodded and replied, "You have a point. Thank you for the save." Saiken nodded before leading his gaze toward the 4 large foxes currently in a brawl, and the sage's child added, "I believe this is not the time for such niceties, I am afraid. For, it would seem that the final act has already begun. This is part of a plan of some kind?" Gamabunta asked, side-eyeing the bijou, who nodded back and replied, "Most certainly. Our enemy is arrogant, and with that comes hubris. Intelligence is easy to plan for, as they often think predictably." The toad boss would later swear the 6-tails gave him a slice with her side-eye as she passed him by. Saiken finished, "Come, our allies are about to take the central portion of the island. They may need some heavy lifting." Nodding, Gamabunta turned only to witness the tackling of the 9 tails by 4 8-tailed vixens that earn a soft sigh from the 6-tailed at his side. Glancing to the slug, the toad heard her whisper, "Just as planned?" He grunts in return, asking, "What is that?" Saiken glances back at him, and replied calmly, "Our enemy has the eyes of my father." "Father!" Sighing, the 6-tailed slug didn't answer and moved off when the 2 tails arrived, Matatabi speaking swiftly. "The final battle then." "Indeed." Saiken responded just as Son Goku and Chozo arrived, with all of them looking over at the roaring Kurama, knocking back the 4 vixens and his eyes showing signs of Rinnegan's genjutsu. Sighing, Matatabi added, "He is not going to be happy about this." Snorting, Son Goku replied swiftly, "We knew he would be targeted. It was obvious." "What now?" Chozo asked casually, despite internally somewhat still getting over the fact he is calmly discussing the battle strategy with Bijou, and Saiken glanced at him before informing, "We all strike with everything we have. A layered, continuous battle?" Chozo and 2 of his clansmen nod to that calmly, though Gamabunta is joined by Gamahiro, sharing nods, before the group all watch as Shikaku breathes out a massive blast of wind that unbalanced Kurama for a moment. He managed to push him back just enough for Isabu to leap out from the water, at speed, and tackled the fox off balance. The Akimichi all then hear Temari call out over the communications, "This is Captain Temari of the Kitsune Cavalier Squadron, requesting offshore bombardment." All look to the northeast, and a short amount of time, surely enough, a response from Shikaku came back after a little while. "Temari, cannon shots launching in 10 seconds. Stand by, 20 seconds in total. Land of Eddies, Northeastern Garrison." Temari and Naruto's strike team arrive at the edge of the clearing, remaining hidden in the shadows of the trees, and they were unnoticed by the defenders that were waiting for them without a doubt. Not only that, but the 7-tailed kitsune could sense the presence of 6 high-value targets, and the fact that they have erected a barrier, reminiscent of the Uzumaki. A cheap knockoff that was underpowered. Annoyed at the cheap mimics, Naruto let out a very, very low groan at it. Seriously, he was so done with this all and ready to tear that fucker apart, but there was a time and place. Instead, he glanced around at the kitsune all scattered about and the Inuzuka interspersed between them. Tsum and Hana were crouched beside their respective partners. Both held a fierce gaze upon their prey before them. Temari, though, had a different idea, as this looked like trouble. Their airborne recon did not mention the presence of these defenses, and her gut feeling was telling her that these beings, that headquarters have since dubbed captains, are targets of high priority, and likely to be far more independent than the drones they've gone up against thus far. So she suspected that the other defenses had been buffed, and Temari was not interested in turning this into a fair, or even a somewhat uneven, fight against them. How better to do that? Lifting up her left arm to her face, much like she had seen her love interest do back aboard the transport, and tapped the seal until it turned blue, signaling its connection to command, and allowed Temari to say, "This is Captain Temari of the Kitsune Cavalier Squadron, requesting offshore bombardment." It took a scant few seconds before Shikaku responded. "Temari, has something happened?" Nodding, Temari reported, "Northeastern Garrison has defenses not previously known, and according to our sensory perception, we have 6 captains present. I do not want to risk it." She then looked back at Shikamaru, who nodded his agreement, then both looked to Ino, who was holding a hand sign to transmit the sensory information to the command ship. Again there was a short delay before Shikaku responded. "Agreed. Stand by." Lowering her hand, Temari nodded as she retook the handle of the jacket the kitsune all wore, and in this case it was Naruto's. Said 7-tailed, scarlet-furred kitsune was laying flat on the ground, and yet she wasn't able to put her feet on the ground. Taking this brief respite from the conflict, she leaned forward and rested flat against his soft, fluffy neck while running her hands gently through it while whispering so only he could hear. "Say, Naru, my brother told me of the situation." Temari saw his heckles flicker a bit and smirked, before the ping on her arm caused her to lift back up and glance back at the Yamanaka, who nodded. Thus, she lifted her arm and tapped it with Shikaku's voice filling her head immediately. Temari. Go ahead. Temari's swift response and the operation commander known as Shikaku replied. Cannon shots launching in 10 seconds. Stand by, 20 seconds in total. Understood. Temari replied with a nod, allowing the connection to drop before offering a soft breath, looking over her forces and speaking just the same. We hold here for the next 30 seconds. After the barrage hits, we'll rush the survivors before they get back on their feet. All the canines glance to her and nod subtly before looking ahead, preparing themselves. As scheduled, the barrage from the fleet offshore whistled in, and those with enhanced hearing covered their ears just as the barriers shattered and the entire base erupted into explosions of fire. Before the smoke had cleared, Temari signaled forward, the group leaping towards the enemy's lines, and snarl while they charged once more. Again, the Inuzuka were the first to reach the enemy's shattered lines, and a roar of piercing fang! Twisters of fangs and claws punched through the crumbling defenses and the first line of defenders, rendering flesh from bone and armor. In their wake, the Kitsune charged in under the covering explosions from the two explosion corps members, who themselves were able to fall into the team's rhythm, and all their escorts brought up the rear. Sliding aside, Yui's fire breath was blocked by an earth wall that was promptly shattered, then pulled apart by her rider's chains and allowed her follow-up attack to incinerate the operative beyond it. As her blue flames tapered off, the hunter's attention snaps to the shackling of chains to her right, where two more operatives were wrapped up by Karen, dragged out into the open. Yet before Yui's flames could turn them to ash, two star shinobi dropped down and stabbed their swords through them. The two groups share a nod, but before they could split, the warehouse further down saw a wounded Kiba shoulder check another operative out its wall into the street. He then growled and spat out the man's lower leg, that he had torn off earlier, presumably or not, as his target still had them both. Before anyone could move, an eruption of blue flames bellowed from the command center, and a flaming mound of flesh smashed into the warehouse the transformed Inuzuka just exited and set it ablaze. Naruto and Temari land on the building above and beside the duo of Yui and Karen, Temari barking out, Kiba, drop the transformation and get to your sister for treatment. Whining, Kiba was about to object, but Yui's growl caused him to pause, but Naruto's growl forced him to concede just as Akamaru appeared beside him with a bark. Just then a massive explosion rocked the base, drawing eyes to Takaki and Oasada, both cheering at another wicked demonstration of their explosive skills. This is when Shikamaru and Ino landed beside Temari, with the Nara reporting, "This base is history. The next phase of the plan was to meet up with the Nadeshiko/Kumo group, right?" Temari nodded stiffly before replying, "We actually kind of jumped the gun there. They were supposed to join us for this offensive. We were early." She shrugged casually, though Ino reported, "My dad and Shikaku report that our rendezvous isn't happening." Temari looks to her fellow blonde, brow raised, and the Yamanaka continued, "Due to the Battle of the Bijou and Summons, Star Battalion had been redirected to support the Central Assault Team with a rear action strike." Nodding, the Suna Jonin asks, "Do we have any new orders then? No doubt that Central Assault is a bit too crowded for our specialization." "Not as of right now," Ino reports as she continued to passively listen to the communication channels for any mention of their unit. Sighing, Temari looks over the flaming and crumbling garrison, with the last two mutant canines being tackled by a joint Inuzuka Kitsune attack and the last captain skewered by both Yuki shinobi. Land of Eddies, Central Fortress. "Sand Mausoleum!" Gaara called, and the towering beast imploded in totality, just as I blasts past and explodes the outer wall of the western fortifications. On his back followed Darui, Killer Bee, Kankuro, and all the puppeteers. Shibi and his clan brought up the rear, switching from scouting for trap seals to area chakra jamming. On the southern approach, a massive wave of lava smashed into the same fortress's southern wall, a combination technique of Kuratsuchi and Rashi, just as a group of Kakashi and Asuma lead the Jonin group forward and the two Kage-level IWA shinobi bring up the rear in their wake. On the eastern front finds Mei leading the 8 swordsmen, the Hyuga clansmen, and Utakata's detachment of demon shinobi, all under the solid defense of Guren's crystal barriers. Several bubbles then exploded and blinded the enemies at the top of the walls, allowing the lone Yuki to blast a sizable portion of the gate with ice and solidified it. Hayashi led his Hyuga to strike at key points upon the sheet of ice, then backed off in time for Mei to blast the thing with her lava, and immediately the whole wall collapsed in itself. The few defenders that survived were set upon by all 8 swordsmen swiftly. Fu led an air strike on the northern walls, the sky shinobi dropping flame bombs along the full length of the seal-reinforced concrete walls. Due to this, the defenders were oblivious to the arrival of the final active battalion of Star Company, charging the wall with far more subtlety than the others. They were swift in their approach, leaping over and through the flames, catching the recovering forces off guard, and cutting through them with little effort. The remaining Rutumbu captains were spotted moving towards the central area, being surrounded by the encroaching alliance forces from all sides now that their northern retreat was severed by the arrival of Shizuka's forces. Their time was rapidly running out. Everything fell silent abruptly, movement halting when a loud explosion and the form of the one-tailed Shikaku smashed into the northeastern corner of the fortress. He groaned and mumbled, "Fucking fox! Can't hold back, huh?" Just then, the form of the two-tailed cat leaped clear over the besieged fortress and past the tanuki, who was climbing to his feet, followed shortly by the 4 tails and the 6 tails, then Gamma Bunta, Gamma Hero, and the humming Cho-Mei darting over. Land of Eddies, Sky Naval Carrier White Dawn. Rushing over to the freshly slowed medevac transport with 2 dollies, Sakura and her 6 assistants were greeted by another full load of wounded shinobi, including Tenten among 3 others. They weren't life-threatening. It was clear that Lady Tsunade had at least done first aid before sending them back to them, and the kunoichi of Team 9 was mobile but limping, thus helped to unload the others. After unloading and moving off the draft deck, Sakura waits for the craft to lift back off. After a change in operators, she turns to the wounded Tenten and asks her, "How are things out there?" "Nuts," Tenten clipped briskly, looking down at the deep cut leading up from the top of her knee to her pelvis. She shook her head before looking back at the medic and adding, "Just get me patched up and—" "Not happening," Sakura replied as she shook her head, stating firmly, "Once you're out, you're out." Frowning, Tenten replied, "Fine, then give me—" "Nope. Not happening," Sakura replied sternly as a reddish-brown-haired woman came out with another set of mobile beds and approached the kunoichi where the slug contractee said, "Lady Amaru, can you get my friend here to the OR?" Nodding, the chief of the Land of Demons main hospital was known as Amaru, and was acutely aware of the fact that she disliked being aboard the Sky Shinobi carrier. But, as with any professional, she was ignoring that fact as she stood calmly with her demon jonin vest beneath her lap coat as she spoke calmly. "That will have to wait. We got 2 emergency transports incoming. Take her to floor 3. Her blue eyes shifting to her own assistants at the end, who nod as they guide the bun-haired kunoichi on one of the mobile bed as the chief doctor glanced to the pink-haired woman and saying, "Haruno-san, please remember we can't play favorites here. Keep that in mind whilst you are working under me." Nodding, Sakura replied swiftly, "Got it. I just thought we had space." "Doesn't matter." Amaru cut her off with a shake of her head, just as the next 2 transports arrived and drew all eyes as the woman continued, "We have to be ready for anything." As soon as the doors part, both medical professionals sprang forward into their fight to save their comrades. Land of Eddies, Northeastern Garrison. The battle covered some approach the now human form Naruto, and Temari, who seemed to be in heavy discussion. The Wind Princess declared, "Look, clear it with Shikaku and then we'll move." "Mari, why aren't you listening?" Naruto sighed, hand pulling down his face as she scowled at him, Temari barking back, "You want to leave me out of possibly the most heavy-weighted, yet critically important battles of this whole campaign just because you think it is dangerous?" The recently arrived Hana, and Kiba looked at the male blonde incredulously at that fact, though Naruto ignored them as he stared blankly at the glaring Temari and replied calmly, "Mari, you know full well that this is a Bija-level fight." The looks of incredulity shifted from one blonde to the other, as the Kitsune leader continued, "I do not have time to argue with you here and now at current. All the bijou are embattled and that madman is controlling my parent figure. Naruto sighed heavily, his anxiety felt within it as he offered finally. Kurama is currently under that bastard's control. You know how much they mean to me and the thought of... I'm sorry, Temari whispered, cutting him off as she sighed and nodded, arms folded before gesturing with her head to the fighting. Go. They need you, right? Nodding, Naruto smiled before turning his back to them all and whispering, Thank you, Mari. Just as he leaps off, he glances to Karen, who nodded and followed after him as they rushed towards the embattled masses of chakra. With the departure of the two Uzumaki, a strange silence fell over those that remained until some got tired of it and asked, You guys got something going on or something? No, what makes you say that? Temari snipped, glancing back at them with a blank face that earned a chuckle from the older woman who was clearly unconvinced. Hana too looked at the woman, who had led them on this flanking attack, with a sly smirk as she offered. Oh right, yeah? We totally believe that. A shrug from Temari as she looked to Yui, she offered. Don't care if you do or not. He's been my best friend for years now. Ever since you guys kicked him out and he came to Suna. Her side eye on the leaf group allowed her to see their subtle flinch at the reminder of their, what many now considered, greatest folly. She was satisfied with the reaction and the diversion away from her interaction and feelings regarding Naruto. With a huff, Temari walked off toward Yui, the two strolling off. Land of Eddies, Northern Island. A tail smacked Matatabi clear as Son Goku leaped and roared, both hands clasped above his head and crashing down only for another four tails to slap him aside. Abruptly, a torrent of water appeared from his right, drew the eyes of the nine tails and the man who commanded it, spotting Isabu's attack. Said man smirked as the beast called upon its vibrant orange flames to counter it. The blast of vibrant orange flames clashed with the torrent of water that could fill a lake and pushed it back with little effort, eventually overpowering the turtle. The eruption of steam blasted Isabu back off the cliff and back into the sea. A sudden chill filled the air as Varvana's ice breath made its appearance, blasting through the steam that hung around the larger fox that was slowly being engulfed by pure white ice, and earned a low growl from the bijou. Frowning, the man atop looked down at the slowing beast he commanded with a tut before flaring his chakra. Immediately, the nine tails let out a earth-deafening roar and a chakra pulse blasted away the freezing mist just in time for Komiai's flash powder to go off. The resulting explosion of light blinded both enemies as a line of Shikaku, Matatabi, Kartriana and Tadanana gathered their breaths. At once the three fire-breathers and one wind-breath blasted forward. However, this was for naught as the call of Almighty Push! And all four were knocked back and the man atop smirked while lowering his hand. It was short-lived, as suddenly as that happened, 8 tendrils snaked around the Kyuubi's legs unnoticed from behind and yanked them back, forcing the beast to trip forward. With a roar, the beast fell forward and knocked the man off his position. Just then the Saiken spat acid at him, but again, a hand rose and the man declared, Almighty Push! The acid was redirected at the charging Koko, who was saved by his brother, Son Goku, who barged him out of the way, and the man turned back to see Gyuki wrapping up his nine tails completely despite it thrashing around. It didn't help that sand was crawling all over the fox either, slowing down his movements. Seeing this, the young man with the eyes of the sage decided to take the 8 tails next. Clearly, the only one worthy of his word, and thus locked eyes with the beast. Gyuki's world went blank, and suddenly, the 8 tails released the still controlled 9 tails before roaring to the sky himself. Leaping back up to the now free Kyuubi, the man turns back only to find the jaws of a vixen about to close around him. Almighty Push! Sasha was blasted back, skipping like a stone before rolling and then caught by Son Goku gently, the two sliding back to the fortress. Just as he lowered his hand once more, the young teen had a smirk dawning his face as he now commands the fox and the 8 tails. He failed to notice the 7 tails. And not the flying one. Chains abruptly appeared all around both bijou, sealing their movements before the teen heard from somewhere. You're late! Snapping back, Danzo Shimura barely avoided the black blade Uzumaki's downward slash or his following upward slash that forced him to abandon his position from his 9-tailed fox's head. As he landed in a skid across the dirt, stopping just shy of the acid puddles, the Root Commander came face to face with the biggest failure in Hiruzen's reign. For Danzo, this boy should have been handed to him by that old fool, and right now Konoha would be ruling the world under his iron fist. None could ever hope to win against the might of the Nine Tails obeying their every whim. Yet he didn't. Even after his death, the subsequent banishment of the weapon he had orchestrated, the boy remained beyond his reach. Now though, standing before this weapon he was about to leash, the leader of Root liked his chances and so decided to partake in a bit of pre-fight banter. He believes the kids call it these days. Addressing his foe for this moment, Danzo offered almost cordially. Well, Uzumaki. May I say welcome home? Naruto's slit eyes narrowed dangerously, but didn't engage on this idle chat as he was busy at current, while crouching on the Nine-Tails' head so his most hated enemy continued. Not one for talking? How peculiar. When you served us, you were so vocal. Never knew when to not speak. Perhaps in your travels you learned how to be a true shinobi? Letting out a sigh, Naruto shook his head as it was now time as everything was ready, and so finally spoke. Danzo Shimura, you talk too much. He grinned at the man now frowning, now realizing that his genjutsu was not working on the brat despite its potency, and Naruto began to cackle, revealing his extended canines. Standing up, Naruto informed. This form of mine is not just for show. Shimura. And that was true. Naruto has grown rather attached to the constant sage mode offered on his seven-tailed kitsune mode and how it completely protected him against genjutsu. He never thought he'd go up against the Rinnegan again, but his luck is holding out it seems. As such, he learned from his seven-tailed summons a trick that they all use in their infiltration missions. Before he sent her out to deliver that message to Jiraiya, Gela had tutored her master and fellow Seven-Tails the hybrid form that they all knew within the intelligence department. It's a just-in-case technique if they need to fight their way out of a situation when behind enemy lines. This is why none of the Seven-Tails are known and barely mentioned, as they are the infiltrators, and no one would believe people claiming to have seen a half-human, half-fox monster, and even more if they seem delirious or crazy and banged up. After all, most of those vixens love a good genjutsu for added effect, which this form is extremely effective at producing, while the males prefer mental games that make Ibiki look tame. That last reason is why none of Naruto's infiltrators have been assigned to the Hidden Leaf. Even he fears what both parties would concoct if they ever meet, and he routinely annoys the sadistic Kurama for shits and giggles. Getting back on subject, Naruto was using the hybrid form's genjutsu resistance, paired with Sage Mode's benefits to prevent this thing's controlling genjutsu from affecting him. Thus his grin was very foxy at the moment. As such, Naruto currently in his demon/Nadeshiko Jonin outfit, but his blonde hair has temporarily been replaced with the same red as his fox form, lengthened slightly and far more untamed, two ears poking up from it. His brilliant blue eyes were glowing orange, vertically slit and predatory. His whisker marks far more defined, and his canines were lengthened. His grip on his black ode katana, that was resting against his shoulder with its seals glowing orange instead of white, showed that he has claws on his hands as if in his first stage bijou cloak, and, most importantly, his 7 black-tipped, red tails swayed calmly at his back. Naruto stares down at the chimera in a mixture of absolute loathing, disgust, unbridled rage, yet with a healthy amount of malice within his glowing orange eyes. His growl was low but still heard. You thing will die here. No trial. No mercy. Forgotten by time. Just like the rest, you have served your purpose of uniting the world with us, the family, guiding it. Danzo chuckled, shaking his head at this upstart as he replied. You think you have one, boy? I still have control over the strongest weapons. Naruto's chuckling was truly menacingly with a very dark smirk, causing the old man-turned-teen to pause and listen to the Uzumaki, who said, Did you hear that, Kurama? I did, Kit. Kurama replied, climbing to her feet. Her eyes that once held the ripple pattern that signaled the control of the Rinnegan were back to a vibrant, malice-loaded scarlet as she glared at the puny thief of her grandfather's eyes that was stunned speechless, who was unsure how this was happening. What only Naruto and his closest family members know is that there was a bit of an after effect that lingered from Kurama being split into two beings and staying separated for so long. Although returned to a single beast, Kurama has two separate minds that have joint control of the single body. To express themselves, Yang is the male form and has been with Naruto the longest, guided and trained him during his darkest days. Yin is the female form and is by far the more protective of their container. She also picked up on Naruto's feelings of them being his parental figures, thus treats him as her own. Her greatest memory is when he was super drowsy and tired, he had called her Kurama-san, but Naruto would deny it. He never said that. Thus, with Yang Kurama being controlled, Yin Kurama just had to wait for her kit to arrive and help shove aside Yang to take control of the body. All it took was his addressing her directly, thus the Kurama-ne he typically uses. The leader of Root tried enforcing his will, but nothing happened, causing both Kurama and Naruto to grin harder, but the container glanced over to his right while asking, "Get a load of this guy, Octopops." Suddenly Gyuki started rapping as he stepped forward. "Not cool, for this reveal is so chill. We turn into a pool and get to its kill." Again, Danzo's commands for the weapon were not working as Gyuki replied normally. "You clearly lack the knowledge to utilize that gift. It is a good thing we know how it works better than you do, boy." Frowning, the leader of Root looks around to find the other tailed beasts surrounding him at a distance with their containers standing with them. Gaara, Yujuto, and Fu in their Biju's respective sage modes. The rest were fully synchronized with their beasts, and with two minds knocking the control from one another, resistance is possible. The obvious exception being Isabu, but he was replaced instead by Gamabunta, Jiraiya with the two Toad Elders atop his shoulders, with all three cycling their chakra with the boss Toad. Honestly, for them this has been one hell of a day, and to stand in for a Biju to ensure this execution. They were hesitant to at first, but upon sensing what Danzo has become, they too were rather sick at this perversion of nature too. This was for the best for all. Danzo scanned the gathering for a way out, and finds himself in a tight spot. He will admit that, but he isn't done yet, and so grins before crying out, "Susanoo!" As he cackled, a black chakra armor shell exploded forth, quickly developing from the ribcage, growing arms, and a head with muscles growing, but Naruto just sighed hard as he whispered, "Karen!" Immediately from the ground around the growing construction of chakra, came a collection of 60 chakra chains that were swift in their constriction of the Uchiha's ultimate defense, and prevented it from going beyond muscles. Growling now to hide his panicked confusion, Danzo cried out, "I am the chosen one! Chosen by the great sage! My eyes are proof of—" Abruptly his partially formed Susanoo shattered into a million pieces, forcing the madman's eyes upward to see fury given form in the shape of one Tsunade Senju, her fist engulfed in trailing chakra. With her void-chilled response to his rambling would be the last thing he would hear. "Shut up already!" The force of impact was enough to be felt back at Wave by Tsunami, who looked up from her book and muttered lowly, "Oh my!" Thankfully, the tactical nuke of an explosive end was contained within the cage of Karen's chains, that exploded outward with such force she needed to be stabilized by one of Naruto's tails from the strain. None moved for a solid 2 minutes before Tsunade gave the signal by tapping the chains, and they pulled back to see a perfectly fine-looking Hokage, and the pool of flesh and blood had been collected in the base of the crater, that was 20 meters deep. As she stepped away, none made mention of the tear tracks she still had nor the redness of her eyes. They saw nothing. Instead, Kurama and her kit torched the remains first. Saiken and Utakata then poured the most potent acid they could create. Son Goku and Rashi covered it up with pure magma. Shikaku and Gaara created a sealing octahedron around it. The battle for the whirlpool was over. As the others were dealing with ensuring the remains were properly and completely dealt with, Naruto, followed by Karen, landed beside Tsunade, who was on the eastern cliff's edge. The two did not say anything and just awaited her to speak first. They didn't wait long before the last Senju looks to the leader of the strongest alliance in history, Tsunade commenting, "You've grown." Naruto just inclined his head as he stared off to the horizon for a moment before looking to her and saying, "I have heard that a lot over the last year. But in all honesty, I only noticed when your retrieval team came for me a year ago. Nodding, Tsunade offered softly. Sorry about that. About what exactly? Naruto replied with a brow raised and caused the Senju to pause and think on that for a moment. He added swiftly. Sorry it didn't work, or sorry you got caught? Sighing, Tsunade shrugged before looking back to the sea and replied. Dunno, both. Earning a hum from both Uzumaki for a while. Though, a minute later Tsunade looks back at Naruto and says, Naruto, what can we do to join your alliance? We know we messed up, you did tell us. No. Yet we didn't listen. I get that you are mad. Mad? Naruto muttered, head tilting aside and tails swaying aggressively at that, and even Tsunade had to lean into her kunoichi training to not squeal at the cuteness he was putting out. Karen had no such thing as self-control and grabbed hold of his fuzzy tails, earning a yelp from Naruto, who pulled them clear and glared at his cousin. Karen just stuck her tongue out childishly before looking away. Muttering about crazy red-headed cousins and their lack of awareness, Naruto looked back at Tsunade and answered clearly. I wouldn't say I'm all that mad. Frustrated and stressed, sure. At the time I had a lot on my plate and having to fight my old friends was definitely not a problem I wanted to deal with. He sighs again before looking to her firmly and states. The past is the past. This is the beginning of a new era. So, how about this? Land of Eddies, Whirlpool Village. With the sun on the horizon, setting in no more than an hour, Naruto leads Karen through the village of their ancestors. The cleanup was done, and most of the assault forces had already left for Wave and allowed the two Uzumaki this unique opportunity to visit their clan's long-raised home. It was in ruins, obviously, but as the two walked down what must have been the garrison for Samurai, Karen looked more than a little intrigued and pointed. Having been here before, Naruto was primarily acting as a guide for Karen and ensuring she didn't accidentally trigger a fail-safe trap or anything. Thus, when she pointed out something that caught her eye, and he just followed her. After the garrison and guard post near the entrance they entered, the two headed deeper into the former village, and Naruto pointed out what he knew. Like a fast food shop on the corner of the intersection they passed, a flower shop that has since overgrown and began to consume half the block. Reaching what Karen assumed was a market street, she asks, Is this the main market? Naruto replied carefully, getting a nod from his cousin, so he answered with, Yeah. From what I could gather. It leads all the way to the southern pier and connects directly with that. Pointing at a familiar-looking tower that drew Karen's eyes, and she gasped, wondering how she had missed that as she whispered. The Kaga Tower. Yuzukage Tower, yes. Naruto confirmed as he begins strolling through the desolate village. That was more like a small town, but seeing as it was only ever referred to as a village, he won't break that tradition either, and so his company joins him, rushing to his side. Stepping through the shattered front door of the tower, Naruto and Karen carefully make their way through the wrecked building. Navigating the desolate building that was once the bureaucratic heart of their clan's home, the numerous empty shelves and overturned tables were a reminder of how much the world has moved on since they were in use. If the layers of dust were anything to go by. Reaching the second floor, a smashed door drew Karen's attention, and she immediately approached it, drawing Naruto's attention. He smiled at that, recalling what was inside, and followed as his clanswoman carefully pushed the doors open to find her breath hitch. Within the room was a mural. An artistic rendering of the clan's history made of colored pebbles. As she steps in, her eyes couldn't stop roaming the artwork along the walls and could clearly distinguish between the old and an attempt to recreate it in far recent times. But who? Despite her stunned state, Karen slowly turned to Naruto, who was standing near the door with a carefree smile as he too looked over the mural. But when sensing her gaze on him, he looks to her and nodded before explaining. I don't typically have a lot of time, but... He shrugged as if that explained everything, and now Karen took off her glasses to wipe the tears forming. Returning his gaze to the work left outstanding, Naruto continued. This is why I have that library back home. After spending time with my mother, the stories she told me about here, I wanted to know what remained of her home. Our roots. Finally looking back at his clanswoman, his smile was warm and uplifting when he said, "So, Karen-chan. Welcome home." Karen appeared as a blur as she hugged him tightly, almost knocking him over in surprise as he slowly hugged her back while stroking her head calmly to help comfort her. As she was sniffling and crying, Naruto inspected the work left to do and nodded as he only had about a quarter left to do. Sure, no one will likely ever see this place again, nor will it ever be populated with the endless sea of scarlet that his clan possessed, but to him, Naruto Uzumaki, son of Kushina Uzumaki and grandson of the last Uzukage, Ashina Uzumaki, and his wife Semra Uzumaki, it was a worthy endeavor to honor those who had come before. An hour later, Naruto would lead Karen by the hand into the Uzukage's office on the top floor of the tower, the only place restored to its original glory. The desk of teak wood was clean and polished, with a single scroll atop it. The black leather chair beyond it was worn but well maintained. On the walls, that were originally a blank cyan, were all the photos Naruto could find among the wreckage of various clan members. Karen was staring at this all in disbelief and wonder. Her grip on Naruto's hand tightened to keep her steady as her breath and heart rate had accelerated. Her eyes sweeping over the numerous smiling faces of those long since departed, men, women, and children going about their days in a bustling town. Various shades of scarlet, gray, and a few even with black hair showing glimpses of their everyday lives. From mothers cradling their newborns, children showing off their academy progress, teens laughing with their friends in their uniforms, and adults celebrating any number of events with their colleagues or family members. It was all here. She thought she wouldn't cry anymore. Karen honestly didn't think she would and that she was stronger than this, but evidently she was wrong. Her mind was clearly able to see the phantoms of the past, going about their lives, and the smiling neighbors under the soft sun. The laughter of the kids, the calls of the market vendors, and the caws of the local birds from the docks. Shinobi entering the office to receive their orders, the piles of paperwork upon the desk of the kage, no doubt an older man with graying hair and a massive beard in white robes and grandfather's smile. Finally, her ruby gaze lands back on Naruto, who was standing beside her with a knowing smile. Karen whispered, It's like... You can picture it, right?" Naruto offered just as softly, and she nodded, causing him to beam at her, then nod as he continued. "Yeah. I've been here a dozen times or so, refurbished this room myself." He looks around the room as he added, "Searched the entire village from top to bottom, no stone unturned to find these windows to the past of our shared clan. I wanted to see the place my mother spoke about for days at a time. To feel the stories she told me of so passionately." Sighing, Naruto looked back at his trembling, ruby-eyed friend and continued, "This is the best I could do. A small window into a home I never knew existed until I was older. A place where we both may have grown up in if things had turned out differently." Karen suddenly got an image of the two of them in the uniforms she spotted a few of their clansmen in, talking seals in a library somewhere along with Anoka, and with intensity. It was a wonderful sight, bringing a smile to her face. Among the multiverse and upon a website that hosted the stories collected from it, Karen Uzumaki, daughter of Kiyu Uzumaki of the Medical Association, was working on her biochemical thesis for her doctoral program in the library when her best friend Anoka showed up and called out, "Karen-chan!" Looking up from her 6 different books and reaching for her coffee, Karen froze all motion when her eyes landed on the 2 people approaching her. The first was her best friend, fellow medical student and class loner Anoka Uzumaki, daughter of Kuki Uzumaki, a doctor working under her own mother, walking beside none other than Naruto Uzumaki. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed man belonged to the main house and was the heart-throb of the clan due to his exotic looks. When she says blonde, it is a bit of an understatement, as it was if the sun itself was given physical form, but far wilder than it had any right to be. His blue eyes glimmered with mischief and hidden intelligence, that most would miss but she didn't. Though, what he was most known for was his expertise in the highly complex field of space-time fuinjutsu, much like his father, and the expected field of barrier seals of his mother. In fact, Karen was sure her mother said something about him creating a new space-time barrier that needed to be given a class of its own due to its complexity. She gulped. Naruto was not just a typical heartthrob that popped up every other year, but rather a local celebrity who had a fan club the size of some countries with a list of proposed political marriages that could stretch from their home islands to the mainland and back. He somehow managed to evade them all and is one of the clan's biggest mysteries. Yet here he was, now sitting opposite her, and suddenly Karen finds her throat incredibly dry, thus her shaky hand movement to grab her coffee. Yet before she did, Naruto dropped one before her and smiled while asking, "Can you give that a try, Karen-chan? It's a new brew I have been working on, and Anoka-chan said you were a medical doctorate student, so figured you'd give me an accurate answer to what I am seeking." Suddenly finding her motor control back, Karen clears her throat twice before swallowing and then looking to the offered steel flask. Taking a discreet breath, she recollected herself and nodded before taking the drink firmly. As she does so, Anoka was sitting at the table's end, between them both, with a mischievous smirk. She knew how much Karen looked up to their former classmate, her secret crush, having battled for the class top spot and the only person she didn't complain about beating her academically. Well, only in the barrier and time-space theory classes, that is. They typically tied in mathematics, though. Placing the coffee down, Karen could admit that this was the best coffee she'd had ever, and the taste was good too. It was far greater than her normal go-to brands, and so looked back at the serious blue eyes of her clansmen to offer. "It is a great coffee blend. Where did you buy it from?" Beaming a megawatt smile, Naruto chirped swiftly. "I grew it." Karen gawked at that in disbelief at the thought of their clan's Adonis hobby was that of gardening and that he was growing his own coffee beans. No, he was selectively breeding them to make his own. The amount of time and effort that required, atop everything else she had heard he does. Anoka expected that reaction and nodded along with her best friend's suspected thoughts. She still can't get over it either. He could be out there partying, having a good time, or maybe even working on making better seals, but no. He spends time gardening of all things. Chuckling at the expected reaction, Naruto calmly waited for his former classmate to collect herself. He's seen this plenty of times before. Most never expected he had a green thumb after all, but his parents have been supportive of it as his outlet. His entire family, in fact, has been. Also helps that his cousins are easily entertained when he takes them out to his gardens and out of their parents' hairs for a few hours. As the oldest of his generation, Naruto has often found himself surrounded by his young cousins from an early age, and thus often takes care of them in place of the adults at all the events. It used to annoy him until they started helping keep his garden tamed, so now it's a win-win for everyone. Seeing Karen come back from her shock, Naruto maintained his soft smile as he leaned against his palm and listened to her say, "Remarkable. When do you even sleep?" "Mostly at night," Naruto quipped with a snicker, earning a blush from his glasses-wearing clanswoman who tried to glare at him despite her flaming cheeks that only caused him to laugh aloud. She retorted swiftly, "In that case, you won't need this." Taking the flask back, and the blonde nodded, replying calmly, "By all means, though I would appreciate a thorough report and review of the blend. I think I am almost there creating the perfect mix, and I am running out of ideas myself." Karen arched a brow before asking, "What about your work on space-time seals?" Snorting, Naruto waved that off by saying, "Seals are easy, getting good coffee is hard." The seriousness he spoke with was not lost on either of them, thus both Anoka and Karen nodded at that, understanding that sentiment fully, and so he sighed before standing as he replied, "Well, unfortunately, I have to get back to the Uzumaki Tower. My Gramps wants me to meet the delegation that came in last night." Perking up, Anoka asks, "Which one is it this time?" Looking to his friend, Naruto replied casually, "A joint one from Water Country, Kirigakure, and a place called Nadeshiko. Any ideas where that last one is?" Before Anoka could reply, Karen did. "It's a small island beyond the archipelago we know as Water Country. It's ruled by a matriarchal monarchy which demand they seek out strong men to battle and wed if they lose." Frowning for a moment, Naruto let out a tight breath before grumbling, Great! A princess with daddy issues likely indoctrinated to fight me. Just perfect. I don't think Lady Kushina would allow that, right? Anoka questions, gaining his blue gaze for a moment. Naruto eventually mumbles. She might. Earning risen brows from both, which urged him to continue. What? I am like 22 and still single. Sure, she's proud of my work, but she is already talking about grandbabies and shit. He throws his hands in resignation at the end, already tired of his mother's bullshit. Besides, his youngest brother is like only 2 years old. Maybe she should slow down herself so he actually has time to go out, and not care for his siblings all the damn time. Heck, Menma and Kurumi have very active social lives but don't help around the house nearly as much as he does. Because of all he does around the house. Neither of them are all that slick either. He knows Menma's been dating Mikasa, his, Karen, and Anoka's former classmate. Kurumi too is dating that guy from the Hunter Neens, Leon. As Naruto was going on his mental rant, Karen couldn't help but pity her former classmate and secret crush. If only there was something she could do to help. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on who you ask, Anoka chose this time to interject. Well, why don't we come with you? Gaining the attention of both her fellows, both snapping to her with faces of incredulity, and speaking in unison. What? Naruto suspected what his friend was smiling about and matched it before continuing. But this is the reality that we are dealing with. Bringing Karen back to the here and now, away from a what if that may or may not exist, to listen to what her clan head was saying as he smiled at her warmly. As you pointed out, it's only been a year since we met, and with the work on the seal you and Anoka have been pioneering, maybe, just maybe, this place may live again. Likely when we are but photographs upon this very wall. Looking back to the walls that surrounded them, Naruto continued. When future generations want to peer back at our reality to put their own into perspective. Karen nodded as she joined his gaze upon the photographs before adding. Maybe we could add to it now then? You know, for their convenience? Drawing his blues to her ruby, mirth dancing within and nodding, Naruto offered. We could, and I have the best idea ever. 2 pictures would be taken and one was placed beside the portrait of Ashina Uzumaki, with the other becoming Karen's prime possession, and after about a century and a bit of life, on her deathbed, she would stare at it as she took her final breath of life. Her grandchildren were often told of their grandparents' first date was among the ruins of their old clan grounds, and would trigger the great migration back home among their generation. The first Uzukage after the clan's return would later declare Karen Uzumaki as the 4th Uzukage while they took the position of 5th. This inadvertently meant that she had led the Uzumaki clan with the longest reign that lasted close to 200 years. None ever questioned it. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. A week later. Thus, after the 2-day cool down and debriefing, we bade them all farewell. We returned first, and last we heard that they had since all returned home. Tsunade reports to the full clan assembly, joint department heads, and the fire court of the objective and outcome of the joint operation known as Endgame. Faces of shock and disbelief were prevalent throughout the room from those who did not participate, and those who did were also having difficulty believing it despite being there. Thinking back, it only dawned on them now that they were fighting alongside the freaking Bijou. All 9 of them. Using experimental technology of airships and flying craft. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with even their most hated enemies in the form of the Havoc-Teir and Sorigekure, shedding blood, sweat, and tears to achieve this victory. It is very surreal, looking back on it. The fire daimyo broke everyone from their thoughts and feelings when he spoke. Then we have made progress by our participating on this project, yes? Tsunade shook her head and stated. It is more like a net gain of 0 overall. Seeing as the enemy was of our making, which allowed them to desecrate the homeland of the Uzumaki clan, and was threatening the whole world. This caused the Lord of Fire to let out a tired sigh, rubbing his brow in frustration at the development, and the way it was explained. Sighing, he commented. Then, this alliance. Are we still on frosty ground with them? However, much to everyone's surprise, Tsunade's smile became brilliant as she spoke. Well, I spoke with Naruto after the battle. Land of Demon, Outer Shrine. At the same time, strolling past the final checkpoint, the demon teams 3 and 4 march forward toward the hidden shrine, village hidden beneath the shrine. At the front was the leaders, Karen and Utakata, both flanking Naruto as he moved forward towards the awaiting crowd. The two groups were in formation as they approached. The shinobi were still in their wartime outfit. However, they were being greeted by the other teams, 1 and 2, standing behind Shion, Sato, Hataru, and Anoka. Shiren and his team were all in the shadows of the leading adults. Eyes among the groups were teary across the two parties that converged among cheers and applause which truly warmed the hearts of the freshly returned. Just like all the times before he had returned, Naruto dropped his gear before bringing his light, picked her up in the tightest, but tenderest yet loving hug he could manage. She was quick to return it as per their tradition. Utakata did the same with Hataru, who was surprised briefly by such a display but was not complaining as she hugged him back just as fiercely. Throughout the two groups, many similar scenes played out, and the cheers continued to ring out. For several minutes it remained like this before Shiren led his team in tackling their parents, and leaders earning chuckles from the two adult blondes. Karen and Anoka were off to the side watching this unfold as the former was telling the latter about the date she had in Uzushio, making the black-eyed Uzumaki insanely jealous. Utakata noticed how his charge, in the form of Guren, was off to the side staring off impassively, thus led over his girlfriend to confront her. Upon seeing his approach, the former Sound Jonin stood straighter and returned his gaze firmly as he spoke. "I know my brother spoke to you already, back on the ship back here." Guren nodded, recalling that Naruto had called her into his office aboard Isabu's song, effectively freed her from her servitude status, and then offered her a permanent position with no strings attached. It was a genuine offer and not strong-arming her. She had already given her answer, thus her coming to attention. Utakata continued with a softer expression and tone. "So, just like everyone else here, welcome home." The brunette nodded, stifling her tight throat, and saluted before offering. "Thank you, but it isn't home just yet." Nodding, the demon commander actually smiles at her as he reported. "No, I suppose it isn't for you yet. You have your mission still, right?" Guren nodded, so Utakata hummed before offering. "It's good that this uniform suits you so well, but it seems your words have added to your worth now, huh?" Before Guren could respond, they were interrupted by a very loud cry of, "I knew it!" drawing all eyes to Shiren, who was the one to have had yelled with his hands up before dropping and pointing one finger between his second mother, father, and his Aunt Fu. The kid continued, "I knew there was such a thing as the onakage." Sighing, Utakata mumbled, "Stupid nephew, being so damn loud." Guren watched as her new leader sighed hard, rubbing the bridge of his nose while the head scout rubbed her temples before staring at the twerp, orange eyes glaring. "Shirkun, there is no such thing as the Onikage." "But you just said it!" Shiren shouted in glee, the other kids nodding vigorously in agreement, but again, the mint-haired Kunoichi shook her head, Fu replying, "No, I didn't. I was talking about the Uzukage Tower." "I said Uzukage." Frowning due to unfamiliarity with the term, Shiren asks, as he slowly lowered his pointing finger. "What's that?" "Long story short," Naruto began, drawing all the young eyes to him as he smiled lightly. "The Uzukage was the leader of the Uzumaki clan back in the day. The Uzukage Tower is where they once ruled over the clan's homeland. It's also where Fu slept during our last mission." The easily distracted shinobi in training suddenly got very interested in the Uzumaki clan and away from the topic of the onakage at that point. This is when Guren whispered to her fellow demon Jonin, "Does Naruto-sama ever intend to let them know he is actually the Shodai onakage?" Utakata glances to her, mischievous glint in his golden eyes as he shook his head. "Nah, it's a running gag with all the Jonin. No one below said rank is to know it even exists. We expect you to keep it to yourself too." Guren just shrugged. It seemed like just another reason to screw with people, and thus she was game anyway, so replied, "Just another reason to screw with people. I am all for it." 6 months later. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. It has been a week since Tsunade had received the good news via messenger beetle from the Alliance. Their application has been cleared the initial and first stages. After reviewing all the attached documents and information, she had then presented it to the full council and daimyo. To say the fire court was upset was an understatement. It seems that they will have to create another position to handle all the extra paperwork they'll be doing. However, they had also received word that a team would be arriving today to begin the second step of introducing them to the roles and departments of the Demon Shinobi program. Not only that, apparently Tsunade herself will be granted basic level information for her as only as the sitting Kage. Things that can't be sent via messenger. As such, the village has prepared for the arrival of the Alliance delegation in anticipation, and some of its old luster had returned. Outstanding maintenance was hurried, alleyways were cleared out, and the village in general was cleaned up and made spotless. Bakeries had been pumping out food all morning, cafes and shops had pulled out their reserve stocks to appear strong, with even the academy students given a day off. All on duty genin came to a collective decision to dress in the rarely ever thought about genin level uniforms for this. Chunin had dry cleaned their vests and ironed their trousers. Not a single uniform code violation could be found among the jonin ranks. Heck, even the Umbu had put extra effort in polishing their masks, repainting their markings, and cleaning their tantos for this. None wanted to be the reason these talks fell through. So it was no surprise that when a messenger hawk caught high above the village, that every resident of said village fell silent and watched it approach the Hokage's office. Its landing on the office ledge caused a village-wide gulp to occur. When the Hokage herself appeared from the tower and the ceremonial ropes of her station, the entire council and daimyo too following her lead, it was go time. Everyone moved to positions and prepared to receive the Alliance delegation at the main gate. Move, 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 move! To positions! At the main gate, that was flanked by no less than 6 squads of Umbu, 4 squads of Jonin, and the eternal gate guards Kotetsu and Izumo, who were just as cleaned up and standing at attention in the presence of their Hokage and the fire daimyo. The tension was thick enough to make even the Umbu sweat beneath their masks. How the 2 gate guards hadn't fainted was a mystery to most, though Tsunade hadn't taken her eyes off the road ahead. She would stay like that for nearly 10 minutes before she spotted movement. Her eyes narrowed, but without a doubt she saw that familiar shade of sunshine blonde hair. Tsunade's heart pounded in her chest at the thought of him of all people taking charge of their request. No, actually it made sense. The Hokage heard the others gasping a few moments later, clearly too understanding who was approaching the village in a casual manner, and the task that now laid before them. Though, it was clear he wasn't alone, as more figures kept popping up around him. Of the growing crowd around him, Tsunade recognized Chojuro of Kiri, Utakata of Demon, Temari of Wind, and Karen Uzumaki. After a few moments of them getting closer, she then recognized that her blonde knucklehead was talking with his daughter, son and his friends that were walking with him. All 20 or so were in Demon Jonin or Chunin attire, but the kids. What caught a lot of attention were the 3 adult ladies whom all have similar whisker marks to Naruto. No, like the human form of the Kyuubi with 8 whiskers in place of his 6. All were as tall as he was with, for a lack of better words, seductive body shapes that seemed supernatural in their appearance. From the dark navy blue, thick layered-haired woman sticking right next to Naruto's side, to the auburn-haired of a slimmer physique with sharp eyes on the flank, that hasn't stopped looking around. The final one had a figure between the other 2, but her hair started off black on top and bled into purple at the tips. They had Demon Jonin attire on, but they felt off to Tsunade, who was broken out of her musings when she overheard Naruto saying, "Now that we are here, you remember the procedure." All the kids reply in seeming resignation. "Hi, Tu-chan." Blinking at that, Tsunade saw Naruto nodded to them before looking to the blue-haired, silver-eyed beauty and asked her, "Varvana-chan, can you keep an eye on them, please?" "With pleasure, Naruto-sama." Varvana replied with a thick accent, bowing her head slightly but with a smile. Eventually, the 2 parties meet at the main gate of the hidden village with the daimyo and Hokage stepping out to greet them. It was clear professional modes were locked in, with even the kids lined up as if they were already shinobi in the front of the others. On the alliance side, Naruto and Utakata stepped forward due to who they were representing at current. Meeting in the middle of both parties, Naruto was the one to speak first. Lady Hokage, Lord Daimyo. It is a pleasure to meet you. As you are aware, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Chief Commander of the Demon Alliance. At my side is Utakata, the new Demon Commander. He bowed respectfully, along with his forces, and it was returned by the other party too, and Tsunade was the one to respond. It is truly a pleasure, Chief Commander. Thank you for fast-tracking our application, despite our bad blood. She truly meant that. Their economy had been backsliding, and some have resorting to praying every morning and every night that it doesn't free fall. Worst thing is, however, that many believe that is the only reason it hasn't, unaware that Wave and Waterfall have become smuggling routes for Alliance goods to prop up their markets temporarily. Not at all. We had just finished up with Earth countries integration, so it was a simple stop along our way. Naruto replied casually, though Utakata knew that was a lie, as he has been grumbling the whole while about the paperwork nonstop and how much the smuggling was costing them. He listened to his brother continue. Though, perhaps we should take this inside. I am sure we have a lot to discuss. Nodding, the daimyo smiled before gesturing into the village and saying, You are right, of course. Come, my friend. We have prepared the finest of wines. As they arrived back at the gate, the entire Leaf Shinobi force saluted their arrival and held it until they passed. They lined the streets, rooftops, and some windows, watching as the demon groups strolled through the village. However, when Naruto caught sight of Ichiraku Ramen, he grinned and waved at Tuchi and Iam, who both bugged out and waved at him. He mouthed, Later. They both nodded their agreement, though many noticed how the old ramen chef had Ryo symbols in place of his eyes after that. Something interesting happened when Naruto spotted his old team, Kakashi and Sakura, standing at attention by the Kage Tower. As they approached, he approached them both, drawing all eyes, and when he stopped before them, with eyes flowing between them, many held their breaths until he called out, Kurama! Appearing at his side, the goddess-given form appeared with an open scroll, and after a plume of smoke revealed an urn. Taking it, Naruto handed the urn to Sakura, who took it nervously before he stated, I never break a promise, nor go back on my word. It is my ninja way. Taking a breath, he added softer, Now, as promised, here is your precious Uchiha back. All eyes widened at that, looking to the silver urn, and surely enough, the Uchiha fan was etched into its metal. Sakura didn't know what to say, her emerald eyes looking between the object in hand and her former teammate. Eventually, she bowed, a full 90 degrees, and said, Thank you, Naruto. I really messed up, and... As she rose up, tears swelling, she added, And I will follow your lead this time. I promise I will be better. I will be more than I am now. That I will be a better friend to you. Naruto's stony face softened lightly and nodded before glancing to Kakashi at her side, with a tone that held a hint of a joke. Sorry it's late, Sakura. You know life and all that, it's a road that's long and winding, right, Kakashi? Catching this olive branch for what it was, Kakashi let out a soft chuckle, and with an eye smile he offered back. That it is, Naruto. Welcome back. Many smiles were had at the interaction, as Naruto simply nodded with a light smile of his own before moving off to rejoin the procession, and allowed the copycat shinobi to almost see the visages of both the boy's parents walking with him. It seemed that, even now, his parents had brought their son back. Without meaning to, Kakashi started clapping, and it spread like wildfire around the Leaf Shinobi, causing the demon contingent to look around confused, and Naruto was not excluded from that. The clapping broke into woos and cheers, growing into full-on applause from the population that were gathering around them in front of the Kage Tower. Abruptly, one person called out, Thank you! We have peace! Thank you! You saved us! You are amazing! Marry me! Thank you! Namikaze-sama! You rock! The cheers and screams got louder and louder, and the crowd more frantic, causing all eyes to slowly turn to the one who started his journey from this place near 12 years ago. He left with nothing but the clothes on his back. His journey took him across the four corners of the world, uniting soldiers and civilians alike in common purpose while searching for his. He's seen the lowest of lows and highest of highs, the depravity of man, and the brightest of humankind. Bled for the safety of those not his own, broken bones in the defense of the defenseless, and soothed the fearful. Battled against the darkness, and championed the light. Even when his head failed. So many would forgive him for crying at the sight of his accomplishments being acknowledged by the ones who once threw him out. The ones who he had once served, desperately trying to earn this very thing. Yet he had to fall, and fall he did. Down to the depth of darkness where even shadows feared to tread. Now, here he stands as the beacon of light for others, he their stand-fast guardian, and those that helped him along the way to reach this peak he pulled them all towards. Glancing left then to the right, Naruto Uzumaki finds nothing but clapping and cheering smiles for his efforts. All the blood he had spilt, the bridges he has built, the family he had gathered. They, the people, were now cheering him. His eyes land on his tenant, big sister, uncle, and mother figure, Kurama. She too was smiling and clapping at him. Next was Shiren. His son was beaming a megawatt smile along with his brothers, Kazato and Tada. His adopted daughter Amano, her dull blonde locks waving around as she was jumping around and cheering wildly. Her three sisters, Kushina, Hirori and Io, weren't as energetic but clapping loudly too. His summons, currently in human transformation, Tadanana, Sasha, and Varvana were clapping too with smiles, glad to be able to honor their leader this time. They were lucky to have him find their contract as he practically embodied their race already and embraced their culture wholeheartedly. A fine man. Naruto's eyes flow across his forces and they all nod, smirk, or grin back at him. He was genuinely at a loss for words before his eyes finally landed on the Toad Sage, who had Ma and Pa on his shoulders, and all three were clapping too. No doubt pleased that the prophecy has come to pass. Lastly, his gaze lands on the last Senju, who was smiling as she approached him and spoke softly. "Welcome back, Naruto Uzumaki." Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, Naruto replied hesitantly. "I'm back, Ba-chan." The end. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the story of the Lost Fox, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.